Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are here with the regional Dota 2 series in Southeast Asia with Harry and Kips. Kips, welcome. You have been working only 2 series thus far, so now it's finally your time to enjoy the amazing games of Southeast Asia.
I know, and I'm very, very ready. I'm going to get, well, everything there's left to do in this group, which means I got all my snacks ready. I got my new makeup ready. I'm ready to rock and roll, man. This is it. Let's go.
Yeah, the second I saw you, like, there's something different about Kips, and it has to be the excitement of watching Dota. 100%. There's no way that it's something else. But anyways, we're gonna be watching Manta Esports versus Salvation Gaming. That's gonna be our first series of the day. Moving on to Talon versus IHC, and ending the day with Bleed versus Team Tough. Kips, you're gonna be here for the entirety of the day. I'm only gonna be keeping you company for the first series. So tell me, which one are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, listen, it's my boys on Team Tough. I think that that our winners from next time have some bigger competition to go through this time around, with Talon being in their group, with Bleed being in their group. So I want to see Bleed versus Team Tough. I want to see how the Mongolian boys hold up. Of course, they're not the only Mongolian boys that need to hold up, because IHC Esports versus Talon is another Mongolians versus Big Dogs matchup. So I'm excited for that one as well. But of course, I have my personal biases towards Team Tough.
Okay, but unfortunately, you and me are gonna be watching the series that you didn't mention for some reason. Manta Esports and Salvation seem to not have any of your boys here, so these are the guys that we're gonna be watching. Some very nice logos. And what about the players? Let's remind ourselves who plays for these two amazing teams. Of course, Manta Esports, I would say they're coming in as the underdogs. Gohan, Kwai, Kimitsu, Ares, and Grims are gonna be their players. In general, how do you feel about this roster?
I really enjoyed, because I saw them for the first time a couple of days ago when I believe I took over a game from Ottomo.
Yep.
And what I liked about these guys is that the amount of individual skill is absolutely there. And of course, that feels like something, you know, it's a Philippine team. Of course, they've got talent and they've got fast reflexes in spades. But really, the only thing that put them behind Team Tough was understanding of when to take the fights and when not to take the fights. And if you do it, how to do it. So I think there's a lot of space for growth in these guys if they evaluate themselves right.
But what are their chances versus their opponents, versus Salvation? Let's see who's playing there. Young God, Wonderboy, Rupido, Drick, and Lloyd. Definitely a more well-known bunch in our tournaments.
Yeah, especially seen good things from Rupido before, right? So I would call these guys the favorites here as well. But honestly, this, as far as I'm concerned, this could go either way. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see any new picks coming out here. For example, I think we've recently seen Tinker starting to get picked up in the China qualifier, for example. Curious to see if these guys are paying attention and taking some inspiration.
But nobody other than the Chinese is playing that Tinker. I would want to see it. I just don't think Southeast Asia is the region where that is going to be happening. But you know, Chinese players, they do play pubs in Southeast Asia servers, so it might just happen. Overall, we do have a draft ready though. Interesting thing, Kip, since you said this could go either way. So yesterday, IHC, they annihilated Manta Esports in less than an hour. And Salvation did play 1-1 versus IHC in two relatively close games. So in my mind, I think Salvation are coming in as the favorites. I just think Manta Esports, when you and me watched them, they were playing versus Team Tough, who had similar playstyles, and then we couldn't see some downsides of their mistakes being utilized by some other teams. So I don't know. I think Salvation are coming in as a solid favorite. Not a heavy one, but a solid one.
All right, let's see. You have the better knowledge, and usually the better knowledge turns out to give you a better idea of what's going to happen in the future.
Yes.
So I'll happily trust you on that one. Witch Doctor getting removed. Are people getting warmed up to caskless Witch Doctor? Do you think?
Yeah, the thing about the Witch Doctor without the cask, I still think that it should be taken 1 point. It's just the spell is,
it's a stun.
Even if it only hits once, yeah, it's a stun. It hits. It does damage as well, a solid amount. And I can understand the Maledict and the Voodoo Restoration or Festeration once you get the facet, but I still think that the stun on level 4 or 5 wouldn't really hurt them.
No, I think the impact on your actual damage output at that point is probably, I don't want to say negligible, but definitely you've got the damage. Now it would be really nice if they also couldn't TP out from under it.
That would be nice. We see a TA. TA has been banned quite a solid amount of times, but it does get pushed through. I'm gonna see if Salvation have played that versus IHC. No. And versus Bleed, they did play a TA, though they did lose in 36 minutes. So that's not a good thing for sure.
No, that's not exactly a great game to play. I mean, I understand why you get that TA early though. She has been nothing but buffed, and you've got yourself a hero that can always go catch up in the jungle and then hit a hard power spike no matter what happens. So it's. As far as early to pick up cores, I think she's one of the better ones.
I haven't gotten to really understand the new refraction, right? Versus a Tiny, let's say if he uses the avalanche, does he go through it easily? Veno, let's say, it's very hard to calculate things now, and to go through that one refraction charge, you actually have to do a certain amount of damage. It's not like just tick, 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 even if it's 10 damage that it's gonna go through. But Manta Esports, either way, they have so many things to go through refraction charges, so I think they're gonna be erased fairly quickly every single time.
Yeah, definitely. And in this case, well, as a TA, you still get a bunch more damage charges off of that. But yeah, you're probably in a kind of game where building up a couple of stats is a good idea. So no skipping on that Dragonlance for sure this game.
Salvation have played a lot of Venge. So considering that you have a TA and the Venge is in the pool, I wouldn't mind seeing it. They have been playing it as a support, so yeah, there it is instantly. Venge, Rubik, yeah. I mean, two classic supports, right? I want a strong laner, a solid team fight, a solid stun from both of my supports. What do I pick? Venge, Rubik. I mean, I think this is as basic as it gets.
Yeah, it's getting pretty close, isn't it? I guess I would put like a lion somewhere just because I like the idea of more disables in the burst. So maybe I would say like a lion. Venge is like the classic maybe, but on the other hand, can't deny that this is gonna work. You're going to be stealing a ton of stuns from the enemy side here. From the Tiny, you're going to get a lot of utility out of that as the Rubik, and this Venge plus TA combination is going to be a lot of physical. The only question marks that I have with Venge as a support is that if you have a bad game as a team, there's absolutely no way in hell you're going to get to an Aghanim Scepter.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see. Manta, what will you pick? They have their Darkseer, so this is probably going to be a Darkseer Tiny, though we have seen a carry Tiny quite often, so I would assume that that could happen as well if they want to put something else with the Darkseer. Does this Darkseer pick just straight up put the TA in the mid roll? Are you afraid of the Tiny Darkseer way too much?
I'm not sure. Like the thing that's the thing with the Darkseer right now is that whenever I see it, I'm wondering if he's going to be going for the Gary Darkseer build. That's what I am wondering about right now. Earth Spirit as well. They certainly synergize with the DS incredibly well right now, and especially this TA pick, as much as it seems like a really good first pick in general because of the kit, the amount of different damage instances and the amount of different ways that they can get on top of her is really starting to stack up. I think
this is literally a TA hate. Like this is a TA hate draft.
Every
like,
single one.
Like what do you guys do? We killed the TA. The problem is that you're gonna be versus an Oracle, and this lineup hates an Oracle as well. They do have layered initiation though, Kips. Even though the Oracle counters them, they can find them and kill him.
They can find him, yeah, but definitely the Dispels are going to do so much work this game, on top of then, of course, the False Promise as well. And this also does something else which I like, which is that it promotes the Venge. Where I was like, man, I don't know if you're going to actually get to that Aghanim Scepter in this game. If you have yourself a core Venge, you will farm that one up, well, first item usually, sometimes second.
Yep, so let's see the bans. They ban out the PL actually on Salvation. Really, when you look at them, they have nothing for illusion-based heroes. And Manta Esports, their lineup is kind of made to enable these insanely powerful late-game cores, because they're gonna fight, and fight some more. And if a PL comes out of the jungle and the farming at like 25-30 minutes, you're just gonna annihilate these four. So I like it, even though PL, I don't even think we've seen a single one picked up throughout the tournament. It's a really good ban.
It is, yeah, and I think there's other illusion heroes here as well that could be a really big problem. The Terrorblade certainly comes to mind as well.
What about something like a CK? That's more popular nowadays, so I think the burst could surprise an Oracle. Even if you're not going for the Oracle itself, you could kill people before the Oracle even reacts.
Yeah, and it fits with the rest of its lineup so very well. And once again, you have multiple different damage instances versus a TA. I don't think I've seen TAs win versus CKs pretty much ever, because this is not just an illusion hero, but it's also one that actually comes online early, which is where normally it's like, okay, fine, it's an illu hero, but I have my power spike first. And versus a CK, that, no, you don't actually.
The Lifestealer was left in the pool. Is that something that Salvation are gonna go for, or do they need a more damage type carry? Okay, so they take a Mars. Is that a Venge carry? I think
yeah, that either Venge or Mars mid.
It's still, again, it's a Venge carry. Venge carry. Right, or Venge off lane, doesn't matter. It's a Venge core. I mean, when we saw the Oracle, we kind of assumed that already, but overall, we are gonna be seeing an Echo Saber Venge, Kip. So get prepared.
We are. And my body is ready. And then, yeah, the CK ban as well, and that leaves Manta Esports now with a little bit of because you can lean into the 4+1 aspect here, but that will slow you down eventually. And do think that the rest of Salvation Gaming's lineup is pretty fast as well.
I wouldn't mind the Naga here, not gonna lie. Really, the illusion bans from Salvation are great, and Naga looks pretty good. Her laning phase wouldn't be great, but later on she'll be fine. You also help with the split push, and then these 4 can hunt for kills, so I really think that would be smart. But they go for the Luna, so it is gonna be a 4 protect one anyways, but in a bit of a different way. I kind of feel like Manta don't have the burst potential, and that could hurt them with this Luna pick.
I think so as well, because what Luna wants... Well, on the other hand though, like if you just throw a whole lot of this damage into a team fight and then the Luna shows up with an Eclipse, you can just get a rampage off of the back of that. Like the problem that Manta Esports have is finishing people off. And yeah, that means that the lack of any sort of like burst damage, like, hey, I'm coming in here, I press one button on one guy, we finish him off here, could be a problem. But on the other hand, with a Luna, you could just be damaging everybody so much that they can't juggle all that damage anymore. So it's possible if Manta just stay in the driving seat of this draft that they can make this happen. Otherwise, I do also feel a little iffy about it. Luna especially, that's the kind of hero, like if you get swapped into base on a let's say you're pushing at 25 minutes, you get swapped into base, you get speared back some more, that's the kind of hero that can just die immediately, especially versus TA.
I like that point. That's why I don't see it gel too well with this lineup, right? Because it doesn't have any survivability of its own, apart from the shard. And if you go for the other facet, but Gohan, he did go for the damage facet on the Luna. So I'm thinking Salvation, right? Because their lineup just synergizes very well together, and unless Manta Esports completely run them down, it's gonna be a problem for Manta, as we of course see the wonderful 1xBet app with the QR code, making it easy for our viewers to get in on the action and use the amazing odds that our sponsors have ready for them.
Yeah, and the real deal with this as well is like we favored Salvation Gaming from the experience that they have, from the way that they've played versus IHC as well. And this Manta draft is very well optimized to deal with one hero and one hero only on the enemy side, which is that TA. And there's still 4 others on the board. Like, what do you do if this Mars gets out of control, for example? What kind of damage do you have for him? Well, slow, steady. Is that going to win the race versus a hero that's going to build that much bulk, just going to grab a BKB? I'm not so sure.
I'm kind of surprised that the Mars went for this no vision inside of the arena facet, when I have seen the blood ones a couple of times. And sorry, this is the blood sport, the one that gives you regen when people die.
Yeah, the
Either
victory
way.
Feast.
Yeah, that one. The thing is that with this overtime damage, that would actually be quite nice, because the burst potential of Salvation is much higher than the burst potential of Manta, so Manta heroes should die first.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I think that could have been a way as well, but on the other hand, it's hard to argue with vision isolated from your team, right?
Exactly. I mean, this facet is
concept.
like, I'd say 95% situations better. But I think, since I've been seeing the other one, that this could be the game that the healing one is actually good. But no, we don't see it.
Yeah, we don't. And hey, we do actually have the quick wit on the Darkseer as well. Attack speed from intelligence, baby. We have ourselves the Luna is not a solo core.
Yeah, people have been going for that more and more in general. Though I really haven't seen a Darkseer like Marcy punching people, so I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of this. Darkseers are still doing the same thing, and that is getting auras, standing their ground and killing people with the vacuums and shells.
Yeah, no, I've seen one versus a Terrorblade. I believe this was in the Chinese Opens, maybe? Where it was actually really quite effective.
What about the Avenge? Do you think it's gonna be an Axe first? This is something that we've been seeing from the Carry Venge, Echo Saber, then later on only. The Vengeful Spirit has... I can't say I've seen the impact of this melee range all that much. I mean, it's good, but, you know, I see it from Manta, sure. I still want to see a Battle Fury Echo Saber. That would be the coolest.
I mean, I would freaking love that, but no, like, the build is going to be either a Dragonlance or a Yasha into Manta style, and then the Aghanim Scepter. The Axe doesn't really give you anything towards farming, etc. And if you're not going to be joining the fights immediately and being the main target immediately, you get nothing out of building the Axe first. So we're going to see at least one proper stats item first before she's going to go into that.
I guess, but overall though, you do have a TA, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if you see an Aghanim Scepter. I've seen it even in games where you do not have this kind of a core in the mid lane. So I'm curious to find out exactly which item they're
like on carry, Venge?
Yes, first item Ags. First item Ags. Kips. I was surprised as well.
Well, let's see. Like, these are the guys that are playing. We're just standing on the side.
Yeah, providing our amazing knowledge that, of course, should be listened to. Even my co-caster, even my Kips doesn't believe what I'm saying. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make it any less true, Kips. As looking at the CS, the Darkseer is actually struggling. I guess versus an Oracle, that is to be expected.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the time-honored counters, right? You're just going to get your shells purged off anytime that the Oracle thinks that you should not have your shell anymore. And that also really cuts down on the other strength of the lane, which is the possibility of you and your tiny finishing off the hapless support a couple of times. This Oracle is not going to fall for that, and that means that the utility of your support in this lane is suddenly very limited, because you are a double melee lane versus a double ranged. You're always going to take more hits going in than they do, and the utility of the Tiny is very limited if you can't run after kills either.
We don't have a kill for 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Gibbs. A lot of the games that we have watched so far in Southeast Asia...
There's 10 Pinoys in this game, Harry.
Yep. I don't know. They should be dying. Come on. And where should we be looking at? Is it the bottom lane where people are gonna die first?
I would have definitely said the bottom lane, just because Mars Rubik hits a really hard power spike on that level 3 and Aluna is definitely killable. But the harass situation here, this Venomancer has been doing work.
Yep, and so, speaking of it, they're going for Drake, who's standing his ground, going for Grimsky. Mitsu does finish off Lloyd, so you know what? You said that the Oracle isn't gonna be the squishy support that dies. Well, Manta are gonna be proving us wrong, Kips, as they do get the first blood on the top lane and then bring down the Rubik on bottom.
Yep, 2 kills at once for Manta. A good little boost into their economy there.
Young God is in trouble as well. They are going for him, of course, with the Oracle coming. It's time to stop the chase, but it is going to be a decent amount of damage pushed into the Venge with the Darkseer now, making it so that his CS is the same as the Vengeful Spirit, plus getting that first blood. It's pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah, he's pretty much recovered, isn't it? And that's always the danger with the Darkseer pick. You can keep him down really good for like the first 2 or 3 levels, especially if you have an Oracle. But after that, it becomes so hard to actually efficiently take him out of the lane when his wave will constantly be shoving your way. He will be up in your face the entire time, not taking a whole lot of damage because he has a lot of armor and a lot of HP, especially if you're carrying 3 gauntlets around, by the way. He's really making use of the quick wit.
Manta have done better in the laning stage quite a lot. The Gale does connect on Drake. He does have a lift. Okay, Grims has put himself in a very uncomfortable position. Rupito has the spear, will not even be using it. Now they have it for Gohan, latching him onto a tree. He does have the Moonglaves, though, to protect him going forward. Rupito, you wanted to fight. You should not have done it. And with another Lucent Beam coming in at night vision, there's absolutely no chance that you're going to be surviving this Luna. This kill was not worth it. Now the toss on Young God on the top lane. The Blood Grenade used on both Ares and Kimitsu. But it seems that you do not have the fortunes, and finally it's going to come back. But with a tree toss, it will finish off Young God. That last little bit of effort from Manta Esports is enough for the core kill.
I've never seen tree grab be that important in a laning stage yet, ever. Like, sure, you get some denies or something, but that's worth the point alone.
Huge. That is definitely huge. A 1k gold lead for Manta. I mean, coming into the laning stage, especially after how the first 2-3 minutes went, I didn't think it was going to be this much of a difference, but actually Manta have crushed the laning stage in general.
No, and it's pretty wild, isn't it? Because Salvation, especially on the bottom lane, has a really good power spike on that duo there. I don't think this is quite how it was supposed to go. And now level 6 on his Earth Spirit. Rims is here as well.
You think about
Testing
going...
stacks? No. As
Okay.
the Mars is here.
Well, they just counted the stacks, but still, it is a nice ward placed by the Veno on the high ground. If the Rubik does not find that, it is going to be dangerous later on.
Agreed. That is exactly the kind of information that an Earth Spirit loves to have.
Perfect, basically.
Good.
Darkseer level 6, keeping his skill points, so he can skill up the wall. Actually, not keeping it any longer. There it is. Wall of Replica will be available. He's going for a mech. I guess Guardian Greaves in this game are actually quite nice because the physical damage of these 3 cores is quite good.
Exactly. It's everything you want, right? You've got extra armor for your team and you've got a burst heal to offset the burst damage of the start of the fight. And when you have this much damage over time, keeping your team alive while that damage is doing its poisonous work is exactly what needs to happen.
Under attack.
Wait,
Wonder Boy's
the
having
Venomancer has
hell of a
Blade
game.
Carrier. Sorry,
Really?
Yeah, I didn't check it at the start, but he's got Blade Carrier. What in the blazes?
He had the other one. He had the other one at the start, right? And then he changed it just before they entered the game. I was 100% sure that that's not the case. I've seen this a couple of times. I can't say I was ever super impressed. But, you know, you have Earth Spirit who goes in with the shell and like 2-3 wards on him. It's actually going to be quite a decent amount of damage, so I can't say that I hate it. It's quite nice. Rupido will be found. He does have the arena with the Oracle coming in. He will be saved. They're purged off. Fate's Edict plus the heal. Rupido is fine. Has the arena still. Just goes for the reckless, but Kwai will be rotating. Has the Arcade on the kickback of the Oracle. There's the arena though to protect him. Lloyd, if he can get himself out of this one, he'll be fine under the safety of the tower. The Venge TPing as well. Eris lifted up. He's gonna be very much dead with the minus armor. One more hit from the tower will make him dead. And Manta Esports, they wanted something. It was not allowed.
It was not allowed. I kind of hope that they would have the Earth Spirit sit around here, and maybe he will linger just a little bit, because you still have all of your stones, you still have the Magnetize at the ready. This is the ideal moment to go for an in-out-in and see if, you know, Salvation split up again after TPing all those heroes in. You might just be able to go for the continuation, and then the Venge is really far forward as well.
Has the double healing Lotus though, so this Venge isn't easy to bring down, the Royal Jelly as well. But they have left the Darkseer alone on the top lane, so that's quite nice. And Kimitsu somehow killed the Venge's courier, which I don't know what it was doing there.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Anyway, that is still a win for Manta Esports because of the big... I don't want to say it's an overreaction from Salvation. Certainly it looked like Manta was in very deep, but they managed to extricate themselves from that situation very well, and that's a really good back call, something that I didn't see from them last time.
I mean, the net worth is showing it. Wonderboy gonna get slowed down, pushed back as well. Lloyd doesn't have his ulti. He's gonna protect it with the Fate's Edict. Avalanche, however, is gonna be going on to poor Wonderboy. And there's the Magnetize. You were talking about it being available, going with the roll in. They know they're gonna kill every single one of them. Lloyd with his level 5. There's no false promises. He's gonna be spreading the plague as well. As Manta, they are schooling Salvation in how to play Dota. Oh, Rupido showed himself.
Really
this is bad, especially because he's gonna get kicked back into an avalanche, into a toss. That's gonna be the 4th one in a row, followed up by the tower as well. There's absolutely no chance you can defend without the glyph.
No, there isn't, and not when all of these panel wards are now established as well. This is such a costly misplay from Salvation. Like, everybody on this field knows that Salvation does not have any TPs after what they did on bot. And that means that Manta can bring more people, say, okay, we take this fight now. You can't do anything about that. The fact that Rupido just gets caught off there is just icing on the cake for them.
Is under attack.
Well, let's see. What's the play now for Salvation? I mean, their lineup is kind of snowbally / greedy. You need to have a good start and then start snowballing, getting roaches, heavy physical damage, pushing towers. With being this far behind, how are you actually going to make that happen?
That's what I'm going to ask myself here as well. We do have the blink first on Wonderboy, so technically that is... Normally I would say that's a contributing item, but actually in this game it's much more like I need to blink out before they chew through my reflection charge in this game. Because normally I'm saying, okay, you have a Mars, it's fine, you're going to gank with that, you're going to put whatever support has the biggest burst damage on top of that, maybe both of them, and you start doing a 3-man roaming squad, right? And you try for pickoffs. But Oracle Rubik as your Mars follow-ups, you'd need at the very least a really good burst damage steal for your Rubik, and burst damage is the one thing that your opponents just don't have. Like, you're always going to take a lot of time killing, even if you're the team with the Mars here. That's the problem. Especially with this Earth Spirit with the Blade Mail as well. You don't get him.
You don't get him. If you try, it's gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt him. You know, when they say, you know, the snake is not gonna attack you, it's afraid of you more than you're afraid of it. I don't think that's true, but maybe this sentence of mine actually was.
And they would love to get their claws on this Venge right here.
Nice positioning, though. This is a good smoke. Especially if the TA does come in, this is the type of play that can take you back into the game.
It could, but they're being very conservative, and they know that there might be enemy vision up the high ground here. There isn't currently, luckily for them. But the ward
Nice
is
disengage from Manta.
behind them.
Rupido doesn't have a blink.
Yeah.
Mitsu? Can they kill this Darkseer? I mean, you're far away from your tower. He still has the mech going in with the Air Spirit, but they kill him before that does happen. So the burst from Salvation actually comes in handy. Here comes Ares. There is a false promise available. Avalanche a little bit too late, so Young God will be saved for the time being, but he still should die. Wonder Boy joining in on the fray. Gohan gets annihilated. Kwai is doing a massive amount of damage, but now surrounded by enemy heroes with the minus armor. He's gonna be in trouble, but here comes the Noxious Plague. No more blinks are gonna be happening. Avalanche is gonna be perfect. Wonder Boy standing his ground versus Ares, but he's gonna at some point take out coming in, refreshing the Magnetize. The kick is amazing. Grims gets a double kill, and Rupido is the last one standing. Will use the spear. Kwai doesn't want to die, but he's not gonna have a say in it. Rupido, at least he does finish off the Earth Spirit. In the end, though, it is a full team wipe with Manta again coming out ahead.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where it's like, normally I'm like, you know what, a 6k or 7k gold difference implies usually an item difference or so on the cores. That is what matters. But here, the leading net worth of an entire team means all kinds of different extra little HP items for something like a Venomancer, for something like a Tiny, which is hugely important if your team deals damage this slowly. Because we saw that in the end, what matters there is that Manta lives long enough to see the fruits of their labors.
Exactly. But also, Darkseer didn't use this Guardian Greaves. If he had used it there, I think it's even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the fact that they catch the Darkseer, I think that is the one hero that they do very much need to start the fight off on. If you don't get the Darkseer, I'm not sure if if Manta lose anybody more than, let's say, one or two of the supports. I guess you always get the Luna, though.
They're hitting us with this name Manta, because we have been playing Dota for 20 years, and when you hear Manta, you respond style, right? So yeah. Manta Esports, it is against our nature, Kips.
I will try to think of a Manta Ray.
Okay. It won't help. Avalanche.
Blink on blink.
To the two supports. He doesn't get the toss back. Stolen toss by the Rubik, but the roll in from the Earth Spirit. Kwai. He's gonna start with that. There's the vacuum.
The Darkseer lives this time.
They're trying to finish off Kwai. He's still way too tanky. The false promise on Drick. He should be fine. Lloyd, slow down. There's another Avalanche. The supports are in a lot of trouble. Ares trying to finish off Drick. Not gonna be happening, but the Lucent Beam will do so. Finally, the Oracle is dead as well, and Gohan, when he gets close, when those glaives start bouncing, that's when the problems will arise. The two cores are alive underneath the tier 2. Glyph is gonna be used. That's a bit too deep. Buyback from the Rubik, understanding that these two cores need help. they will be able to push back the enemy. But again, every single time, it is Manta Esports who come out ahead.
It is, yeah, and that's on a dive of the tier 1 and a little bit of the tier 2 there as well. The fact that the dark... I love that you brought it up about the previous fight, because here you can see if that Darkseer lives, it takes so long before anybody on Manta dies, and the damage is taken all that while.
Oh, Kwai finds a region rune. Imagine he rolls in next time and activates the region. For people that don't know, the attacks now don't stop it. They just reduce the amount of heal. But the heal still continues. And Wonderboy, he overstayed his welcome in the bottom lane. He thought he was safe, and he was wrong.
Oh, so very, very wrong. And that's really painful, because you want the Desolator before that Luna flies in a BKB. And you've just got yourself a huge delay. Okay, but that's Dragonlance for the Luna, so she's not actually rushing it right now. She feels confident enough to take it a little easy.
Oh, this Luna is having a hell of a game. I mean, when you look at it, sure, Luna is a fast farmer, but the TA at this point should be ahead or at least even with the Luna if you want to have any hopes of winning. We also saw the win probability. It's already in the single digits for Salvation Gaming, just showing how much this game is out of their control.
Absolutely, and at this point you actually desperately want that Aghanim Scepter to be finished on the Vengeful Spirit, but you're Avenged, you don't farm that fast, and you did go for the Manta style fully first, which, you know, if you look at this game from the draft, I think that is the item you should be building. I was mentioning it already, but you get that that purge from that as well. That's going to be really handy for you. It does really well for you since you are technically a melee hero with the duration of the excuse me, with the oh no.
Is Rupido? Oh no, the toss kills them both. That toss facet is so strong, and roll forward. Young God might get caught as well. Kwai decides not to chase anymore, but to be honest, they maybe could have even done it.
Yeah, perhaps. Anyway, what I was trying to say, you want the Aghanims right now just because the game is going to hell, even though this is technically the better item choice. And right now, your tier 2 on top is going to get taken. Maybe you get to trade the tier 1 bottom for that, which improves your situation a little bit, but this is the point where you want to be the ones in charge, and Templar Assassins should be finishing off the Desolator and then taking Roche, and that's not in your game plan right now.
No, and the question is, will she even get that tower? It seems that she will be allowed. Manta, they want to go for more. Eris.
Oh, I agree.
Toss. Oh, they know where the Rubik is. He's gonna get tossed onto Kimitsu. Lloyd in a good position to use the false promise. There's the stolen toss as well.
Out of base.
Drake, but Lloyd, he's out of position. He's gonna try to heal himself. They actually swap in the Luna, and there's the Spirit. This is what we have been talking about. Guardian Greaves keeping him alive. He's gonna be using the Eclipse, fighting until the very end, but only his own. Young God very low. Here comes the roll. Kwai. It's gonna be a tree toss again. Once more stolen Lucid from the Rubik, trying from the side to do something to help his team, but there is no help. Finally, the Venom dies in the backlines. TA has managed to do it, but it puts herself in a very comfortable position. The Oracle did buy back. Maybe he can save Wonderboy, and he is in the vicinity. There's the false promise. It's time to bail. Kwai, he is pretty tanky. Gonna be going for the Magnetize, but look at the damage from the TA. Avalanche, toss. No, Ares doesn't have mana for it, so he's gonna die himself as well. They've gone too far. Manta this time will be punished.
And it all starts off with the with the Luna getting taken into the base. That was the one condition where you can't hold your formation. You actually need to follow up and dive there. And that means you get flanked by Wonderboy after the entire fight is over. A little greedy there. I don't disagree with them going for the base push there as opposed to defending on their own side of the map, though.
These are some juicy odds. With the promo code 1XRLGSCA, I think our viewers are gonna be wanting to use them. Of course, the win probability now a lot more in favor of Salvation than it was just a couple of minutes ago. Also, I really wanna... I think we haven't emphasized Drick enough. His spells in this fight were crucial. That last Avalanche steal, it changed everything. The TA would have died, actually, without it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a phenomenal Avalanche. He's been doing everything he possibly can, which is, you know, with the spells that he gets to steal, not very much. But it's about that Tiny. The Tiny will go in, and you will get spells off of him.
Let's see. 9k gold lead.
The Luna is also currently not favoring the BKB pickup, which is one of the things that's going to keep her alive if she does get pushed into the base. She just wants to damage right now, going into the Kana, going into dealing damage from range. Maybe that is the trick, just let the rest of your team go in, and you're going to throw stuff from the sidelines until you're confident that you can go in, because the swap does go through BKB. The TA's physical damage does not care about your BKB. That might be the strat here for Gohans, but it's a risky one.
It is. I'm looking at the Luna though, and every other core as well just doesn't favor the BKB nowadays. It is not the item that it used to be. But a hero like a Luna, we still always have this idea. You have to have it, right, Kips?
Yeah. I mean, that's my reflex, yes.
Just like Manta style, not Manta Esports. So I have to say I'm getting more into the Manta Esports mindset. They will take the Roche away from Salvation. This is what scares me, right? Salvation, they did hit their timing. The thing is, their own timing was used to barely defend their base, not to take Roche, not to take tier 2s. And now a team that isn't really that great at taking Roche will take it away from a TA Venge lineup.
Yeah, that sucks. And you really need that Aegis as well, because the damage over time that Manta does is usually, it's that sustaining stuff. It's all the debuffs that's already on you. Death is the ultimate purge in this game. You're going to come back free from pain, fresh as a daisy, and without all of that pesky extra DOT on you. So that would have been a really good asset here. On the other side though, actually getting swapped into base when you have an Aegis on you, not as bad. Of course, the rest of your team will still have to come in after you, but this time you will be back if they burst you in there. And I think if you look at the previous fight, that would have made all the difference in the world.
They decide not to go because of that, so it's going to be the outer towers that are on the menu for Manta Esports now, which is something I like, especially because there's no glyph. You know there's no glyph, just make sure to utilize it to the best of your ability.
Exactly, don't give them that free refresh. Get yourself some extra towers first.
It seems that the Aghanim's is down on the Venge. That's a huge one. Let's see. Kimitsu. We talked about it. You want to kill him first, and you're going to absolutely annihilate him. No Guardian Greaves being used. Avalanche toss. They found the Oracle. Maybe they can kill him before he gets anything off. That is a dieback. Eclipse is going to be used onto Young God. He does have his second life. Speaking of second lives, Gohan has his as well. Wonder Boy with the BKB will be fine. Nice arena onto Kwai, but he's pretty tanky himself. Wonder Boy coming in, wants to get the damage in. Air is still alive. Kwai dropping low as well. There's the swap. Young God, he lost his life, but he still has the illusion, which does the same amount of damage. Nice roll away. He does survive. Gohan dealing with illusion first. Kwai will be fine using the bottle there, refilling it as well. They need to protect the Luna. They need to protect her now. There will be a magic missile connecting Gohan. He can't do anything. Kick was perfect, but it doesn't change the fact that everybody is dying. Kwai will be next to the menu. His Magnetize does kill Rupido, but what now when the attacks or the TA will follow you forever and finish you off with Wonder Boy getting a triple kill. AD rune also given to them by Lord Gaben, and this Darkseer, he cannot allow himself to die first any longer.
Absolutely not. Now that was disastrous. You can see how hard that still is to pull off for the Dire side. They need to do a lot of kiting there, specifically not focusing down the Luna. Most of that Eclipse goes into the Void, and then with the double BKBs using their other two cores to slowly but steadily eliminate enemy heroes from the Manta side until they are at the point where they can actually start focusing on that Luna.
So now you have a talent that says Refraction Dispels. How do you feel about it? Meld Dispels definitely lower cooldown. Does it make it then 100% better? It's a worse talent?
I don't think necessarily a worse talent, just because you would be using Refraction in the moments where you would also want to be using a Dispel. Whereas for the Meld Dispel, it's always been a little bit like you'd want to be dispelling sometimes at times where you'd really like the Melt to stay in your pocket.
That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense.
It's
only a 4K
I'd like to call it a side grade. It's not better or worse, it's different.
Okay, makes sense. It is a 4K gold lead, Kips. It is not even close to what it used to be. Just a couple of minutes ago, Manta Esports were in full control of the game. They were pushing high ground. And then that one move that we even talked about during the draft with the Luna being caught, it changed the game forever.
And here's another swap pick-off.
Are they literally just stronger at this moment?
Well, the thing is that forcible displacement is the strongest mechanic in the game. And if you have a Venge with an Aghanim Scepter, you can do that without any risk whatsoever to your personal well-being. I mean, yeah, you'll die, but, you know, your well-being is still fine. You're basically the same hero when you're dead, so it doesn't matter at all that you're putting your body at risk there. And the only ones who can really do it like that otherwise are Pudge, Batrider with a ton of items. So you bring one person out of position and you kill them, and you do not get killed in return. That's it. That's the name of the game now.
There are some,
and that's not a
repositioning
position that
tools
Manta
on
has been in.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
It's never the same as a swap.
Exactly. Like, I click and this hero is screwed. It's literally how it works.
I know, right? Yeah. No, like, then the way that they've balanced it with Pudge is the fact that it's a skill shot. Like, some people, of course, do throw hooks like they're clicking people, but that's a very rare skill that you have to practice for years.
Anyways, the game now more even than it ever was. The win probability still in favor of Manta Esports because, of course, Luna is probably considered like the strongest hero. But I think TA, Venge, Mars, this trio of cores, their damage output, physical damage output, is going to be something that you cannot really even counter with the items.
No, but there is a very, very, very important item up on the dark tier right now, which is the Crimson Guard. And I am a huge Crimson Guard believer. I think that item is underbought right now, and I think it is absolutely phenomenal versus the right clicks in this game. So, Himitsu, live. Live, and your team will live.
Yeah, yes, this dark tier. If they lose, I mean, I don't want to be pointing fingers, but Kimitsu, it's you didn't survive most of those fights. You got caught first, and it really did hurt not only him but his team as well.
Yeah, exactly. But it's one of those things where the same goes for the Luna on the top side of the map, right? This is a game where positioning matters so much, and there are several heroes here who have made positioning mistakes that could have definitely turned entire fights.
Gohan does have a butterfly, so that is a big deal versus the Venge and the TA. The thing is that Wonder Boy is already preparing for it, right? The MKB is on the way, or on the menu, and is going to be on the way fairly soon.
Yeah, it's one of those benefits of a Venge core, right? After you build the Aghanim Scepter, you can basically build whatever in the 3 hells you want. There's no build to hold yourself to, no kit that is super synergistic with yours. Especially if there's already a Desolator on the team. With your team needs.
I can't wait for the level 20 of the Venge for her to use the Wave of Terror on multiple heroes and then just annihilate them. Insane. Especially on a Luna that is a stat heavy hero.
Hell yeah. No, that's some very decent anti-carry properties there, and she was already a bit of an anti-carry.
Look at the Earth Spirit, how many snakes he has on himself. It actually kind of fits the narrative. Snakes, you're usually going to find them under rocks, so...
Yeah. The latent. Oh, snakes gave him away just now.
Yep. TP away. No, not gonna be happening. Rubik has been found. Rubik though a bit too deep. He does have a BKB TP out. They find the Oracle. Oh, how? Why did he get tossed to that side?
I don't know, but he's gonna get tossed right on back. Oh.
Yeah, they wanted to kill him closer to the base so that the enemies see just how powerful they are.
Yes. Demonstrate it. No, the fact that there's smoke there got given away by the fact that the carried serpent wards killed a courier is a little funny.
It happens. Now look at Gohan. Now he has the snakes onto himself, so Luna turned into a Medusa. Let's see if that gives you tankiness as well.
I'm pressing X to doubt. But you know what? This is Luna in exactly the position where you want those glaives to be bouncing through the base.
Yeah, actually
And that is
bail.
all it takes versus...
Oh, Wonder Boy,
yeah,
this is bad.
the
Gotta
boy.
get tossed in or kicked in. Bombs the BKB arena to protect him. Nobody inside of it. It just didn't spawn fast enough. Even with the new and improved builder Mars, who makes it faster than he used to, it just wasn't good enough.
No, that is BKB down on your TA. It doesn't actually look like Manta are going to try and capitalize on that in the base, though. They're going to look for Roshan. Unfortunately, that is quite a long respawn.
Exactly. It would have been so good if the Roche spawned right now. Manta would get it 100%. You are not fighting there without the arena, without the BKB of the TA. And
Exactly.
just unlucky.
That's what you do. So instead, you're going to smoke out. That's a good play here as well.
Oh, they see the
You are
Venge.
most likely at Roche. Yeah, exactly.
Young
That
God?
is the read that your enemies have for you right now.
What the hell are you doing, Young God? He doesn't have a buyback. They need to TP in and protect that illusion once the real heroes dies, because that is inevitable. Nice spear onto the two of them with a stun from Young God. BKB from Rupido. Gohan is just standing his ground and fighting. He has the butterfly plus the satanic. This Luna is too strong. Going for the Young God illusion. There's the roll in the vacuum. Onto the spear. Then the Luna is ripping them apart. Look at what the Glaze are doing to them. Young God will be next on the menu. Buyback from the Oracle. For the second time in this game, we do absolutely nothing. A triple kill. And now the Oracle just gets into their hands as well. It's over, Kips. With the Luna in your base, she's gonna destroy everything.
Oh, fantastic. No, like, the Venge is out there because she believes they're at Roche. That is exactly where that's a good smoke.
That's so... Salvation, all of their comeback, like coming back into the game, finding the Darkseer multiple times just to lose the game in one bad move from your carry.
It sucks. It really does suck, but at the same time, I think this was a very volatile... We've seen bad positioning decisions from the other side, from Manta, lose them fights, put them in a position where they might actually lose the game. So I do think that, you know, it's only fitting that the other side also makes a mistake or two, and sometimes the one you make is just worse than the ones that your enemies made.
That is the thing about Dota. You never... I mean, you can predict, but you never know which one move could literally lose you the game. They could have let the Venge die, allowed the Roche to go to the other side, and maybe play this game a little bit longer, but it is not the Southeast Asia way, Kips. Though, Manta, I thought they came in as the underdogs. They didn't look like the underdogs, Kips.
No, they did not. Their laning stages looked really good. They had better reads on how to get kills out of those lanes. And then the mid game was, I don't want to say flawless, but their tempo was fantastic. The way that they leveraged their Luna into those early fights as well. Even though there is a bigger risk, she did pay the price for that a couple of times, but it didn't matter because the result was that they took over the map and the gold lead, and in the end have space to make some mistakes before the enemy makes one of their own.
We'll see if that's going to change in Game 2 Salvation. They have their work cut out for them if Manta Esports are going to be showcasing this level of Dota, but we're going to be finding all that out after the break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy. Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the second game of the first series of the day at the regional Dota 2 series here in Southeast Asia. Number 3, I'm here, joining me is Kips, and Kips, we're watching Manta Esports versus Salvation Gaming. Who won game 1?
Well, we've got ourselves a game 1 upset for Manta Gaming. Salvation, in spite of their better record versus IHT, here just falls by the wayside against a very targeted anti-TA draft.
Yep, that is true. You know, that game was going so fast that we even stopped talking about how much TA hate actually there was. And then we see a TA being low in net worth. Well, obviously she's gonna be low in net worth. Anybody would in that kind of a situation. For people that didn't watch, listen to these heroes when you when the TA was picked: Tiny, Earth Spirit, Darkseer, and Venomancer. For all of the TA players, they hate those.
It was, yeah. It was, and it worked out really very well. They kept her out of the game for a good while, and a couple of times that she did come in because, for example, the Luna was overpositioned. You get that opportunity to kill the Luna. She did, sure, but then in return, you're never getting out alive, and that really stalled out her game as well. So that, you know, we never really saw... We saw that one opportunity at a comeback just because of the positioning of Manta not being quite as crisp as it should have been, but really Salvation making their own way in that game, creating their own opportunities, I didn't really see it happening at any point anymore.
Yeah, really, that is the case. Though, if you have a TA Venge lineup that starts losing heavily, it's very hard, right? Because you get most of your kind of lead on the map by posturing or running towards the enemies. If you're weaker and you're unable to do that, then, well, we saw the result. That's what happens.
Yeah. And there's also the fact that you're a physical damage focused lineup. A physical damage is very much single target. You don't get the utility of big AoE. Well, you have the Mars, right? But the arena was the only team fight that they had. And if you have magic damage, you have AoE damage, and you benefit from spreading that damage to multiple targets in team fights, whereas you are really about one-on-one pickoffs. You get pickoffs if the enemy is split up. The enemy does not have to split up if they're ahead in farm.
Yeah, I like that you said that physical damage is pretty concentrated onto one target. You know, we have some exceptions to the rule, like Cleave, Battle Fury Cleave. I don't know if we can really look at it, but you know, Sven comes to mind, Tiny comes to mind, and then this Weaver that got banned out once he gets a shard, and maybe a Dazzle, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. No, and that is why you see physical damage lineups have to either snowball or they're just straight up slower than lineups that have magical damage at the start, just because early game damage output is really much more efficient if you can hit multiple targets at the same time.
Exactly, and we see at the A now, this time around, they ban out the Veno, they ban out the Darkseer, so Salvation Gaming are preparing themselves in a better way. Manta Esports, they will get one of the TA haters from the previous game. It's going to be an Earth Spirit, and if you ask me, it was maybe even the most important one for that game. Even though Darkseer should have been the most important one, he made a couple of blunders, but Kwai on his Earth Spirit really did make a difference.
That was just a really very solid game from him, starting from the laning stage, especially the back out on the bottom side, which is something that I think I criticized Manta Esports for in their matchup versus Team Tough, that they didn't back out of fights, whereas Team Tough clearly showed that they are the kind of people that will just throw their supports at you and then get their cores back out of dodge. Manta really did improve in that way already over the previous time that we saw them play, which I find very interesting.
Exactly, and I don't know how big of an Earth Spirit player you are. I am, and I have like 1,000 games of this hero. Kwai, his kicks were insane, right? You would see that it's going through 3-4 heroes, or he spreads the magnetize, he leaves that one other hero all alone, but he knows that he's going to be slowed down with the kick on the other one. He focuses that hero, and with the slow, he's making sure that the rest of his team can actually get close to the slowed hero. It's insane how he was using his spells. His view of the team fight was top notch for sure.
Yeah, like you can see that it's an Earth Spirit player playing it as opposed to a guy who picked up Earth Spirit because it's strong.
Exactly.
Because in order to get that finesse with an Earth Spirit, you need to get just 300 games on the heroine. And I might not be an Earth Spirit player, but the way that I got roughly into the pro scene is by watching Jerax during his Earth Spirit spammer days. So I have seen what it takes at the very least, even if I was not the one doing it.
Yep, you know what it looks like, and
Yes.
that's fairly similar. There will be a Dark Willow, which is a hero that gets banned out quite a lot. Phoenix as well. This game one, and the way that Manta Esports drafted has opened up some heroes that we don't see too often. Dark Willow and the Phoenix are amazing, though. You know what? This Phoenix pick is actually insane, right? Because Manta Esports at the moment, they've got nothing for it.
No, they've got nothing for it, but what they do have is a bunch of area damage over time. They're going to be focusing down heroes with that Dark Willow, especially, and you have brought in a heal now. And versus damage over time, a steady overtime heal with that Sunray can do so much work.
That is true. So Manta Esports, they need to find a way to deal with the egg though, because in the arena you're gonna die if the egg isn't taken care of. That's gonna be a huge problem. I'm guessing the Mars this time around will go for his arena no vision once again. So you put the egg outside of the arena and you don't even know from which side it's burning you. That could be an issue. So Marcy, Snapfire, you know, those heroes they come to mind. Maybe an Ursa though versus a TA, not the ideal candidate.
No, versus the Ursa versus the TA feels pretty dangerous. So yeah, we're bringing in Marcy, and one of the reasons that you take a Marcy here over the Snapfire is because the Snap can't actually reach in and out of the arena, whereas a Marcy will be able to jump around and reach heroes much better. Though the lack of vision, now that I'm saying that, is a problem, isn't it? Because you can't necessarily jump on allies if you can't see them.
Can you rebound into the arena? I think you shouldn't be able to. I'm not even sure now
that I say it. I think you shouldn't be able to, yeah.
But you're gonna buy the BKB. I guess that's the one thing about the Marcy, that this hero always goes for BKB, be it a core or a support. You have to get it.
No, and then you're going to be able to, but then you still won't see anybody.
You need to run in.
The egg is still, just walk. Use the old, in Dutch we call it the leg wagon.
Exactly. And Marcy, she's pretty quick, right? This girl, she can move. There will be an Enigma pick, so Manta Esports, they're putting a lot of emphasis on their team fight as well. Though, when you look at it, really, Enigma Dark Willow lane is kind of meh, especially with the Gyro coming into play. I can't say that I love this Enigma pick. If you start the fight with the egg, it counters the black hole.
It does, yeah, because you really do not get to use your black hole at all. Doesn't matter if you have BKB or not, that Phoenix egg pop stun will go through. And we've also seen cases of Enigmas using a black hole and then the Sunray comes in and everybody's nice and concentrated together for the Sunray to heal them up. I wonder if we're going to see the Sunray heal talent, or facet, excuse me, in this particular game.
I am a big fan of the damage of that facet. But people have been going with the Dying Light mostly. Me and Ottomo were casting one game where they took the Sunray talent.
I was about to bring it up.
It was stupid. Kips, I don't know what the hell that was. Literally a hero who's super tanky, max range from the Phoenix. He also had some range items. He's dead. He literally dies. It's dumb. His HP is going goodbye.
Yeah, like percentage-based damage, man. It is nuts.
I like the bans from Salvation, Razor and the Morphling. Those two heroes are literally the bane of the existence of both the Gyro and the TA.
I was surprised to see the Morphling ban though, just because as far as I'm concerned it's a dead hero. And I wasn't expecting to see it at all, but I guess it's just literally about the fact that it's so big of a counter for both of them.
That would be insane. What do you think? In the end, are we going to see a carry Marcy or a support Marcy?
This game, I mean, you've got yourself a range core to play with over on the side lane. No, but it should be +5 Marcy then, right? I think with how important you are to take down the egg and the fact that you're pretty good versus the TA as well, I would not mind seeing just a core Marcy here and we grab a support for the last one.
Okay, makes sense. I I also am unsure just because you leave your last pick, but if it is a flex pick, it's fine. And Marcy in general is a pretty good hero this game. Neither the Gyro nor the TA necessarily love when somebody gets into their face and just starts smashing them.
Exactly.
Salvation, they need a 5. Most likely something to go with the Gyro.
And I'd like a stun here very much.
What about...
Point to click
I mean,
very-
Silencer and the Warlock would probably be good versus the Enigma, but I guess you already have the egg for that. So maybe just something like a CM, just a classic.
Yeah, I would really love the CM here. I think you have a bunch of heroes who really benefit from the mana that she brings in. I think the slows are really good in this game, the AoE damage. And I want that root on the lineup because you're going to have such a hard time actually. It's only going to be the Mars stunning people if you don't do that. Yeah, it's acceptable, but the long cooldown of that ult and the fact that you don't have any directly targeted stuns are...
You made the Earth Spirit 10 times better with this pick. And you could have made him 10 times worse with a hero like a CM. And also Enigma is gonna struggle in lane, but it's not gonna be in terms of dying. It's more gonna be in terms of farming and getting close to the lane rather than a CM or something similar killing you. So I don't know about this Warlock pick.
It's slow, isn't it? It's really very slow.
But once you do hit the timing on Salvation, you don't really have to use the ultis. You just heal the 2 cores, the TA and the Gyro, and you continue going forward. But there is greed. There's definitely greed. And I like this from Manta. You take the Lifestealer, something that's going to stand its ground in the lane, make those towers stand for a long period of time, split push a bit with the Enigma, and then these 3 heroes, the Earth Spirit, Dark Willow, and the Marcy are going to be going for kills, which they definitely have damage to go for, and everybody on Salvation Gaming is killable. So I think if Manta Esports play this properly, that they can win this game as well.
I think so as well. The real thing that they need to have happen is they need to not get intimidated by the idea of fighting into all of this AoE team fight. If you slow down, Salvation is going to take this from you one way or another. You're going to have to take those risks. You're going to have to rely on the fact that you have that black hole in your pocket as well, and leverage that forward. And there's a lot of individual circumstances where this game can get very hard because you don't want to, for example, spend the black hole when they have not spent all of their big ultimates themselves. But there is no other way to win it. So it's the way they gotta go. And yeah, if he has another game like he did previously, then we might just see another Manta Esports win. But this one's definitely a lot harder.
It's gonna be gonna be quite fun to see how they're gonna play this one. This Enigma pick is the one that is setting me a little bit away from them because they don't have. Let's say Kwai has a bad game this time around. You have nothing. You literally have nothing to play with, and then Salvation are gonna get to the later portions of the game and destroy you with the superior team fight. So I still think it's gonna be a 1-1. I like Manta's draft, but I think it needs to be executed way too perfectly. And of course, for the viewers who want to use our great knowledge that we are sharing with everybody, use the QR code. You get yourself the 1xBet app, and you can win some serious money. Okay. Smokes on both sides just for the warding, and we see the hotspot. He did get it on the Phoenix. Nice.
Yeah. No, very much expected that. Like, you are up versus several melee heroes here, and you will see a lot of action concentrated in a relatively small spot, which is going to be that Enigma black hole. So it makes a lot of sense to grab that. Plus, you know, versus that Lifestealer, he is going to be extremely tanky with the Corpse Eater, especially as the game goes later. So extra percentage-based damage, hell yeah.
So the Warlock did go for the Black Grimoire, so that's gonna be quite cool to see at which point in the game is he gonna be increasing his levels.
Very interesting one, not. I wanna note that as well, because I haven't been watching. I mean, there's not that many Warlock games to watch in the first place. He hasn't turned up much in the games that I've been looking at.
Yeah, but okay, Phoenix is in trouble, taking a solid amount of damage, and
does not want to take the dive.
Okay, he's gonna take it now.
True.
I think he waited for the open wounds to get skilled up, because it's not generally what you want to get with the Lifestealer. The Ghoul Frenzy, I guess, is gonna be more something that you're looking towards, but
exactly.
Still,
it's a case of, okay, well, now we both have a point in the skill that we don't want. Happy now?
Exactly. But I think that the Phoenix wants this less. Lifestealer is kind of okay with the open wounds.
He's alright with it, and of course the fact is that the lanes start now is a little better for the Lifestealer, which is going to get him to the level 2 faster.
They're going for Rupee though. He's actually taking a lot of damage. God's Rebuke is already used. Needs to be careful. If he goes into another Bramble, could actually die. And it's going to be a long time until this Mars is actually comfortable getting close to the enemy heroes after this kind of start. You don't have Fire Spirits to protect you. In general, pretty awesome.
Yep. No, and Open Wounds is so good for running heroes down with, right? I'm so happy that he has that spell back.
Mars is in trouble. He's going to use the spear onto the Lifestealer. I see, done. We'll survive because of it, but again, barely. The denies just continue happening there, so Mars really isn't going to be farming all that well. But in general, Kips, how do you expect the lanes to go? Each and every one of them.
I mean, certainly Lifestealer versus a double strength lane with a lot of like a steady harass from that Phoenix. I think the Gohans should have a really nice time here. Mid lane, TA is going to struggle a little bit more early on, as she's doing right now, and then the Earth Spirit is going to fall off a bit more as she gets more levels in the Refraction and in the Side Blades, so that is also going as expected. Top, slow for the Enigma. Slow.
Drake actually died, so that's even with having the Icarus dive. I don't know how that happened. We weren't looking there. I just saw him not having the dive and being stuck in the brambles and killed. Right? If you dive through the brambles, for people that don't know, it doesn't stop your Icarus dive. So I'm kind of surprised about what happened. I'm gonna guess they went on the aggressive, which is weird without the Fire Spirits.
Yeah, that is certainly weird. And into the open wounds as well. I mean, you're going to have to do that regardless, right?
I guess. And again, the bottom lane is the one where the action is happening. The other two lanes are kind of boring from what it seems, and here is where the action's at.
Exactly. Now, on the top side, for example, this Enigma is going to try and keep all of his Eidolons as far away from the Fatal Bonds as possible, because Fatal Bonds plus Flak Cannon is a classic combination for a reason. It will really decimate your little army.
We haven't talked much about the AoE potential of Salvation, really, right? If you look at it, Gyro, Mars, Phoenix, and the Warlock, it's insane. Even the TA Sideblades can sometimes make a difference. Lloyd getting gone on. There's the Fatal Bonds. Kimitsu, I don't know if you want to be doing this, especially with the extra move speed. Young God just runs him down. Sure, you lose the Warlock. Nobody cares.
No, absolutely none. Very happy laning stage for Young God like this. All of the and Gyrocopter is already a very high damage hero. The fact that it doesn't matter if you hit a single target with those rocket barrages or not, because they're all going to get spread out anyway, feels really good.
And that extra
That's a good
movement
reason
speed
to
just
actually
being
skill
able
it.
to run down the Enigma. Enigma is a hero that doesn't get the boots for a very long time, so you're not really going to be able to outrun this Gyro ever, but they actually jumped the Gyro on the top lane. So Young God is going to take some damage still. Through the Shadow Word, it's impossible to kill him.
Yep.
Look at that. Look at the imps.
Price.
Boom.
Marcy's like, get down, Mr. President. Well, no, she whistles, but, you know. And she does, in fact, have the bodyguard.
Oh, went for the bodyguard. Okay. Yeah. I mean, for people that don't know, in the radius of the Marcy, where she uses her third spell, if you are close to her and you're being attacked, she's gonna be attacking people as well. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, it's alright. I still favor on the support the actual sidekick.
Exactly. Your right clicks aren't really all that powerful as a support.
No, exactly. So I see the bodyguard as the core kind of build, just because you will in fact have more damage on it, and you will later on in the game get use out of it with things like a basher, for example.
Okay, Dark Willow on the bottom lane takes some damage. Blood Grenade as well. Still, Shadow Realm will protect Grims. So will survive, no problem. Open wounds on Rupido, Gohan. Actually coming forward, there will be the Bramble Maze. They're healing a little bit. Through that, the Rage gets used. Rupido will survive, however, 2 points in Ghoul Frenzy. Is not going to be chasing forward. That's the rotation for Kwai. You connect on the roll, and it's instantly a kill. The question is, do they know?
I mean, right now, no Spirit on the wave. This is when the call is being made, so he has to go, yeah.
Yep, Magnetai is being used. There's the slow. Rupido is dead. There's absolutely no chance you're surviving this. A little bit too early, so you cannot steal the Wisdom Rune. It's gonna be there in a minute. Drake gets himself to the low ground, and are you really chasing this on Gohan? Okay, decides it's not the smartest of ideas.
Very manly, but yeah, maybe a little overdue. And yeah, it is early for the Wisdom Rune, but Kia had to go there because when the waves meet in mid and your spirit does not show up, the call comes out and the jig is up. He needs to make his play. Has now successfully gotten the kill, not while he had the urn, because he finished off his power treads first. So he's going to have to go fishing for another charges kill later.
I also like that the Marcy rotated to the mid lane. Versus a TA, you leave the mid lane unattended for a minute or two and it turns into a disaster. Also, Drick versus Grims. Let's see who's gonna be stronger here. No.
Oh,
Fire Spirits. Marcy is dying though, and then look at that. Kimitsu actually, he gets the black hole with the roll in. That is gonna be a problem for him. Also, Wonder Boy runs into it, has the hate, so it won't really matter. He'll get the kill on the Enigma. 2 for 2 in the end with both of the mid laners rotating. Makes this relatively even though, considering the Enigma was losing that lane. I'm gonna assume that Manta are slightly happier with the outcome.
Yeah, for both of them, it's more snowball towards their mid laners, both of which we really appreciate that. So I'm not even sure if anybody is upset by that, except maybe for Young God.
Yeah, Carrie's hate dying.
It's just a personal insult.
Exactly. I mean, those personal insults sometimes lose the game, so I can understand it. But the death at 7 minutes into a black hole isn't really that big of a deal. He's still quite at the top of the network chart, so he should be relatively happy. And you know who's not happy? Rupido. Lloyd has his ulti. Gohan, he's in trouble. He has no infest. How is this Warlock level 6? They won't even need the golem. And now everybody is TPing into a potential golem that is going to be dropped fairly soon. If he wants it, there it is. It comes from the ground. The summoning is there. And even the imps are going to continue to explode. Kwai, that is a bit too deep. He goes with the roll, but he's not going to be going too far out. Doesn't even use his remnant. The Magnetize will finish off Rupido. Actually, it will be the Shadow Strike that does so. But Manta Esports, last game, they were the ones getting fight like this.
Yeah, so this is a pretty big turnaround, and I think it's really all just down to the fact that a couple kills happen on the top lane. Lloyd does the math, says, alright, if I eat the Grimoire now, I hit 6.
Gohan? Is he fine? There's gonna be the cooldown as well. He gets himself far enough away. This seems not to be the place to be as a lifestealer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You're hoping that you're going to get this tower to live a little longer, because that is one of the purposes of the pick, right? You said it in the draft. Yep. Lifestealer, very hard to remove from under the tower, can usually stand alone. Unfortunately, though, his enemies just say, like, nah, fam, we'll bring 4 heroes, we don't care.
Yeah, Salvation this time around looking much better. They open up the mid lane tower, bottom tower. This is gonna be making sure that the lifestealer doesn't feel that great in the game. In a lane that he was crushing, making the Mars feel irrelevant completely. Now it's not the case any longer. Salvation are in such a good position on every single one of their cores.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Rupido now overtaking Gohan's very shortly if he keeps his farm up.
And he should. I mean, Lifestealer isn't the greatest at farming the jungle. Sure, he doesn't take damage, but it takes a long time. You're just punching those creeps, punching, and they never die.
Exactly. No, this is a big slowdown in general for Manta. One of the things that you want for an Earth Spirit is towers to TP to, so that you can make those rotations very fast and you don't have to walk everywhere, use your stones, use your rolls, etc. But mid lane tower is gone, bot lane tower is gone. Top lane is not going to get pushed anytime soon because your Enigma is over there. So you're, as an Earth Spirit, you're feeling a little pressured to go do things as opposed to getting opportunities where you can wait for good rolls in with Magnetize to come to you.
Dota just lagged for me for a second, but everything is fine now.
Yeah.
Did you have the same issue, right?
It did something real weird just now, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Okay, doesn't matter. Hopefully everything was fine for our viewers, even if it's not. We're gonna make you feel better with the promo code 1XRLG SCA 130% bonus on your first deposit with the banner down below. See how we apologize in today's world, Kips. It's just how it works. You have to offer people something.
Yeah, free stuff. Free stuff always works.
Exactly. Did you ever win like something on a I'm not talking about the classic lottery money, but let's say it was you know, those things, collect the I don't know, something, then you send it and you win, I don't know, a handbag or whatever.
No, never done. Like, the thing is that I would collect stuff like that, yes, but I'd forget to send it in because I have a metric ton of ADHD. So I just have a bunch of trash sitting around.
Okay,
and Rupert took like none damage.
No, not really. He's gonna be fine. He does have the arena going forward. They're threatening with the Terrorize on the other side of the map. We're seeing the Gyro being a little bit pressured, but Grim's now in a ton of trouble. He does use the Terrorize, so despite him being the one that should be dying, the enemies are afraid of him. The Fire Spirits, however, will be doing more than enough damage to get the kill. A big commitment for a small Dark Willow. Rolling, Young God has been found, but into the hands of Ares, who I don't know if you can do that much to Young God, as you're just gonna get annihilated. Call down being used. Kwai will get himself away from that. If Rupido gets the connection on the Spirit, this could be quite dangerous. Enigma from the other side, threatening with the Black Hole, but in the end, it's just gonna be 2 Manta Esports supports dead.
Very unfortunate, and this is exactly what I mean by the Earth Spirit doesn't have any natural moments to go in. He sees people on the bot lane, decides that this means he has a couple of seconds to make a play on mid, but magnetized damage takes a long time to deal, and even then there's 2 cores there, neither of which are going to die immediately. And the only way to react to this is now make another move again with another hero, and you'd want to do that with your secondary playmakers. Like, alright, now the TPs have been used, now I can, I don't know, go for the Phoenix skill on bot something and then take the bot tower off of that. But you don't have a secondary playmaker. So your Spirit's not going to do it. He doesn't have Magnetize. He's in a very predictable spot on the map. So instead, your enemy's just going to sit there and be like, okay, we stopped that off.
So what needs to happen? Is it like Enigma and Lifestealer need to apply more pressure on the side lanes, getting more hate, and then that's gonna open things for Manta Esports? Is that the only way?
Honestly, that would be the most logical way, yes. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait for items on your supports.
There's the lag again.
I mean, and the Enigma does have a Blink Dagger. Yeah, now it's not happening to me. So
Okay.
I am still in the game right now. The smoke is coming towards bot. 4 heroes in that smoke.
Radio
moving
cast for us,
towards
Gibbs,
the
please.
Lifestealer. Absolutely, already on it. And most likely hoping for somebody to go on the Lifestealer, but nobody's biting. And that means that the entire smoke train has just turned around, is walking back into mid. 4 Manta heroes still under smoke. Still hoping that they'll see somebody under the tower now. They pinged the Warlock briefly, but the smoke has run out.
You're much better at radio cast than Otomo, right? When Otomo radio casts to me, I'm like, dude, I have no idea what's happening right now, but I kind of had the general idea of what was going on. One thing we didn't mention is that the Enigma bought the Blink, now he's going to be revealing it to the enemy team. So that could be a game changer, possibly.
Yeah, that does mean that you have a secondary playmaker right now. I was going to bring it up during that, but then, you know...
Then you became a radio
the entire
jockey.
leg spec happened. Yeah, exactly. And there could have been action coming out of that smoke if, for example, the Phoenix overstayed his time on bot, but none of that happened. So once again, we're just going back to dealing with the waves and then hoping for another opportunity. But at this point, yeah, that's...
Oh, what a blink in. Nice terrorize, however. This is going to save Kwai's life for a little bit of time because the arena will be there. Homing missile coming as well. He rolls out and that homing missile will follow him forever, but he will still be fine. Also, imagine how good of a job being a radio jockey is, Gibbs. Like, welcome everybody. Today, a new hit from ABBA, and then it goes. Dun, 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 and that would be.
Yeah, and then you play like your 5 jingles. Bing bong, Radio Gaga, only on 12.7 FM. Da 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 in the morning.
Okay, Kips, you're way too good at that. I think they literally screwed you over with the internet, as there is gonna be a move onto the gyro on the bottom lane. That is a very cool kill with Infest as well. Now onto more, and this is a problem because the Warlock doesn't want to use his ulti. It's gonna be wasted. 2 kills super fast. Kwai finds beautiful connections with the rolls.
Oh, finally an opening, and immediately he gets to show off again how smooth his control is there. And just the synergy between these two as well. Like, it's hard to get a proper Bedlam into roll-in combo just because there's a bunch of moving parts. And you often end up wasting a lot of time on that Bedlam, but that one was smooth as butter.
The I really like how the AoE of the bodyguard is showing, but it's kind of funny. Imagine you go into town. You're a lifestealer. Look at this guy. I mean, nobody's getting into a fight with him. And then you have the Marcy just looking everybody cross-like. Like, don't you dare touch him. Yeah, okay, girl, sorry. It's you that is preventing us from going for this guy. We really wanted to fight him.
Yeah. This monstrosity with a maw the size of, like, my head. He's got, like, some dead thing fused to the middle of his back. But sure, girly pop.
Oh boy, that's but that's the unassuming one. You know how they say, like, why do you always wear big T-shirts? So that they would start an engagement and then understand that they screwed up, right? So that's how it goes.
You know the gains underneath. There is a lot of setup happening in mid right now. I think these ults are burning holes in the pockets of these dire supports, but you know, you need a good connection on the Rapido. The other 2 cores are not going to do that for you, so it's really all down to this Mars to get yourself a good connection, and you can drop that Golem, you can drop that Egg, you can feel really good about yourself as a support in this game. Otherwise, it's just going to be a farm fest.
They got scanned. Wonderboy has the AD rune. You know, that's burning a hole in his pocket as well. When you want to one-shot somebody so hard, there's just nobody to hit.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower.
No, I mean... Alright, here, surely.
Oh, they found Kwai. This time around, he's not going to be rolling away. Maybe the Terrorize will save his life. No chance in hell. Wonderboy does way too much damage. Grims will be next to the menu. He gets the shield rune. Actually, nothing. Oh, my missile! At point 1. He probably even smelt the water of the fountain, but in the end, it's only going to be the one in the river that he's going to feel.
Yeah, the Rupido even turned around already. Was like, yeah, we're not getting this one anymore. So everybody's surprised.
They get him. Young God was ready. He got that homing missile beforehand. Level 1 homing missile. That's the bane of your existence. You know, that has to feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't need to take that point though, because his lineup is very, very light in the stun department.
Yes. Still, he's going for Satanic on Young God. I think that this game is going perfect for Salvation. They're getting their key items.
Yeah.
Once you get the Gyro super farmed, you get the Roche, and you just start pushing high ground. Like, what are they going to do? They can kick you back, but Gyro is not a Luna. It is a completely different hero. Plus, you have the Arena, you have the Golem, and the Sunray to actually keep you alive.
Yeah, and in this case I like to count the layers of engagement, right? And what you have on Manta until this Marcy gets, let's say, BKB and maybe a Basher as well, actually, is that the BKB is fairly close by. But what you set up for the siege, if you are Salvation, the Earth Spirit goes in, hopes that people will clump around to try and counter him, and you're going to spend one spell on that, say, I don't know, the Phoenix Egg or something. No, you should be doing the Warlock. Because then the Enigma goes in afterwards, etc. Oh, they're using it aggressively though.
It doesn't matter because the golem will be there immediately. Young God, he might actually die, but at what cost? Because the help is coming. Terrorize was quite good though, so that help a bit too late. Egg will be used. They're fighting a solid amount away from it. Infest on Kwai won't have the role for quite some time. Gohan comes out, surrounded by enemy heroes, goes for the rage. Actually wants to kill Wonderboy and might actually get him. They're protected by the Pavis. Wonderboy will live a little bit longer, but the Radiant's still gonna go through. He gets the blink away. Refractions helping him live through it. Curse Crown Rupido is gonna be set in place to die to the bedlam of Grimm's. Manta Esports, they're actually showing quite well. That was an instant black hole cancel, and still Salvation lose the fight.
Yeah, that is actually remarkable, because I was on about the different layers, and the fact is that Salvation has one more. They have Mars, Phoenix, Warlock. You only have Earth Spirit and Enigma over on the side of Manta. But I guess it doesn't matter if you drop everything at the same time on Salvation and they just live through it.
Terrorize was pretty good at the good timing, right? Where it should have been Salvation turning things around, they were running away.
Yep, and I think the worst part out of all of that is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the Marcy was in that at all. That was everything from Salvation, and Marcy wasn't even there. She was finishing off her BKB on the top lane.
She has smarter things to do than bodyguard a lifestealer. She's found out that really her presence changes nothing. Okay, Salvation are coming for a fight though. Despite not having their ultis, they feel pretty confident in an engagement.
I mean, the fact that the black hole isn't there might be one of the things propelling them here, but they don't know. Well, they can guess that this Marcy has BKB.
Mars has the arena. Kwai is baiting every single time. He's tanky, smoke used, Manta Esports, smoke will break. Two of their heroes infest on Kwai, tried to get the silence off, misses on it. Maybe it was mostly just to get the trees down. As Wonderboy, he still smoked up one of the last heroes that is staying with it, and Manta are actually gonna walk into the pit. Are Salvation aware and just don't care?
Yeah, this is really weird to me. Like, the waves aren't even in that bad of a position that you have to back off on Salvation here. And surely if you thought that you couldn't fight, or maybe it really just is about the black hole. They're saying, alright, if we contest now, the black hole is going to be back. It's a small area and we lost the previous fight to it. Even though they do have the Chaotic Offering back and the egg right now.
Shard for Drake from the Tormentor. I guess that's also a solid thing to have, but Aegis is still the top item here, and Lifestealer will be allowed to do whatever he wants. I can't help but feel, but maybe the Earth Spirit should have gotten the Aegis. I don't know if you feel the same way.
No, absolutely, because the Earth Spirit is going to be in, and you can still Lifestealer has so much survivability of his own, and he's not the big damage dealer here. He's not going to be focused either.
Yep, they can ignore him.
I definitely agree with you here. I think he should have gotten it.
Still, Radiance burning everybody in a fight. If it lasts for 10 seconds, it is going to be making a difference. Rupido, he probably thought he was dead, staring death in its eyes, and he gets out just in time. This Lifestealer actually has a low amount of CS, so not that much HP on him.
I think he's been really kept quite busy, and it's a surprise to me, because I thought that Salvation would play a little bit of a more relaxed game, a little bit slower, and perhaps they would be a little bit further ahead by now, but 25 minutes, only 2k gold difference, that's really nothing to write home about.
Not really. And Salvation don't have the Aegis. We talked in the previous game, TA lineup without the Aegis just doesn't feel scary at all, because that's one of the strengths of your lineup that just gets taken away.
She is so fragile. You want to be able to go in on her without any fear, and the Aegis enables you to do exactly that.
Our BKB is coming, and there's a Satanic on the gyro. This is the perfect time for Salvation to fight. If there was ever a time for them to go into an engagement, it is right now. Manta don't give it to
Shroud
them.
pickup on key though. No, they've been really good at dodging. Here again, just baiting with Gohans. It's like we've already determined this is the one hero that
God
they
is
don't wanna
running
go on
in
whatsoever.
onto Young God's Spear. That will be
that
the Dark
hurts.
Willow that doesn't have a buyback. Big teamfight ulti that won't be a part of it. Yules, are you gonna go for the black hole? There it is, instant chaotic offering. Young God doesn't care. They're all inside of the arena. They're just gonna die. Gohan, he thought for a second, yo guys, I'm coming to die. It seems that the homing missile will come from you. Gets silenced up the spear, finishes him off. He's not gonna have the rage, has the infest, nobody to use it on. Kwai TPing onto that tier 2 Gohan, asking for help. Come here, maybe we can do it. And it's gonna be a big magnetize with the slow. They're still standing on the ground and fighting and infesting onto Kwai. He saved him. He bailed him out of an impossible situation.
Oh, beautiful. You need to aim that rolling boulder there really well when you're surrounded by so many heroes. It's quite a tricky bit of maneuvering because that thing really likes to hit heroes that aren't really in the way, or alternatively not hit heroes that you're actually on top of when you're trying to.
I'm baffled that they lived. I don't know. For me, it looked like, okay, it's just a bonus coming to die, but those slows and then moving out, it was beautiful from Kwai.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things that happened also was that the Dire were just startled by the amount of damage that dealt.
Yeah, they got scared that they were gonna die.
Half health? Yeah. It's like, wait, what? So that's how they split, and that's how the Red Sea parted, and the Earth Spirit could roll on through.
So who's Moses, the Earth Spirit or the Life Stealer? In that, I guess it's the Earth Spirit. He's the one with the stick.
He's the Earth Spirit. Exactly. He came in, he raised his stick, and everybody went like, oh, sorry, sir, sorry, sir.
Yep. Not gonna be, Salvation didn't want to make the same mistake as the Egyptian army. So they bailed. But anyways, it's a 4k gold lead still for Salvation. That was a big fight for them. They still have those huge items. We've seen just how easy it is to deal with the black hole. Is there a chance that Manta find this Warlock? Can they do it? I just don't know. It's way too easy for him to hold a good position.
Absolutely. He doesn't need to do anything. The rest of his spells are not nearly as consequential. So you cast nothing. You say nothing, you do nothing. You sit in the trees and you wait for the black hole. And if the black hole doesn't come, you're not doing anything.
It's your only purpose. The only thing you need to do.
Exactly. So Lloyd can muck it up by breathing.
Yep. It's not as the silencer staying in the base and pressing R when the black hole comes out, but it's definitely similar here for the Warlock.
Similar. Yeah. And it's normally you have things like, okay, but then we hold one of our big tools in reserve and we don't have that for the rest of the fight, but you have Mars Phoenix. You still have an incredibly devastating AoE combo with a lot of damage, a lot of control that you're just an accessory to. So it's really very easy to hold it.
Gyro is gonna have his BKB as well. Salvation Gaming heroes are just not
And
gonna
it's level
die.
20.
And their damage output is nothing to laugh at either. Fatal Bonds, Phoenix Sunray, Arena, and then TA plus Gyro. Everybody dies to that.
Absolutely. Everybody does. TA already has a level 20 as well, so we are looking at the spell on the refraction.
Gyro approaching it as well.
Useful.
The 3 flat cannon attacks
like
bonus is a huge deal. I don't see a Lifestealer is close to level 20, but that's about it on the other side. They found the Earth Spirit. Unfortunately for him, he's not the one with the BKB. And there's the silence from the traps, just a couple of hits from the TA. That's the hero that doesn't really care about the blade mail whatsoever.
Oh no, my refraction charges.
Kips is in savage mode today. I love it.
I mean, you gotta get a little savage about a game like this because it feels like we've been watching a steam train.
There's the Sunray keeping Rupido alive. He doesn't have the arena. The Curse Crown will connect. They're actually trying to focus down the egg. Will be able to do so. Goodbye, Silence. Onto the Warlock. 2 heroes already dead. The chase is on for sure. Kwai is going to be going for it. Nice blink away from Wonder Boy just in time, but he doesn't have the BKB any longer. It is almost certain that he'll be going down, especially with the Curse Crown being there. He's not moving an inch, and there are going to be some brambles planted where his body used to be. Salvation. They make a blunder.
Huge blunder. The fact that the initial... Once again, Grims, man. It's been playing 2 great games.
Yep.
That was, I think, the second fight-changing terrorize that we've seen, apart from the one on bottom. And that is a lot harder to land than an egg or an arena. It's quite a small AoE, but the amount of work that he's been doing with it, forcing these disengages at points where you'd really want to be going in. That's a fight one without a black hole spent, but the egg and the arena are down. That's huge.
Yep, for sure. But can you capitalize on it? We saw the odds there favor Salvation so much. I think even our sponsors here, just like we did at the start, are underestimating Manta Esports severely.
I do think so as well. And they... Oh, Phoenix. Oh.
Malefice is just such a nasty spell to play against as a Phoenix. You can never dive away. It's so annoying.
Man, and this is extremely bad for Salvation because not only have they lost most of their gold lead now, the Lifestealer is finally back in the driving seat, but also the bottom side of their map is now getting contested at the time where Roshan is going to spawn during daytime again.
And all of the outer towers are gone, right? So it's gonna be very hard to smoke out on the map and come from an angle that's not gonna be easily predictable by Manta Esports. That's why outer towers are so important. You don't have an area from which you're gonna be moving out on the map. You just always have to do it from your base, and that makes it increasingly difficult.
Yeah, and you have a little bit better of a shot at getting good smoke out positions if you're good at shoving out the waves, but your supports are a Warlock and a Phoenix. You don't push waves with those, so anytime you're shoving with a hero that is going to have to be involved in the smoke directly, and that is information for the enemy side, and that is a hero that you would, well, for example, if he's far out on a wave, either you know where the smoke is going to come from because it's where that hero disappeared last, or he needs to TP all the way back into base and smoke from there. Which is slow.
Speaking of, they're going right now. Salvation from the top side of the map. This should be very easy to read from Manta Esports as they knew where their enemies were. Roche, fortunately for Salvation, is not going to be coming instantly.
Some really long Roche respawns during this series, giving Salvation a shot at actually getting it.
This is a good angle if they can get into this fight. Imagine if they would put a ward onto that hill and just walk forward, but it's way too dangerous. They're walking towards Roche. This is where they expect the fight to happen. Watcher being taken. Now they know. Manta are aware where their enemies are at, especially with a scan connecting.
Grims walks out a bit. I mean, they know that right now it's a guaranteed spawn, I'm pretty sure.
But what do you do? What do you do if you're Salvation? Do you fight? I think they still have a better team fight, especially around the pit. They should be able to win.
I think the real risk is that they might lose somebody off the bat. That is what they're scared of.
Also, good lane positioning for Salvation at the moment. Right? That illusion rune of the TA is really making a difference. This gives you the confidence to stay here for a very long time. Another round of smokes are being bought and the couriers are delivering it with haste. I like how both teams understand the importance of this fight. This could make or break it for either of the teams.
Yes, but if Manta move up right now, there is a veritable minefield of TA traps out there. That is a lot of silences, which could really mess up your supports especially. No BKBs for them. No BKB for the Earth Spirit either, actually. And even your Lifestealer, not a Manta style game for him.
The Third Spirit a lot weaker than he was in the previous game. The Lifestealer is at the top of the network chart, and it's just the dive in. He gets the roll down. Now it's Rupido that's stuck on the hill. Anybody to take him up Gohan coming forward, and there's the force that finally, but into the bramble immediately. Gohan, he does pop his rage, goes for the infest, heals up, Terrorize perfect. Marcy used his arena, but he's gonna die. Drake goes for the egg, it's just gonna get absolutely demolished instantly, and that's gonna be the golem used, which means that the black hole now is gonna be perfect, taking them into death, even healing their young god. It's not gonna be enough. The side gunner will not keep you alive. Salvation, they don't find the right jump, and because of it, this fight is disastrous for them. They've lost the Roche as well.
It's a Terrorize, man. I've been talking about 2 layers of engagement for Manta, but the Terrorize is their third. And that means that if they manage to land their spells well enough, if Salvation goes first, they don't actually win that one. Once again, Arena nullified. Well, not nullified, but definitely made to work against Salvation in the end there. And Roshan's move at the top as well. Okay, sure. We will take that on the dagger side,
Is
no
cheese
problem.
better for their push? I don't know. Nowadays, I'm torn between the cheese and the banner. Just in some situations, the banner is pretty good.
It is, yeah, but I don't think there's going to be much, especially creep wave cutting going on here. I think the cheese is nice. You're up versus TA.
I guess.
But I agree, it's hard to say in which cases the banner is going to make a really big difference.
I mean, in the creep cutting cases for sure, right? They cut your wave, and then you just protect your creep wave with the banner inside of the base. Lifestealer has the Skadi Kips. That's 2 range cores on the other side. A ton of heals that we've been mentioning, and you're going to be dealing with that. You are going to be dealing with the Shivas on the Earth Spirit. That's going to be bought fairly soon as well. Just a couple of more gold, and there it is. It's being delivered at the moment. It is. Items from Manta Esports allow them now to have long fights, and this is what you want.
Salvation once again on the back foot now, where they just haven't been able to find the right avenues into these fights in spite of ostensibly having the better teamfight spells.
There is now a MKB on the gyro, so his damage output will soar because you've been dealing with the Lifestealer and his Radiance, right? So you've been missing a ton of your right clicks. Now that's not going to be happening any longer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
No, it's not. Your TA has not actually. Well, no, she's buying out for it. Okay, she's bought out for the Bloodthorn just now.
I think that's smart. Somebody needs to die. Somebody on Manta needs to die, and here you're gonna have the ways to do it. But look at all of the traps from the TA are on the bottom lane. That's weird.
Huh. A string of. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those were in anticipation of the Roche fight, I think, but I'm not sure what they will do for you anymore now.
Oh, Kawhi. It's like, feeling like he's following Hansel and Gretel.
Trail of breadcrumbs.
Gohan gets smacked a little bit. Young God really isn't doing all that much damage to him. Sometimes we see the gyro annihilate people. Not in this case. This Lifestealer 4k HP is hard to deal with.
Yeah, you were talking previously about how he wasn't actually that big from the Corpse Eater, but by now we've hit the 40-minute mark pretty much, and he's getting his way towards 900 extra HP. That'll do the trick.
Yeah. Usually the Lifestealer is like, yeah, he doesn't have that much HP. Not this Lifestealer. He also itemized quite high in the HP department. His damage output isn't that high, but you do have Midnight Pulse, Magnetize, right? And even the Marcy does contribute quite a lot in the killing part.
By now, yeah. And this is the point where the Bodyguard really starts to pay off, right? Because you do have the BKB, you have the Basher. This is where you get a lot of extra damage out of your support. And I gotta say, I really enjoy the Earth Spirit's really defensive itemization in this game as well. Like, the Eternal Shroud, we haven't really picked up on it earlier, but I do believe that it's the reason why a lot of these engagements have been so awkward for Salvation, is that they just don't kill this Earth Spirit in time. As long as they're not past this Earth Spirit, they're having trouble hitting the rest of the lineup.
He has a ton of armor, and then you have this magic resistance as well. It's a problem. Gohan gonna get silenced up, speared into the Raxus, and with the Hex, he's actually dead. That's big. That's the Phoenix with the Hex. Pretty big one. He does have the Rage, goes for it, turns onto Young God. He'll be fine. Satanic popped. And that's a big deal. No Satanic, no BKB, but on the other hand, no Aegis. So, did they use the cheese as well?
Is there cheese involved?
No, it's in the Roche pit. It's in the Roche pit. They forgot about it. I assume, like, I didn't see no cheese being eaten.
Yes. No, me neither. And I was like, no, I'm pretty sure they didn't use it. So where is it? So I'm looking at the inventory. So I was like, huh. But, well, I guess that answers the question. What do the teams think is more important, the banner or the cheese? It's the cheese just gets left behind.
Nobody cares about no stinky cheese.
I care about you, cheese. It's okay. I still love you.
They will find an AD rune for Gohan. He has the Basher in his backpack. So that's going to be a very, very powerful lifestealer. Imagine when he has the Abyssal Blade, just how much damage this lifestealer will be doing, how much HP he's going to have. He's almost 5k HP with the armor turned on.
Not bad at all. Maybe we'll see them try for the high ground again once he gets to the extra rage duration, for example. But otherwise, I feel like the loss of the ages might have put this game at a bit more of a standstill again.
It does look that way. It's still very dangerous to go on high ground. We saw that they can bring down the lifestealer, especially with that Hex being available on the Phoenix. I mean, he did go for the greedy Midas, so it was only a matter of time before Drick is going to be having something that is going to be of the game-changing kind.
The other thing that I'm really looking at now is we have the Wind Waker over on the Mars. It's the fact that he's felt the need to go that defensive really does say something about the game. But we're going towards that refresher right now.
The only one approaching level 25 is the lifestealer. Everybody else solidly far away at the moment. Smoke Y has been found. That is a perfect target. We do have the infest of the lifestealer, and there he is. He gets back up to full Kwai. The terrorize again, pretty nicely used. Ares trying to do something egg from the behind. Look at what that Sunray is doing. It's not even funny. This time around, this is gonna be a 2-4-0 instant buyback from Kwai. They actually want to fight. There is still a golem to drop, so Black Hole still isn't that strong. They want to go. Rupido is out. Roll in. They will find Lloyd. If he drops, it's a big deal. Doesn't have the buyback either. There, Hurricane Pike to get him to a safe position.
That's huge for Salvation. Exactly the hero that they needed to find in exactly the kind of position where nobody from Manta was in a right place to respond to that. Lifestealer can only buy a little bit of time. That buyback on the hero that's been throwing itself in willy-nilly every single time, that's massive.
I'm loving what Kwai's going for now. He wants an A on disc. Roll in. They found a target. Satanic doesn't change anything. And now the chase is on. Lloyd will be found. He doesn't have a buyback. This is going to be opening a high ground push. Why not? Why wouldn't you go? Of course, they don't know he doesn't have a buyback, but they're going to be finding out fairly soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a nightmare for Salvation. Just carelessly trying to turn that outpost.
They're going for it.
Tossing
Let's
them.
see. Hex, no, you don't have the damage to go for it. Kwai going in, has the shield, we're not taking any damage. Young God, he bought back. This is a problem. They're just gonna black hole him. The Wind Waker, keeping him alive, but the Mars had to walk into the black hole because of it, so he's probably gonna die himself. He uses the arena and loses his gyro anyways. No amount of winds blowing in your favor are gonna save you from this.
Ay. It's the Warlock death.
Yep. You just can't do it. But this is not gonna end the game. Last time, this kind of a move ended the game. This time around, it is a big win for Manta Esports, but it is not over.
Not over quite yet. This Lifestealer not taking the base nearly as fast as Oluna would, but
he's taking it. He'll get you there.
Yeah. Slow and steady.
Well, this is dangerous. He's gonna have to use the infest. They actually run away. In a 4 versus 4 scenario with the enemy carry not being a part of the engagement, Manta decides it is not a smart move to stay in. Okay, they're gonna be coming back.
They've been quite good at these in-out-in moves. Just a little heal up, a little reset, a little think about what they should be doing, and then it's clear they all agree actually that, yeah, they should be taking down that last building.
The A is level 25, so the refraction instances are there, but still there's a lot of things to go through them. And that's gonna be a lane of racks this time around. Game still going on. Salvation won't just straight up lose it, but they have been put in an even harder position.
Yeah, and they are in a very tough position once his gyrocopter comes back as well, because that dieback means that you know he won't be back next time either. They can focus him.
Yep, no chance to fight the Roche. Actually, you have to fight the Roche, but if you lose the fight, it's over. So, in some way, Manta are just one fight away from winning this game.
Yep, and once again a slow respawn. We've been having it all series right now. Well, if they walk into the pit to check right now, they're gonna find themselves a nice little bonus.
Yep, and I think they will. I mean, Rupido is... Come on, check it. They see the Eidolon. No, nobody wants a
Gyro's
cheese.
pinging the pit. No, nobody wants a tasty little piece of brie.
Yeah, we have some vegans
and
here.
They need to move.
Are scanning.
Cheese got pinged by the Dire first. They're not in position
guys, look,
anymore.
we forgot about the cheese. They found Rupido. He's gone with the Abyssal Blade. He cannot move. Actually, he's attacking him through the bulwark. So Gohan definitely bad positioning from him. And Rupido gets a blink away, so will survive because of it. They still will get Wonder Boy. There's the black hole being used.
The real question is, where did the cheese go?
Dire's courier has been killed.
I was so focused on Rupido potentially dying in the back there that did Wonder Boy pick it up and then eat it?
Well, show fight recap. No, the Marcy ate the cheese.
Marcy ate the cheese. Alright.
She does look like the kind of gal that'd be like, this is mine, right?
Yeah? Oh no, absolutely. Like, if nobody wants this, I will just yoink.
Yep. Real. And,
Oh,
you
well,
know,
who needs to take Roche if you can force a buyback here?
Yep, that would be great.
Take the Roche after.
Gohan. Okay, they are gonna be,
Oh, they blinked.
moving away to the pit. I think if you get the Roche, the game is just over, right?
Most likely, but I like this way of doing this because this was not very high commitment and you have enough time to take the TA to like go for their base building, see if they for some reason reflexively buy back, and then you can still walk back and do this. But you have to not overstay and overcommit on the base and spend too much time so that you will actually have to fight for the Roshan again afterwards. So I like this. This is the best of both worlds.
So Earth Spirit is level 25 as well. The Magnetize is undispellable now, Kips. That is a huge deal.
Huge.
That is a big deal for sure.
Yep.
Because at some point you'd be like, okay, pop the BKBs, no more Magnetize, we've countered his ulti, not going to be happening any longer. Plus he has the A on disc, so even longer survivability for the Earth Spirit, and we've seen what happens if he does leave the arena. But Nullifar on the TA, so instantly they do have a counter.
And of course, both of these cores have been taking off, not just with the BKB, but also with the Satanic and with the Dispel talent.
Radiant's bottom tower
The Magnetize quite easily. It's a bigger turning point in the game than you would say normally.
Gohan just runs in like a madman. Will be eating a homing missile because of it. Well, returns it there with a Lotus Orb. 25k gold lead. 1 racks ahead. Big team fight on Salvation. Game is still not over. Gohan wants it to be over.
We have the Axe up now on the Lifestealer as well. I think that is also a very big deal.
Hasn't
Getting to
he had
invest
it
into
for
the...
some time, I want to say? Maybe he just sold it now and got the... I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm right. I'm wrong. Gets the infest, runs away. They killed the creep. They cannot follow through. What do you do if you're
He's gonna have
Salvation?
one of those infest every creep wave though.
Yep.
You wait. You wait and hope for a Hex opportunity specifically.
That maybe could have been it. He's level 25. The rage lasts too long. 7 freaking seconds.
And this is the other thing that you wait for, and you can see that Manta is doing it differently now as well. the Lifestealer coming up the high ground just a little bit to hit the tower is fine, but he's going to have to be further away from his team, or his team has to move further up if he wants to hit racks.
Yep. It is a
positioning problem. Here comes Rapido.
Okay, they got Kwai. Can they finish off the third spirit? And this does absolutely nothing, but he rolls away. Now focusing on Diego. It is in a good position for the arena to protect it. It actually will finally drop. Both the Marcy and the Phoenix are dead, but the Aegis is still going strong, and the Lifestealer will have Infest fairly soon to heal himself back up to full. I don't know if that was worth it for Salvation.
I don't know either. I mean, it was a good shot, like the egg going in like that did draw a bunch of focus fire, and that meant that you really got to lay into the Lifestealer, but he's full health again now.
Yep, Kwai as well. Both him and the Air Spirit have 5k HP. That's a lot. That's a lot you have to go through. Gohan, think about going in. He's gonna deal with the homing missile. The right clicks, they do hurt him. So you have to be somewhat careful with this Lifestealer. They actually will decide not to go forward. This is the Aegis that only has 2 minutes left on it.
Problem for Manta is basically the same as it is for Salvation here, is that you need to get enough information for a good jump, and you just don't have that. You're only putting your Lifestealer forward. Oh, but now they're just, they risked it.
They go in and
they took a chance.
The risk paid off. Oh boy, the thing is that this Warlock, he needs to be ready all the time. If you just black hole now, buy back, TP in, it's not gonna be fast enough. Your heroes are gonna die. Yep. There it is, going in. He buys back immediately. They know what they're gonna do, but the black hole gonna be used, and they will kill the gyro. Instant buyback. Himitsu taking a lot of damage. Water Infest kills him almost back up to full. And the terrorize. He won't even use the golem. They need to protect their warlock, and he cannot be protected. He does get stunned up there by the Curse Crown. This Dark Willow, the definite MVP of the game, has been doing some God's work. And speaking of gods, a young one will die. Therefore, Gohan's triple kill. There's only 2 heroes left alive on Salvation Gaming, but this series is over. Kips. Manta Esports have won.
They have won, and well, we didn't see that coming. The odds didn't see that coming, but Manta looked confident throughout all of this, and they are taking up Mars right out of the safety of his fountain to celebrate.
Yeah, we didn't want to see the throne explode. We canceled that one out. I know people love to see it, but no, not today. Manta Esports, they get their victory, Kips, and Salvation. I mean, their match, it's very cool, right? Because versus IHC, they went 1-1. IHC schooled Manta Esports in how you play Dota. And now Manta Esports, they schooled Salvation. So it just goes to show that there are no rules here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's due to style matchups, but since I haven't seen IHC Esports recently, I can't tell you what it is right now. What I can tell you, though, is that Manta Esports just looked really crisp towards this. They seem to have some improved decision-making on which fights they take and which fights they don't, and they just play fearless. The Earth Spirit plays here in this game, fantastic, really make it possible for that Dark Willow to be as good of a follow-up as she was. But man, it's one thing to have the... your teammates to line them up for you, and another thing for you to hit them out of the park like this. And that was those were some prime game-winning terrorizes.
You know what's sad though is that Manta, their next 2 series are versus Bleed and Talon, which arguably are the best teams in Group B. So they're probably getting eliminated anyways. I mean, when you start off the tournament with a 0-4, that's usually what happens. But this kind of a performance gave me hope. But that hope is probably going to be out the window. Still, Kips, that's going to be it from me for today. Before I go, I just want to hear your thoughts about Talon, IHC, and Bleed Esports stuff. Do you think there's definite favorites there? Or the Red Boys? Or do you think IHC and Tough actually have a shot?
I think both of them definitely have a shot. We've seen a lot of growth out of the teams from Mongolia, and that growth has been very steady. And I feel like both Talon as well as Bleed have been a little wobbly. They have their on days, they have their off days, and you know, if they have an off day, or if either of those 2 Mongolian teams does something to throw them for a loop, then we might have ourselves some very interesting series.
And if you guys want to watch that interesting series, you're at the right place. We're going to be switching things up here. Rob is going to be coming instead of me to bring you some great Dota action of Talon versus IHC.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the RES Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We're going to start with the second series of the day. It is going to be Talon versus IHC and Kips. I know you've been on that first series. How did it go for... Because it looks like Manta took the win. The first win of the group as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to see that it was even fairly convincing in the end. So we've already had our upset for the day. And now we... Listen, there's chance for two more here. Talon and Bleed are the big names on the board, but IHC and Team Tough are the Mongolians, and they have been kicking some ass and taking some names recently. So let's see what this one's gonna have in store for us.
Yeah, we'll see how this one is going to break down. IHC have looked okay over the past couple of days. Really convincing win up against Manta for the second series yesterday. In fact, they took a 20-minute win, which I don't think anyone was expecting, even up against, no disrespect to Manta, but IHC looked on fire, and they just took complete control of that game. And the series before that, it was Salvation versus IHC, and it was a split 1-1. And again, IHC looking to make it to that top 3, so they do need to get the wins on the board here. But Talon, I think you would be searching far and wide coming into this, especially the groups. To say Talon aren't one of the favourites of the event here, definitely one of the favourites in the groups. So it's a bit surprising to me to see that they've taken 2 draws, one up against Bleed and one up against Team Tough, and they do need to get themselves a win on the board here with that chance to move up the table, because I think Bowie said it yesterday, Group B is definitely, out of all the seasons, all the series, all the groups we've had, this Group B looks like the group of death I've seen so far. And, it's sink or swim. Talon, they need to start paddling because they're about to sink.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, I do think that the first 2 matches that they had were the 2 hardest matches in the group here. Team Tough being our previous tour winners, and Bleed Esports, of course, being the other big name that is left over here. So we've got ourselves some real big names on Talon, though, and you gotta just imagine that if you're Mikoto, you would have really rather been 2-0ing them.
Oh, yes. I mean, I don't think you can ask a player ever whether they'd want to be going for the 1-1s. They've got those 2-0s in mind, and we are going to be able to get ourselves into the draft. So, looking at this, we've seen the meta kind of evolving here in the region. That we're seeing the Clockwork ban, we're seeing the Witch Doctor ban, Shadow Fiend sometimes getting through, but we are seeing heroes like the Dragon Knight being taken away here as well, because Dragon Knight, with the changes to the hero, he is winning lanes that, to be honest, he has no
business.
He shouldn't be.
None.
Yeah, he shouldn't be at all. So is there anything you've seen so far that you think is just a straight up no-go that has to be taken away here, apart from say the Witch Doctor, the Clockwork, and maybe the Phoenix?
I mean, I just casted a Phoenix Lost, so I personally haven't really seen the Phoenix being that big of a problem in general. And a lot of it depends on the teams, right? So, for example, IHC has been favoring Weaver a whole lot, which is here you could be thinking about taking away. I think Centaur is a very high value hero in general. You could think about Slardar as well. And depending on who you're up against, but I don't think it's either of the teams in this matchup, you should be wondering about that first pick, Storm Spirit. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Are you going to take it away from them? Or are you going to let them grab it and sink themselves? Depending.
Who was it that ran it? I think it was Manta yesterday got the first pick Storm Spirit, and we saw a Nyx come out against it. And funnily enough, it didn't take the mana burn facet though. It was going for the assassin, the Vendetta one where you get the unobstructed movement speed for the first 15 seconds. But it was still, a lot of pressure being put on the Storm Spirit. Wasn't able to get any. Well, it definitely didn't get any ball lightnings going. You're getting that rolling boulder or the snowball going. And yeah, it didn't look the best. So maybe here we see something similar because that was IHC. So maybe they're going to let it get through as they do ban out the Timbersaw and have a plan against it.
Yeah, and Talon taking out that Weaver that IHC loves so much. They flexed that one. It's very, very nasty.
Nope, Storm Spirit is going to be taken away. So we see the Witch Doctor, the Storm Spirit, Weaver, Clockwork, Timbersaw, as well as the TA. TA is another one here that, I always forget about it, but she does seem to be, especially in Southeast Asia, really popular and just being banned out every single time. Didn't really get too badly nerfed, or can I say
she
nerfed
got buffed
at
as
all?
far as I'm...
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's absolutely a buff in my book.
It's okay, because we all know Ice Rock has his favourites, and yeah, TA obviously going to be one of them. I'm still sad about Sand King.
Yes, some time to breathe, please. Okay, and here's the third one. So the 3 mid lane cores that we've seen picked up in the very first phase, on the very first pick, have been Storm Spirit, TA, and the Shadow Fiend. So the one that makes it through is the one that immediately gets picked up. Wonder if IHC just slaps a DK on top of this and goes like, this is a winning matchup now, deal with it. But no, they have loved the Zeus recently. They seem to be quite keen on having a big magic burst damage dealer in their drafts, no matter which kind of lineup they're picking.
Yeah, and we've seen the Zeus, or at least I've seen the Zeus. Was it we, or was I with Bowie when we saw the Zeus win the lane up against the Shadow Fiend solo?
That must have been with Bowie.
Yeah, it might have been, because, yeah, I think we spent the entire draft talking about how bad this pick was and how much this hero's dead now, and then he just turns around, snaps his fingers, and just deletes the Shadow Fiend in lane, putting me and Bowie in our place. But, yeah, the Zeus coming out, purely that caster role now, I don't think we'll ever see, unless it gets buffed again, we'll not see that right-click coming out. So, you're looking at this, you can play at a distance from the Shadow Fiend hero as well, you don't have to be getting rid of, getting into those raises. Hell, you can jump into the Shadow Fiend if you need to, close that gap after the point blank raise comes out. So if you're looking at this now for the Zeus, especially in the first pick, Centaur will be coming through as well. Talon, how do you want to try and play around this? Is this trying to get aggressive stun based supports in to make these mid lane rotations early on, or do you just kind of let the Shadow Fiend and the Zeus go at it and kind of recover in that mid game here for the Shadow Fiend?
I mean, you'd be hoping that if you have Mikoto on his Shadow Fiend, which I do believe is it's not actually a signature pick for him. That's interesting. I had him in mind as one of those SF players, but no, he does not seem to be. But you have yourself a very, very experienced and skilled mid laner. You'd think that at the very least you would be able to make that lane go evenly, and at the very least you don't draft for the mid lane losing here. Because a lot of playing versus Zeus is about creep wave and about mana management, and if you don't overplay that lane as an SF, I think it should be very hard for the Zeus to actually get kill opportunities on you. But, I say that fully well knowing that the evidence that we've seen recently does not back me up.
No, well, there's, like you say, Mikoto, if he's on the next level skill-wise, he might be able to take this one. Yeah, we see the Tiny as well as the Phoenix, potentially going to be the 2 supports coming out here for Talon, as we see the... Oh, yes. We see the Iron Marcy coming out, just straight up, no hesitation on a pick. And, yeah, we were seeing last meta the IO being banned out every single game. It was a first phase ban, and now teams are just like, well, there's better heroes we need to be banning out. And I actually, like I said, just straight up lock it in. So, you're looking at this combo coming out here. Was it IHC that ran it? I think it was.
Yes, it was. It was them, and this is how they ran over Manta.
Yeah. All the missing here is the Rubik. And that would be the exact same draft as yesterday. And yeah, they were absolutely everywhere. As soon as that 6 came out, it was mental watching the Marcy IO combination coming through. So Talon, they've already got most of the draft in. How do you kind of play around this one? What's the answer to slowing down the aggression coming out from the IO Marcy with the heroes that they've already got?
10 seconds remaining.
A little bit of a hard thing to do because, for example, normally let's say now, well, you pick a Phoenix and you get yourself a really big AoE deterrent, but the problem is that Marcy loves beating that egg to a very, very foamy batter indeed. So no, that's not the one. Certainly the Magnus could do work versus you. You have a bunch of burst damage here between the center and Marcy that requires these heroes to stand quite a lot on top of each other. I mean, if you have a real Chad Magnus player here, of course, you could also go for the reverse polarity, separate the IO and Marcy from each other. That would be something that maybe that requires a little bit too much finesse for players to do in such a short amount of time since the change, but I would be so hyped to see it. So the mag is their potential solution here.
Yeah, I've not seen that come out. I mean, I've not seen a Magnus come out just yet in Southeast Asia, so yeah, maybe we do see the RRP come through and make something happen here. I like that IHC banning out the Troll and the Monkey King, these heroes that can sustain in a fight, just a straight up fist fight here with the Marcy, so taking those away, really good answer for IHC. But Talon, they do have the carry left on the board. Unless you want to shift this Shadow Fiend into that carry position, maybe pick up something like the Invoker for the Deafening Blast, get that disarm out. I know we're focusing a lot on Talon here, but it's just IHC's drafting so quick. But what do you want in terms of carry here for Talon? Is there something you want to see, especially with the Phoenix coming out as well? Maybe something that can just sit on that front line and go fist to fist with it with the Marcy in terms of a fight, or do you want something that's going to be playing away and maybe looking to take advantage of what Talon already have?
I think you'd want to bring the Brawl in because you need to keep them off of your SF, and you have so many mobility tools right now to close that distance. You need to have a proper damage threat to make sure that the actual fist fight is taking place anywhere else than in your Shadow Fiend's face. So I would have personally favored, for example, something like a CK, but they've banned it out themselves. And as you said, the two heroes that have been banned out by IHC here right now very clearly show that they also think that this is the right kind of hero to pick up. So melee, synergy with the Magnus, a Brawly, hopefully a stun. The problem is that then you get into the territory of like who's left. Well, Wraith King, question mark, Sven, question mark. I'm not really feeling any of those for this draft.
There it is. I was thinking, I was faces forward. You've got the Supernova to come out. Requiem really can be thrown in. Raises, yeah, it's everything. And I was just like, but it's not a good hero at the minute. But no, it's I've got the in my head. I knew what I was thinking, and I could say that for anything. But yeah, I was just looking through the list of heroes, going, Juggernaut's crap, Lifestealer probably doesn't fit, Luna's not a good hero anymore. Maybe could have gone for an Ursula as well.
Such a classic Void lineup, now that I look at it like that. I can't believe that just flew right on over my head. You're completely correct here. It synergizes really well with the rest of your heroes. SF absolutely loves it, especially the extra lockdown that you bring, where it's like, okay, everybody's standing on top of my SF. Well, that's great because that means I get everybody in my Chronosphere right now. Bonus points if you can keep the SF himself out of it. Chrono plus RP, Chrono plus Egg, it's beauty.
And what are we looking? We're actually looking for, unless you want to do something funky with the Centaur, we're looking for the next support, right? For IHC. And ooh, this is a biggie. What? You go for the Snapfire here up against the Phoenix. You could drop the Morty Kisses in the Chronosphere as well. I've convinced myself Snapfire. I don't even need to look any further.
I do really like it as well. The possibility of repositioning your allies really helps, and they're already such a mobile lineup. I really like that idea.
Okay, well, I'd see. Is there anything else you think would fit in here? Is there anything you're looking at that's saying could be worth a pickup? Maybe like an AA or something, just on top of the Chronosphere, or a Winter Wyvern, maybe.
If you're IHC here, I mean, the problem is that you gotta compensate for the fact that you have an IO, right? One of your supports is really not going to be doing any of the supporting stuff at all, which really incentivizes you to do stuff like picking Crystal Maidens, Lions, heroes that have both a stun and a good extra support kit. So here we have a stun and a good extra support kit, plus a save into the Chronosphere.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the extra shield that comes out here as well. We'll see how useful it is going to be into the match. And lineups are on the board, and we'll see, how they want to play these ones. But how are you leaning, in terms of, now we see the drafts, which team are you leaning towards in terms of favouring the win here in this first game? Do you have a clear favourite, or do you think it's going to be a little bit harder to split these two teams?
I think both of these teams have the kind of lineup that they're really good with. IHC has the more aggressive lineup, the faster one, with, a lot of disables, a lot of damage. And Talon is bringing in the team fight, and they're bringing in the greed. Like, we do have 3 cores here that absolutely need farm. So if Talon wasn't, strictly just the better team here, I would have a very hard time rooting for them, because you need a lot of finesse and a lot of dodging to pull a game like this off. I will favor IHC just because this is a personal preference. I like teams that go for the win and that say, your cowardly ways will not intimidate me. We're going to keep running at you no matter how many defensive teamfight ults you have. But it's not going to be easy for them by any stretch of the imagination. So this is very much a 50-50. I'm going to say IHC just because I like to see the people taking the initiative win. But I think it's going to actually be quite hard for them.
Okay, we'll see how it is going to break down here between these two teams as we get ready to get into it. Looking through, I don't think there's... we don't see the time square coming out here for the Faceless Void either. So it is going to be the other one that nobody remembers because it's not as flashy as the time square coming out. But I think... I saw IHC's combo with this Marcy-IO combination yesterday. I think I have to go for IHC. I just, until Talon, again, I know Talon are coming in with the favourites, but IHC here, they're going to hit the 6s. They're just going to go, okay, cool, we're on board. We're going to rotate. We've got the Zeus ultimate to come out here as well. Stampede for chase down. So I really am looking forward to seeing how they play this one. It was impressive yesterday. Hopefully it's going to be impressive again. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that is on the screen and use that banner below the website there as well. Get yourself over to the OneXpert app, the OneXpert website. Use the promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, available both on the app and the website. As we get ourselves into game number 1, I'm going to take a breath. So, do we see any fighting coming out? It looks like Ponyo, he's going to be... Oh, the Magic Missile disconnect now as well. It looks like this might actually be the first blood right on the board coming out. IHC, they have the control and they have the kill. Ikigai's going to get it here as well. Is that the immediate free bottle coming out? I think it might be for the Zeus. That's just going to be a really good pickup here. Gold-wise, what does he want to go towards? Okay, he's not used it, not sold anything, not bought anything just yet. And he's going to be... What's the JK? Okay, at least the teams, they're having fun with it.
Yeah, one of them sent a little heart, and then he sent a little heartbreak back. And waited a couple seconds for the just kidding.
Oh, well, at least you can see the funny side.
Yeah, this how I do it. And we're picking up the magic stick here. Of course, the bottle doesn't necessarily do anything for you that much early on while you still have other regen to spend and when you still have full mana, for example. So just getting yourself a little functional item here like that that's going to bring you extra regen is the optimal play.
Yeah, and he's going to be, it's all about getting it before the 2 minutes, right? So you've got that rune that you can pick up early on. So yeah, he's 175 gold away from having the bottle anyway, 167 if we're being precise. But yeah, it's going to be a creep wave 2, he's going to be able to buy it up anyway. He's going to have it in plenty of time. Maybe even gets that Magic 1 recipe out there as well.
Some things were just not meant to be.
And anything... Did we miss anything on the facets? Crit Creek, Soul Strike, Livewire? They all look pretty standard to me.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the Livewire is one, of course, that you can push quite a little bit, and I like it for the more right-clicky oriented Zeuses. Yep, we have the temporal... immunity.
Actually, the Centaur went for the Counter-Strike and not the horsepower.
Oh.
So it's the double-edged damage increased. How much is it increased by? Huh. So up to 100% in the last 6 seconds. Yes. Yeah, okay.
Doubled if you do a lot of tanking.
Yeah, thinking that he could get the damage out on the Faceless Void before he can get the Time Walk off, maybe in the lane, to get some kills on the Faceless Void.
Yeah, perhaps. But it's really only for the kills, because of course extra damage output in general is not it versus Faceless Void. It's about the sustained damage output. Interesting, and it does mean that he will have to buy boots here, which is something that all these centers have been really happily not doing. Let's focus on this mid lane, though. I want to see this matchup. Yeah.
Oh. There's a lot of damage coming through. Makoto's going to be taking tower shots here, though, as well. Has to be careful. And Ikigai, he does have the arc lines to come out, so it is going to be some harass. Maybe look to try to secure these last hits as well, Ikigai. But yeah, you're right. He has to be careful here early on. Bottle is going to have the gold for that one, so he might get it in just to get that regen in early and still have it for that rune coming out here as well. But yeah, Makoto, he's got 2 mangoes, so he's not going to be shy here about throwing these razors out. So Zeus really does need to be careful in this mid lane.
Yep, and disappointing to heavily jump here. Using your jumps responsibly is definitely what's going to be able to save you, make or break it, as far as dying to that third raise goes.
Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out here. Back on the top lane. Let's see just how they're going to be able to get Harassi. What's Kishka gone for? So he's just hoof stomped straight away. But yeah, so we'll see the double edges. Is that what you think he's going to be max? Well, obviously to take advantage of that, probably does max that one out in the lane here on the Centaur. Maybe a point or two in the Retaliate. But for the most part, I think that's what Centaurs have been going for anyway, right? Just building into that double edge early on.
Yep. And it's in the laning stage. In this case, it's not going to do as much for him as it normally does. You are up first step Faceless Void. He's going to walk it all off. But in the mid game, we've seen Centaurs already do a massive amount of damage with that double edge. And the fact that you can straight up double it is going to make this man absolute menace. If he gets through this lane right, he gets his blink, he gets his items, gets his boots.
Yeah, I think we've stopped saying that for Centaurs, right? Well, he's not going to get the power strategy, he's not going to get the phase boots because he's got 3 braces and he's just building up strength items. But yeah, we'll see just how he wants to build here. Kishka with that double-edged facet coming out now here as well. In terms of actually what's going on, through all of the lanes, we can see that the Shadow Fiend is winning that mid just at the minute in terms of the CS coming through. But Ikigai is going to be able to get a bit more impact coming through as he levels up. What are you expecting in terms of being able to play this mid lane matchup here? Do you think Makoto, is it just a case of, again, looking to get the jungle camps in between lanes, stack up yourself that way and play it safe, make sure you don't go down solo to this Zeus? Or do you want to get hyper aggressive? Because he has started off fairly well, Makoto, throwing those razors out on Ikigai.
Honestly, I think that if I'm Makoto here, I have not seen that previous match, and I'll just be like, well, this is same old, and he's putting in the pressure. This should be a winning matchup for him, and so far you can see that Zeus cannot keep the creeps off his tower. The harass damage that he does compared to the amount of damage that Mikoto brings in is quite minimal. And in the end, the difference is really just that with spells, you have to wait for cooldowns and you have to use mana, but Mikoto has 20 stored souls right now, and that's just a whole lot of right-click damage, and you can throw that out whenever. So Ikigai has to play a really careful range game here, as Mikoto is just straight up bullying him right now.
Yeah, you can see him being zoned out the lane. On the top lane there as well, we see the death of the Phoenix here. Kishka, and I didn't even think about that. I was so focused on the Faceless Void, I didn't think about the double edge, the extra double edge damage coming through onto the Phoenix. Obviously, the Phoenix using his health to cast his spells here. He's going to get so low in the lane that, of course, the Centaur's going to be able to come up and use that double edge to come through onto Ponyo. And Ponyo, all he can do is damage back to escape. So Kishka's going to be able to take advantage of this one. D-Ward will come out here as well. But meanwhile, back in the mid lane, we see that Ikigai is going to be able to get that water in the ball up now as well. Makoto on the other side gets his out, and back on the bottom, how's it looking for them here? But the double damage coming through onto Kishka. Yes, it is. And Kishka's going to be able to get another kill onto Ponyo, and Akashi just has to back himself away.
Well, it's good for the Void that the Phoenix is taking all this hate, but he is very low himself as well, and I didn't expect the Phoenix with an escape and a range advantage to be dying this often, but that is unfortunate. And I guess with the fact that he has a Dying Light facet as well, he is constantly dealing damage to the Centaur.
Yeah. He did
amping up the double edge.
Yeah, and it's just going to stack, like I say, it's going to stack up. The more damage you take, the more you're going to do, the more damage you're going to take. He did use the dive as well to get away from the Centaur when the Centaur was dewarding. So it looks like, he didn't have it for that gank there as well. Top lane, they're going to be able to go. Akashi's just straight up disappearing. 11 gets a kill. Magic Missile connects before he can get that time walk off, because it was still on cooldown. And yeah, just with the Wave of Terror there as well, it was just more the damage than he could take. And yeah, not going to save him when it's on cooldown, it seems.
No, and this is one of the the risks that you take when you run this greedy of a lane, really, because this is a very
But he drags him up!
They're both on the cliff.
He gets the TP away. They're going to have to TP down. That was just such a good Uno reverse. It's like, okay, I've cliffed both of you. What are you going to do? No, you. Dragged him up with him, but the TP and no way to interrupt the Magnus, at least. And I mean, if he didn't have that TP, it probably would have cost him his life.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's incredible that we haven't even seen any deaths on the bot lane here yet, because this is a double melee lane versus IO Marcy. IO Marcy, one of the most oppressive lanes in the game. We've got that sidekick going as well, so they have so much regen that they can use to absolutely freely trade with you. And the repositioning is really the only tool that you have here, so WS and Joka making the best situation out of no situation there with the tools that they have.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the top lane, 11 will be taking the harass, but are they going to be able to get it? Magic Missile comes out up against the Phoenix, and the Phoenix has already used the dive. Kishka, he's just making him disappear, this Phoenix. Yeah, there's a reason. I can't say extinct because they're a mythical animal. Maybe it's extinct. You know, maybe that's why they're mythic.
Ah, yes. Once upon a time. Well, but they're like, that's the thing that I don't get, is like they're supposed to come back, right? How can a thing that always comes back go extinct?
Well, that's because the comeback from the egg, you know, we know how hungry people can get, so they didn't wait for the egg to finish. You know, they just crack it, make the dinner, and all of a sudden we're instead of having phoenixes, they just have spicy omelets for a little bit.
Stun?
Yeah. Do they get the damage off them? Makoto's going to rotate up here now as well. Centaur Stomp comes out. He's just going to go straight up for the TP. And it looks like Makoto, he's not going to be able to get the Requiem off. So yeah, Centaur out alive there. TP and quick thinking from the Centaur. And it will keep him going as the bench wants to come back for the Wisdom Rune. But did they give it over to the Centaur? Because Kishka's only level 4. I didn't even realize the Venge 11 here is level 6. And yeah, it's just... I mean, obviously...
Wait.
It's the Centaur 4, right?
Yeah,
not
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because we've been casting it like it is that, but IHG has been, like, 11 has been taking all of the last hits. I was wondering about that before. I can't believe we're just...
Just now figuring it out. I mean, the only time we've looked at this lane is when there's been a kill happening, which has been fairly often. So we've not actually been seeing who's been farming up in the lane.
Absolutely not. No, I was noticing, but I was also like, well, you know, Kishka stepped out to the side right now. It makes sense that 11's taking some of these last hits. But of course, Kishka's the flipping 4.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, speaking of Kishka, he could be in trouble here. He's trying to get that stomp off, but he will go down. Couldn't get the kill onto Ponyo first. And Makoto will get the Arcane Rune secured from that kill.
No, but that also explains why the hoof stomp is level 3 and is getting maxed out instead of the double edge, etc. And of course, it really matters for the amount of harass that the Faceless Void has been taking, because he's up versus a range laner who's actually been getting last hits. So that's a Bracer, a Wraithband, and Power Treads. That hurts.
I think you're wrong here, Kips. Vengeful Spirit is a melee hero. You know, there is no ranged hero in this.
Apologies, you are correct. Akashi has just been punching himself, I guess.
Yeah, taking the harass out here, Akashi. And yeah, no, they've had the control. I mean, in terms of last hits as well, he is falling behind this Venge. 48 to 35, like I say, because of that range advantage coming through. He is, every time he comes forward, takes some harass. So they really are putting Akashi under pressure here. And maybe we're going to see, it's going to be, looks like the
Raid is here again. But they don't have the control to actually, like, sure, you can bait out Kishka here.
Oh, they might be able to get the kill onto Akagi.
That's bigger.
He just rotated. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the kill onto Ponyo in return here. But the relocate, what are they going to be able to do onto this? Is no level 6 you set on the Faceless Void. He's about half a level away from it here. But the relocate, they aren't going to be able to find anyone. So it looks like they're just going to be dragged right back here to the bottom lane. And once that was off, did he come through? Oh, he's only level 5. He came through the Twin Gate. That's what it was. I thought, you know, straight in with the relocate. But he is only level 5 on the IO.
And this is prime IHC gameplay, right? Rotate in earlier than the enemies expect to make sure that you catch them off guard. Unfortunately, though, that like their read was correct, but Mikoto's read was better. He knows that Zeus is coming from the side. Mikoto cuts him off. And here now another kill on Kishka in exactly the same place.
He does get the D ward though, which, you know, for support, It's still not a good trade. In fact, they might be able to get the kill onto Ikigai now as well. Ikigai, he couldn't get himself away. He'd already used the jump, and WS got the drag back here to set up for the kill onto the Zeus. And that Zeus, really not the Zeus I saw up against the Shadow Fiend last time, where it was just dominating not only the lane, but being able to make ganks happen on the side lanes as well.
Yep, no, shut down twice now, and of course in the lane as well. And the way that the net worth graph looks right now is just fascinating to me, because we've got Mikoto on top. He is the one that's going to make Talon move, and then both Akashi as well as WS have had quite a hard lane. And it's really all down to the Mikoto to decide who are you going to save, what kind of energy are you going to put into that, or are you going to spend most of the time scaling for yourself? So that you become a bigger threat and the enemy reacts to you instead of you reacting and leveraging yourself that way. This SF is in charge of the game, and I'm very curious to see where he takes that. So far, he's been taking it to the top lane. This is the third time now that it's hanging around here. There's a Chronosphere this time.
Guess, like you say, it's just because he wants to come up here to control, because Akashi's been put under pressure so much that maybe Mikoto feels like he needs to make these rotations to get the lane back in their favor. And yeah, like you say, Chronosphere is available if they want to try and go for this one. Interestingly, Shadow Fiend, it looks like it might be the right-click build coming out for Mikoto here as well.
I was about to bring that up,
Dragon
yeah.
Lance's first item.
Exactly. Normally we'd be seeing Yulzir, we'd be seeing the start of thinking about a Blink Dagger, but no, this is right-click SF.
And especially because he's
And
not
he does
still
have
at
the
the
Shadow
Feast of
Mire.
Souls just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much do you like this? Because he's going to be able to put right clicks into the Chronosphere. You know, maybe he thinks, oh, the Requiem, the Raise is not enough. Do you prefer that with the Faceless Void in the team fights, do you think, being a right-click build?
I think the right-click build is more survivable. Usually you get a lot more stats, survivability stats out of the items that you end up building. And with the fact that this lineup on IHC can pick and choose whoever they want to bring down, I think that's part of the consideration. Next to that as well is, I think with having both the Stampede as well as the IO Relocate available, plus a ton of mobility on the rest of the course, the swap as well, it's entirely possible for a lot of your big Requiem plays for the target of that play to get saved in some way, shape or form, or just make it out, which is very high risk if that's literally what your entire build is going to be built around on. Hard to hit 3 raises on a target that's being stampeded away or swapped out as well. So this is just a lot more reliable way of doing your damage in this game, and I think that if you would have gone the magic build, I would have pointed this out and been like, he should have gone right click. So 100% on board.
Okay, yeah, we're going to see the Manta style being queued up now, so looks like it's going to be 100% that right-click build coming through. Has an AD rune here as well, might be able to make a move. Is there an RP? There is an RP here, so if they can catch out on at least the Marcy, maybe they'll get a kill, but they would like to get both onto Ace Fortune Soul, playing it safe. Do they have vision? No, they don't, so they didn't see the Shadow Fiend. Maybe saw him just leaving the lane and unsure where he is, so it looks like Fortune Soul going to play it safe here. Doesn't want to show on the lane until they get that information on Mikoto.
And this leaves us with a curiously passive game for now. I think IHC are going to press the pedal to the metal as soon as the Venge gets that scepter, and never going to stop anymore after that. That is the key to their game, and it's going to just be pick off, pick off, pick off, until they can't anymore either. That's going to be the win or the loss.
Yeah, just like you say, go full ham until the result comes out here. But looks like they're going to be able to make a jump. They get both of them now as well. Thunder God's Wrath does come through, but it's going to be right back into the Requiem. No! The bounce forward, Mikoto. Can they get the damage off? They can't get it fully off here. And it's going to be Mikoto goes down to 11. That's a great swap coming through. WS is going to be on the retreat. Akashi now as well still holds that Chronosphere. The Blood Grenade does come out. Doesn't look like it connects here. Is the double TP? Do they have the drag backs? They're going to be able to get the damage off. Do they get the drag backs though? They don't. And the TPs will connect. And at least I suppose if the Faces gets caught out here, could pop that Chronosphere defensively, but he will be out safe. And they do lose the Shadow Fiend for that though, and the Requiem wasn't fully cast. That was the Death Requiem, right? So still a good pickup though for IHC, taking down that Shadow Fiend that's so far ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, otherwise I would not have said that this was actually a worthwhile. That is a weird egg.
Misclick, just making sure it works.
Well, you know, we've been complaining about the Phoenix dying out. See, and this is why you hold on to that Chronosphere.
And they might be able to go for more here now as well. There is going to be that relocate in. Swap comes out now as well. What damage can they do onto this one? They already get the kill onto that Vengeful Spirit, but they are going to be able to take down the Tiny on the side of IHC. Looks like everyone else might be on the retreat here. Akashi's hanging around, but the relocate drags the Mastery right back towards the bottom lane.
And the problem for IHC is that even though on paper these rotations that they make and these answers that they find to the moves that Talon make are quite good, the problem is that they're not getting anything themselves out of it. Mid tower fell to the Phoenix, sticking to it like glue during the bottom fight. And now as well, they've gotten a one-fight bot, they've gotten at least a good return kill on top, but neither of those led into any kind of tower pressure, and Talon is going to be very happy with letting the towers do a lot of the creep wave turning and making sure that their cores can farm up in the jungle in the meanwhile. And that's what they really want.
Do you think IHC are happy that they're responding to the kills that Talon put on? Like I said, until Venge gets this Ag Scepter, they're not looking to rock the boat yet. Maybe just get aggressive when that comes out. Or would you really have liked them to put pressure, take this tier 1 tower mid, or at least take the tier 1 tower top to make things a little bit more uncomfortable for the Faceless?
Yeah, I think that if you hadn't been reacting, you would have gotten that scepter faster, is the thing.
Yeah. Okay. They at least will get that top tier 1 now. It looks like it's going to be tier 1 traded up for tier 1. As, yeah, you can see IHC, they've all made their way to this top lane. Faceless Void is still here in that corridor of farm, so he's going to be really careful. Got that Mask of Madness up now as well. So, again, going to be careful when he uses it, but it looks like IHC not going to get super aggressive on it, and the Venge is about 250 gold away from picking up the full Ags now as well.
And that is what we're all waiting for with bated breath. The other item that I... Blink Dagger already up on Kishka. Did have a very good landing stage as well.
And it is going to be the... Yeah, the Marcy's got the armlet up, going straight into the BKB here for the Marcy. So I suppose you don't need that blink when you've got the relocate power coming in from Ace. You just purely want to go for... to get right on top of the heroes and do the damage that way. Are you expecting... Is it just the support Marcy build a bit faster? Maybe a Basher to come out before that BKB... after the BKB, excuse me?
Yeah, it's going to be the Basher after that, and after that you can go either forward to Abyssal or you can adapt the build a little bit, as we had a bit of an interesting standoff here mid with Talon fishing for potential kills, finding none, around a tower that isn't here anymore, which I found to be curious.
Well, as long as you've got the courage to do it. But,
yeah, I mean, you did drag reactions. Like, the more I think about it, the more it's probably just about showing your face, making sure that the enemy has things to run after, which distracts them from actually doing things like ganking your Faceless Void all the way in the corner of the map, stuff like that.
Yeah, he's been left since the tower went down. The Faceless has been left alone. In fact, since the Chronosphere here as well. So Akashi, he's just quietly going to get on with it. Has that Mask of Madness going towards the Maelstrom now as well. He is going to be able to find that farm, and this is something that I've seen. Oh, Thunder Gods comes out just as he scouts out here for the Roshan. And Roshan, it's going to be done fairly quickly. I was going to say, yeah, you need to be, if you're letting your enemy carry farm like this, you need to be taking objectives. And Roshan is one of the biggest ones they can go for here. Going to take full advantage of the fact that Talon are on the other side of the map.
Yep, and you're letting quite a bit go for this. A lot of map control has been lost. There's a bunch of wards in your jungle right now. All your waves are shoved out. So this Aegis, it is a little bit of a requirement to go this early on a Marcy specifically. Like, you're putting yourself into harm's way for a lot of big ultimates, coming back after a Chronosphere, after an RP, and saying, alright, now it's time to actually throw down is the best way to go. But it doesn't mean that you didn't already pay a price for it, and now you have to make up for the fact that you lost that distance to your opponent by making the plays. And you can't make the plays until the waves have been shoved out again. That's why your Zeus is hiding behind your tower on bot.
Just watching WS, he's getting... Yeah, and... Do you think, I mean, they've got the Blink Dagger on the Centaur, they've got that Ag Scepter up now on the Venge, they've got, it's only a Kyra on the Zeus, I think it's not gone to the Phylactery just yet, building up the gold for that. But with this Aegis, I assume once Unleash comes back up in the next 8 seconds, surprisingly, this is where you've got to make it go, right? Like you say, you've got to make something happen. Yeah.
It's now or never, and luckily for them, there's a very easy target up here. It's going to be the mid tower, and Talon will absolutely defend it.
Well, yeah, they've got that ward down. They saw Kishka and 11 moving in. In fact, they're
that's a beautiful toss back.
Skewer back, tier 2 tower. He goes for the swap. Is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? He will have the illusion form to come out afterwards, but it looks like that might be cleaned up. Makoto going to be able to get the chase down. Yeah, one more right click, and 11 is gone for at least the next 30 seconds. And that was, yeah, again, the ward coming down here. Just to be able to get that vision onto the Centaur rotating in. They took full advantage of that knowledge and messed up the gank opportunity for a little bit longer on IHC.
I think it was quite greedy to be that far forward, and that's, well, you pay the price now. That was going to be your BKB reveal, that was your Aghanims getting into action first time. That's a lot of time wasted on your Aegis as well. And for what, 3 creeps?
Yeah, and there is going to be scanning though in the Radiant jungle. Jokam as well as WS might be spotted out. Can they make a move here? Smoke's going to come through. They might be able to go. Thunder God's Wrath's going to be able to scout out. Immediate the skewer. RP though cancelled off by the Centaur Stomp. They do get the kill onto WS, but can't chase for any more. And I think that skewer wasn't meant for the Centaur. It was just trying to get away. But yeah, the Magnus ended up taking a guess with him on the trip.
Happens from time to time. And now they're going to pressure onwards into the mid tower. And this time I don't think we're going to see any counter action coming out from Talon, but they're fine. They dragged more time again. That's going to get Mikoto very close to finishing off his Hurricane Pike. Very much puts Akashi into the reach of that Mjolnir as well.
Yeah, he's not stopping at the Maelstrom. He's going right for that, like you say.
And this is the moment 20 minutes in where was it Manta that they demolished that hard?
Yeah, the game was over by this point, yeah.
Exactly. Now, IHC would have wanted, at the very least, to be firmly in the driver's seat at this point. And they barely got, like, a hand on the wheel.
Now, worthwhile, like you say, Talon, if Burley's still in control at this point in the game, IHC, like you say, they want to be rocking like a 5-6k net worth lead, at least with these rotations they've been making, but they've just not been fully coming off. They've been able to get a support kill here and there. Like you said, in the lane they got a couple of faceless kills, but yeah, they've not been able to translate that into any objectives. So if you're looking at this now, do you think the early aggression time for IHC, is that over now? Do they need to sit back and wait for the big items, or are you still trying to look for these big fights?
No, you're still trying to take these fights. It's the only thing your lineup does. Here we go.
Well, speaking of, they're going to be able to make this jump in. Centaur Stomps come through now as well. What damage can they do? They're going to be able to get the kill onto Mikoto. Surely no! The RP has the control of the Requiem there as well. The Manta style might have just saved his life here. Fortune Soul, can he get himself away? He still has that Aegis for a minute or so, but he is going to be ripped apart once he comes back with all 5 heroes. Chronosphere available too. They're trying to find this space in here, but Fortune Soul, he's going to get himself out. It looks like he does the relocate, going to try and save his life here. Io, it looks like Io might just leave him to his fate, but Fortune Soul, he popped the BKB for that. Thunder Gods comes out. Io is going to be brought back alone. It looks like Ace Chronosphere does come through. Catches onto 2 cores here with the Zeus, with the Vengeful Spirit. They're going to be able to get more out of this one. They're going to get more control. And 11 once again, that Phantom Spirit that comes out. I don't know if this is going to be enough. Magic Missile will be thrown here, but they might just have the control to take it down again. And yeah, the lockdown comes through. The swap is going to be there for a second, but this illusion, it looks like it will be cleaned up eventually. Even if it takes a few seconds, it will disappear.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why I like the Shadow Fiend going for the tankier right-click build, because if that was a caster SF, he was dead as a doornail, and then the entire follow-up fight simply does not exist. You lose your top tower. Instead, he survives on, well, what is it, 200 HP? A little closer than you would want it to, but that means that all of the counter team fight that you have, all of the defensive abilities, it makes it absolutely impossible for IHC to fight into after they've already spent their engagement and have already shown their hero's positioning.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to go for the Tormentor here as well. The Marcy's going to go for the Ag Scepter and not go for the Basher coming out here. So that's probably wouldn't have had it in that fight. With the gold, in fact, I actually might have just had it, but yeah, if they were able to stick to that Shadow Fiend, that would have been a kill, and maybe they turn that fight around. But the fact that, like you say, the Hurricane Pike comes out from the Shadow Fiend, he creates that gap, and Marcy's just kind of like stuck, going, okay, well, crap, what do I do now?
Yeah, into deep, trying to keep.
Don't, because then I'll just be singing Sum 41 all day, and
all right,
nobody needs that on a broadcast.
Not indeed. The silence from the Marcy Ags is really good first to Faceless Void, right? Like, this is not even a Void that has a Manta style currently, is not planning on it. Would really love to not have to buy a BKB in this game either. So I definitely see the utility as well as like the extra damage output from the Aghanim Scepter here. But it will once again be an item to wait for, and your enemies just scale better with all of the items that that are getting bought currently.
Looking at this game between the two teams, if this game goes on to 40-50 minutes, do you think it is Talon that have that better scaling team? You know, do they look at this and go, okay, we can wait it out, we can get that late game win?
Yeah, and it's been like that from the start, right?
Yeah.
The guy here having to dodge
Stampede
and
comes
weave.
through, so he can get himself away, but... Yeah, okay, there's not going to be chase for Talon. He's going to be back up on the high ground. While this is going on the Centaur, Kishka's trying to split push, at least try and get something out of this top lane here. It looks like just dipping in, out, taking some pressure out of the creeps to be able to get them onto this tier 2 tower. But it's not going to be doing a whole lot, really. It's just chip damage coming through. And for the minute, Talon, in fact, they're going to be coming through the Twin Gates. They might try and punish this here. Kishka, he might have just got a little bit too overconfident as the creep wave does push in. But is he just going to go straight for that leave? It looks like Kishka, yeah, he might just try and get himself out. Has that TP away, but he's still hanging around. He's not got a lot of health and mana left, so you know,
you want to take another wave here.
Be punished. Yeah.
And he's just +4, and the fact that right now, even if this move doesn't work from Talon, if it did work, they wouldn't even have had a creep wave behind him. And now they're kind of, you can see that Talon is a little lost right now, and yeah, they're just TPing for him because they can't do anything on the top wave until they get Kishka. And now Kishka gets out, and that is 1.5 minutes bought by a single hero. It's fantastic.
Okay.
Huge.
So you would have been alright even if he got killed off though? You would have been fine with that?
100% worth. So very, very much worth it. But the fact that he didn't now means that you just get to smoke up with that finishes Aghanim Scepter on the Marcy, and you're going to try again.
Okay. Let's see where the jump comes from. Koto gets the haste room. They're going to be grouped up now as well. The Centaur, Kishka's going to be able to... Well, there's going to be the dive in now as well. And it's going to be a lot of damage coming through. WS gets taken down. Requiem gets thrown up. But Fortune Soul has the BKB. The sounds comes out. Shadow Fiend trying to get himself away. Will be able to force staff out of danger. Had that Manta style there as well. So they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Magnus. Let's see if they can get any more from this one. Because I think that was, again, it was a BKB charge for the Marcy. So that's going to be down now to 7 seconds. Another big jump in. At least this time they do get a core kill here on the side of IHC.
They got a core, and they got that in the time that Talon was completely grouped, so nobody else was farming either and making that net worth meter tick the other way while you're all holding hands with 5 heroes, which is something that's been happening to ISC a lot in this game, right? They've been 5, and Talon has just been like, nah, we're not actually fighting you at all, we're just farming 3 heroes on 3 different lanes here.
And
so
this might actually be a good timing for IHC now as well. The Marcy BKB is down, but it might put Talon on the back foot because Roshan's going to spawn in 14 seconds here. You're going to have your ultimate on the Marcy back up in 8. You're not going to have the BKB for 38, so maybe you are still worried about the Magnus being able to jump in, but it might put Talon under pressure to force a mistake. Yeah, they're going to smoke in, and there's still a tier 1 tower here in that top lane for IHC. Like I said, they weren't able to take it down, so there could be TPs to come in to respond to this one. Jump comes forward here. They're going to be able to get on top of Kishka. What they're going to be able to do, the toss comes through now as well, but the magic missile, and he gets that stomp, gets the walk away.
At the very least, they've gotten enough information that they know they can push this tower here now, but no pickoffs to start things off here. Roshan is home, and the Radiant are coming your way in a smoke.
Oh yeah, you're going to have that Stampede coming back up right now as well. The Centaur Warrunner, what's he actually built into? He's got that Ring of Tarask. So is that...
He's dreaming of a heart.
Because his curry is dead, so I can't actually see what he had on the curry now. Jump comes in, Kishka though. Got to be careful, they're going to be able to get themselves on top of the tiny. He's going to be jumping from the Marcy. Chronosphere comes out, they have the control. Marcy, he walks into the Chronosphere. He's gone 48 seconds on the sideline here. They take down the Vengeful Spirit as well. It looks like IC are going to get cleaned up here, just purely because Talon, they were in a better position. The jump in from Kishka doesn't get anything from this one. The relocate, yeah, I think the IO, it's going to be a solo death again from Ace. And it was just good, great positioning coming out. Talon, I mean, IC had the smoke, but they didn't have the vision, didn't have the knowledge. Talon take full advantage of that.
Yep, and it really seems to come down to that, the fact that they haven't been able to find any good aggressive swaps in this game yet at all is extremely detrimental when you've picked the hero and waited all the way for the Aghanim Scepter before even starting to do anything with it, and you just never actually had the payoff from that you've needed. That is a lot of investment that's just never coming to fruition.
Yeah, and the sensor did actually go for a pipe. I think he's got it flying out now, fully completed on the courier. So just waiting for that one to land, which they maybe could have used about 30 seconds ago. But obviously they needed to get in to make sure Roshan wasn't taken away from them. Just didn't work out that way for them.
Yeah, no, you gotta go for the fight no matter if you have like a pipe waiting or not. And I think also at this point, well...
Oh, jump comes in. It's going to be the BKB swap. This might actually be the swap they were waiting for. Is he going to be able to get himself away? Hurricane Pike here. They don't have a way to stop him from getting that off, and the swap coming out early means he's not swapped right back into the aggression. So once again, IHC trying to get on top of Makoto. Makoto's just going to be straight away out of the jump, toss back in onto 11. 11 can he get himself out again? Going to have that Vengeful Spirit form. Thunder God's Wrath kills come through. They get the kill onto the Tiny, but Fortune Salt, his BKB, does he want to pop it here? He's trying to get some regen coming through from the IO as well, but they just have to try and get out of dodge with the Stampede.
Their positioning was too bad after the initiation there. The fact that they are in the river and their enemies are holding the high ground is absolutely awful. Little bonus kill. And so great disengage from IHC, but that again, that was them attempting to grab a kill and nothing comes of it. And it's been the story of this game. And this is how Talon was going to have to play it if they wanted to weather the storm. But they've not just weathered it, they've also come out on top at this point. It's 30 minutes, the window for IHC is closing. And Talon's starting to get just individually too tanky for IHC to even be a threat anymore.
Yeah, they've just IHC really couldn't make that pressure happen with the Iron Master combination here. And every time they jump, it feels like they were going on Makoto, and every time Makoto was just like, yeah, cool, jump on me, I've got a Hurricane Pike, you know. You aren't sticking to me. As soon as you get on top, I can create a massive gap. And yeah, it's just really not worked out, especially that last one where they weren't on him. He had an Aegis, you know, so even if he went down the first time, he's like, yeah, cool, second life BKB, I can walk myself away. And yeah, IHC, they've just not had that sticking pressure to come through. Once again, they're going to be able to get, but Jokum jumps himself in here, 3-4 heroes around. They have the RP, they have the Chronosphere to come out. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Zeus now. RP still available. Supernova comes out as well. Ace, he's going to be in trouble. Kashi gets that chase down. RP drag back. Do they get the kill? Marcy's going to pop that BKB, but there's the physical damage coming through. It looks like it's just too much, and there's going to be the toss up into the air, but Jokum will fall for that now as well. Maybe WS jumps a little bit too far here, but for that, they will get a lane of racks, and Talon maybe still happy with that, even losing the two heroes.
Yeah, that could have been a little cleaner, but honestly, the fact that you're keeping their entire backline busy while those buildings are dying is quite fine if you're in the driver's seat like this. And I want to point out here that I think the other hero that we haven't talked about enough is the Tiny and Jokum. Like, more often than not, we've actually seen a jump in toss back from the Tiny than we've seen aggressive swaps. Which means that the benefit of having the enemy's positioning disrupted has always been coming from Talon. And this is a Tiny who's been doing this initiating / supporting job pretty much on his own. The Phoenix doesn't lift a single tail feather. It's just Tiny who has to create these opportunities, and he's been so good at it.
And there's going to be more coming out here. 11. While they don't have that Tiny, is he going to be able to get himself in onto this one? The fight coming through. Akashi's going to be taking a lot of pressure. Gets that time walk off now as well. The Hurricane Pack again. Sunray damage coming through onto the Marcy, and the Marcy here. What are they going to be able to do here? Fortune Soul again trying to stick onto the heroes, but they just have so much peel, so much kiteability coming out on the side of Talon that Marcy once again won't be able to get a kill. And now 11 trying to run himself away, but WS going to be able to join in that fight. They take the illusion here for the Vengeful Spirit, and it looks like they're even going to be able to pop this one. And the Tiny on the other side still trying to go Ikigai Akashi, making a move onto this. The toss comes out onto the Zeus. The pressure coming through there as well. The bash. That's the Yule Scepter from the Tiny, and yeah, like you say, controlling him through. Ikigai tries to get that jump, but he only jumps into the Tiny's waiting arms here, and he is going to be cleaned up. WS comes in, claims the kill.
2 cores down, and Marcio can't even run back into the base here because Base's Void is clearing up the ways between their tier 2 and their tier 3, and now Mikoto is on your base tower again. Really, the positioning game from Talon has just been so much better than IHC's, and this is all experience, this is all finesse. And IHC, as much as I like a fast lineup, this was a pretty brute force one. Yeah, and
took some early. Swap comes out here to try and save Kishka's life, but again, the bench is putting itself in danger.
but
Not
four.
a great position now as well. You've got the Supernova going, but the damage coming through. They're going to be able to pop that bench spirit once again. Marcy pops the BKB, trying to do what he can here. The Daedalus coming through. It's still not going to be enough. They get the kill. Chronosphere catches
Everybody.
everybody. Everybody gets caught in that one, and it looks like the damage is going to be enough here to just clean up. The GG is going to be called, and yeah, what was that, like a 6-7 man Chronosphere that just went their way. Talon, they were able to take the win, and IHC, they just have to GG out here.
Yeah, you know, normally when play-by-plays go like, oh, this Chronosphere catches absolutely everybody, it's like 4 guys.
But that match, IHC, they tried their best to get aggressive. You know, they were trying to make the moves up, but it just felt like every rotation they were a little bit too late. They were a little bit too short on the pressure that they could put on. So I liked the lineup, but they just didn't execute it right. But Talon, 24-16 in terms of kills, but the net worth was right in their favor. They made some great moves, some great momentum. You look at this here for Talon, more of the same in the second game. But IHC, what do they have to do? Is it just about getting those timings right, tightening it up a little bit in the team play to be able to come back, maybe get this draw for the 1-1?
Yeah, honestly, and the reason why is almost kind of sad, but the fact is that this is what IHC is best at, and it's the only way that they're going to beat Talon. They have to play fast, they have to play aggressive, they have to take those risks, because Talon will in fact out-finesse them. So, you have to be the pigeon on the chessboard, you have to stomp all over the pieces, shit on the board, and pretend that you're the king, and you have to drag them down into that game with you. And Talon has just very firmly but politely said no. And if they get to do that another time, then just get to win another time. And IHC is not going to learn enough in the next 10 minutes in order to make up for, let's say, the 3 years of combined experience that Talon has got on them. So this is what it is. Let's just see if you can drag them down with you the second time.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see that Shadow Fiend ban out this time. No Force Staffs, no Hurricane Pikes to get away from the ganks, as Fortune Soul probably going to be pretty happy with that. But yeah, that is going to be it for the first game. We're going to take a quick break, be back with the second game to see IHC, can they bring it back to a draw, or Talon, are they going to take the 2-0? We'll find out after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy. Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back into the RAS Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We're going to start with the second game between Talon and IHC. IHC, they tried to get aggressive in that first game. It just didn't pay off. Thanks to a Shadow Fiend and a Hurricane Pike who would win, 5 heroes or 1 stick. And it turned out it was the stick that won it. So Kips, looking through this next draft, surely there's no way that the Shadow Fiend gets through, right, for Talon?
I think that one was definitely a bridge too far to take for IHC, so they might want to remove that one. But then the question is, what do you let through instead? Because I think every single one of their bans had merit already. Maybe you could think about letting the TA through, though that is also a Hurricane Pike builder. She can also disengage as well. But certainly the Timber or the Storm wouldn't necessarily be easier to take down if you want to play a snowballing draft. So I think they're in for a bit of a challenge here, and well, they certainly spent more time thinking about that during the break than I did, so let's see what they are going to bring up.
Yeah, let's see what they're actually strategizing here. They will be getting that first pick as well, so they're going to be able to kind of block in whatever does get left. They might go for the Shadow Fiend themselves here if it does get left in the pool, being able to get that one. It seems, it seems to be the flavor of the meta at the minute here, at least in Southeast Asia. So we are going to see that Timbersaw being banned out once again. And Talon, I wonder if they let that Shadow Fiend through, whether they think maybe IHC don't go for it first. Maybe they can try and snag it again as their first pick.
I think so. Talon, I think this is a wasted ban. I don't think IHC was going to take it at all. They have no history of playing it. I don't think their playstyle is particularly suitable to it. Yeah. Well, it's not going to be appearing in this game, so IHC is going to be very happy about that indeed. But I don't think Talon needed to do that, honestly.
No, maybe Talon doing a bit of a favor coming out here for IHC, like you say, that giving them a free ban. Do you think that IHC then, do they just follow the same pattern? The Dragon Knight's going to be banned out here as well from Talon, so we're going to see the TA being banned out, the Storm Spirit being banned out here for IHC, and maybe that, because the Zeus, I think, maybe been in the pick to try and beat the Shadow Fiend, even if it didn't go that way in lane. So do you go back for that Shadow Fiend here in lane, or is there something else that you want to see Ikigai playing here for game number 2?
I mean, on paper, the Zeus is a perfect hero for them, right? Because it gets you a bunch of magical burst damage, and it gets you a bunch of vision. And if you want to play a fast pick-off game, what you need especially is vision. You need to know where the guys are in order to beat them to a pulp. So I would not be surprised to see them going back for it, but it does also very much limit you on the amount of utility that you can get out of your mid lane. Zeus, famously not a very hands-on guy unless it's with the ladies. So I think we're taking that first, you very, very much limit your options in terms of what you can actually get out of what is usually the highest level hero in the game. So your game, at least, the one that's going to have the highest levels in the spells.
Yeah, and as far as I heard it wasn't so much hands, it was wings for Zeus. But it's been a while since I've read my my Greek myths. But yeah, looking at it, they're going to be... so it's going to be the Darkseer ban out, the Enchantress ban out here as well for the side of Talon. What are they going to be going for first? The Witch Doctor, straight into the Clockwork. Yeah, with the Darkseer and Enchantress ban, they just say, cool, you have to be the ones to ban it, otherwise we're going to pick it up. And yeah, I'd see straight into this clock. This hero is having a bit of a resurgence. I say a bit. An absolute resurgence here
huge.
Coming through. Yeah, it's absolutely, with the cog spacing coming out, being able to kick them through there as well. The aggression that this hero can put through in the laning stage of all things. Yeah, it's mental that Talon are just like, you know what, we forgot about this, we ban an Enchantress instead.
Almost feels like you want them to have it, because this is also, IHC has been picking this every single time that it's available. And it was already, Clockwork was already on the up and up before the patch came in even. We've been seeing, especially because of the utility of the Aghanims, right? And we were talking about it, IHC wants vision. They want to know who they're going to go on, and the Clockwork is the perfect tool for that. Talon answering with the Storm Spirit. Really not surprised. Now that is a bit of a block pick, because that is something that IHC has been playing themselves as well.
Yeah, and we've seen Storm Spirits run absolutely mental. You know, you get those galvanized charges going. I'm seeing Meteor Hammers built up on the Storm Spirit and never actually using the active on that. You know, it's just like, okay, cool. This is going to be, you know, I'm going to put this on the shelf and it's going to give me a load of mana back, and I'm going to get the spell amplification on it and everything like that. But don't you dare touch it, because this isn't an active item anymore. We don't use that to take buildings. It's just there to show off.
A little bit. I have seen one or two, but that's usually in the late game when there's actually the Storm Spirit is tanky enough to stand around for a little bit, or maybe if they have a BKB. I have seen a couple of very nice stun drops from that as well, but you're completely correct in that it's a very rare occurrences, and they really don't bite for that at all.
No. And yeah, it feels like one of those that by the time, you know, he's cast a Meteor Hammer, he could have killed 3 heroes. So it's time management, you know, that you've got to be prioritizing what's best for you.
Yeah, and I have to admit that I still have to actually do the maths on the mana loss reduction versus the mana regen amplification. But I think since your mana regen is usually going to eventually outpace the amount of mana that you spend on spells, the Meteor Hammer is the item that scales deeper than getting mana loss reduction from a Kaya.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad I have an analyst, because I don't do any of that math. I just see Storm Spirit go burr. And, it seems to work for him as the Weaver does come through. So Storm Spirit, Weaver picked up here for Talon. We've seen the Weaver being played as that support role, sometimes being played as like the one. But for the most part, it is, a really nice flex to come out early on like this one. But how much do you like this Weaver pick in general here? Because, like you say, you can flex up against the clockwork. You've got that time lapse to come out if you get caught in the cogs. But do you think, in general, it's a nice hero to have on board up against the clock, and the Rubik to come out as well?
And the clock is one of the few heroes that can actually kill a Weaver in lane, right? It's one of my own personal... The very few plays that I'm actually proud of is making a Weaver rage quit by just catching him in cogs every single time in the laning stage. It was a very, very good time. In this case, though, of course, you get the time lapse later on. I don't necessarily love it for the reason I said before, but on the other hand, you're playing with a Storm. You want somebody else to go in and give you vision of the targets that you're going to want to be going for. A lot of teams play Storm Spirit like he's an initiator, and while that might be true in pubs where you have a lot more information about what's going on in the map because people are just showing willy-nilly and are not grouping up necessarily, in pro play it's a lot different, and Storms going in blind usually end up dead. So a support or a core, but I think this is going to be a support that can actually run in with the Sakuchi on, put the bug on people, give a bunch of vision, and then time-lapse out safely, gives the Storm exactly everything he needs in order to see what needs to happen in the game. So for me, that's the reason for the Weaver pickup, and I do really enjoy that synergy.
How do you feel about the facets? What do you land? Because I know a couple of people, they don't really like that XP facet. They prefer the, was it the 0.3 second slowdown, 100% slowdown on the Sakuchi. Some people prefer, especially if it's going to be the support Weaver, they really like that XP facet that comes out. So, well, how do you feel about these Weaver facets? And even if it's going to be the support, do you still want the Sakuchi one, or do you like that XP?
Honestly, I think that picking the XP on the support it might be a little bit of a bait with the amount of EXP that you give to enemies when you're high level. And a Weaver support usually already gets a bunch of levels from split pushing, being on different waves, being survivable. So I feel like out leveling really hard could be a bit of a trap. Yeah. And I'm wondering if we're not doing it the wrong way around, that a core who's going to have a very low chance of dying shouldn't be getting the acceleration focused talent, and the support shouldn't get the one with the higher utility. But that's my 2 cents on it.
Okay. And I suppose it's like say the increased move speed there as well for Sakuchi. It means that if you are that support that needs to get in and out, like you say, you are going to be able to move around, because it's what, 600 max move speed, and then like you say, that hive mind, just starting off, getting that extra boost in. So maybe we are going to see that meta evolve. Maybe we do get the swap coming around at some point when it's a little bit more hands-on as Talon. They do get the Snapfire coming out, so we are going to see that hero this time with the Weaver, the Treant being picked up as well. So maybe they are signaling this is going to be that Weaver core here, unless they want to do something funky like that Snapfire off lane.
Yeah, not impossible. Yeah, it's always enjoyable to get that Snapfire versus the Clockwork, right? Just making sure you can cookie everybody right on out of those cogs. And of course, she is very nice at taking the cogs down in general as well. You got a lot of disables on your support show here, plus some nice team fight. Not bad. I like this Ember Spirit from IHC here though. Ember Spirit, Rubik, Clockwork. You have with these 3 heroes here, you have already so much playmaking potential. You can cross so much distance, and there's a bunch of damage involved as well, plus the separation off from the cogs. You can kill heroes with these 3 at any point in the game and have 2 others farming on other lanes. This is once again very high tempo, no cooldowns in sight kind of gameplay, but a very different flavor from the we're just gonna get up in your face and punch you kind of style that they previously had, because an Ember is definitely an instrument with a little bit more finesse.
Okay, and what do you then? Because Talon already have the Storm Spirit in the for the mid lane. You're gonna be rocking that Ember Spirit up against the Storm. Night Stalker coming out, dude. This is a hero that I've heard he got a few buffs. It's always been on the fringes, but never really picked up Southeast Asia. So I see are gonna be going for it, and it does mean you get that early nighttime coming through as well. Do you like that for the Night Stalker, or would you prefer it to still be the other way around?
No, I really do enjoy the flipping it around, because normally when the night came in, unless you were already having a really good lane, you would usually not be at the right level to take advantage of it. Whereas right now you're actually going to get yourself a good lane on the Night Stalker, and then by the time that, you know, the day comes by, you've already, you know, buffed yourself up a bunch. You've already put that growth hormone needle in your arm a couple of times, and you can really roll them muscles. So I really like the flip around. I had to think about it a little bit, but ultimately at this point now, when the second night comes around, you're most likely going to have an item already. At the very least, like, your boots are going to be fully upgraded. You're going to have some extra utility items in your pockets as well. I think this is just much better for your pace.
Okay, and you look at this hero, you know, up against the Weaver, the Storm Spirit. Is this going to force him into early BKBs here because of that crippling fear that comes out? And like you say, that second night being so much earlier here in this game.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And this is, we've seen, I think today, what stood out to me is that a lot of players are starting to avoid BKB. If they can do anything in this. Yeah,
so it's like my
are
pubs.
Allergic to BKB in general. Yeah, but it's way more like your pubs now. Way more. And I do think that this is going to... Because the other thing about, for example, a Storm Spirit, like, you're not going to be buying a Force Staff on this guy. So this Weaver, definitely we're going to see a Hurricane Pike for this fella over here. And we're probably also going to see Force Staffs out of the supports. Because...
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if you don't want to buy the BKBs early and you'd have to... You don't wanna. You have to, but you don't wanna. Then that is the only tool that you have, and you're going to have to just wait him out while an Ember Spirit is chipping on you, and, you know, chaining targets. Clockwork will hook in on those. I love this Night Stalker pick. Is what I'm trying to say here.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm still waiting for the return of the glory days. You know, we saw the Night Stalker mid. You get your double braces, you get your Vanguard, and then you just start chasing heroes down. But you know, so far it's not come. So maybe this is as close as I'm going to get to it now. But yeah, I like the hero. I mean, I like the hero in general as well. So I see really nice pick. And like you say, it fits this aggressive manner that they like to play. You know, to run the heroes down, do a lot of damage, and trying to get themselves in and out quick. Maybe going to be a little bit more successful this time around with something like the Night Stalker. What are you looking at in terms of the carry pick as well? Are you looking for something that is going to get aggressive as I bring the hero list up? So maybe like the... What have we seen that actually fights early on? The Morph doesn't get involved early on. Lifestealer does sometimes, like a Chaos Knight maybe?
CK, very much, yes. Weaver has been another one of the top picks for that position as well. I've seen some carry Slardars recently.
10 seconds remaining. Talon Esports.
Ursas are slow, but Ursas are also banned.
Okay, they go Monkey King. And...
Okay. Diffusal first. Slap Storm and Weaver around, make him really sad. I can see that.
Would you... Is that something you'd consider here for IT? Like, no Maelstrom, no Battlefield, just straight into that Diff Blade and just start to, like, 5-man after the first 10, 12 minutes?
I mean, I was kidding a little bit because not securing your farm is usually, like, your scaling is usually a bit of a gamble, but IHC might be the kind of team to do that. And the problem is that now they're up versus a Beastmaster, and we have casted together for a long time, and I hope you remember how big of a Beastmaster bias I have.
I might have one or two, you know, memories of how much you like the Beastmaster, yeah, and with the change to, I mean, I keep saying, you know, with the change to the Helm of the Dominator, with the Helm of the Dominator, but it seems to be that the Beastmasters at the minute are going for that Ag Scepter. So is that the preferred build in the minute for the Beastmasters? Just rush the Ags in and, you know, have that team fight capability?
Yeah, absolutely. And what you do is you stand in the middle and you don't die. You stand in the middle and you don't die. And unless a lot of other heroes that will, you know, be not dying because they're really tanky, he doesn't actually sacrifice any damage for it. Because he's dealing damage, he is getting that life back. And that makes for a very easy hero to structure your entire tempo around, where once he has that, he's just going to be up front, he's going to be leading with his body, the enemies are going to try and engage on him, because you do in fact need to stop him, because he is also a damage engine with that axe. And if they do the calculations, but they're actually bad at math, then that's a one fight for you, and that can snowball out of control really quickly.
Yeah, maybe that's where I've been going wrong in my pubs, because math was... No, I was alright at maths, but it's been a while, so, you know, a little bit rusty at getting the additions going, the subtraction, getting the bid mass going, or it's got so many names across different places. But we're not here for maths, we're here for Dota as we get ready to get ourselves into the second game. So looking at these two lineups, you favouring Talon once again, just because of how they handled IHC in that first game?
Ooh, I mean, I think Talon is certainly the more sophisticated team. They also have the Beastmaster right now. They're matching IHC on cooldowns really well. But this Night Stalker, man, I think that 11 has something to make up for that Venge game. Didn't get much of a shot to do anything at all in that game. It's almost sad to say that we didn't see much difference between that or a support Venge when we, mistook him for a support Venge for most of the laning stage. But that's exactly what his life looked like. So once again, yeah, I favor Talon because they're the most experienced team and they're clearly in a bit of a different league from IHC. But man, if I don't like the way that IHC is thinking about these games. So look at the deforestation. What an ecological disaster.
I don't think, well, with the this particular arena blowing up every time there's an ancient that goes down, I don't think the global warming will be a problem here for these two teams. But don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was just on the screen. Use the banner below the website. Get yourself over to the 1xBet app, the 1xBet website. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA and get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit in both the website and the app, available on all first deposits. And yeah, no, I think both these teams, like I say, the world potentially explodes every time the game ends, so I don't think this game goes on long enough for global warming. Though having the night daytime flip, that would be something that freaks me out, but it actually not gone for it this time, has he? Oh yeah, it has. It's just waiting for the bell. There it is.
Yeah, no. There we go. No, and it is, if that flips you out, never come to Finland.
I couldn't do that. Yeah, I've heard stories about like places where it's just nighttime for like a month straight, and
I mean, right now, when I cast like South American Dota during this time of the year, for example, the darkest time of the night is while I'm casting, and the sun, it's never even really dark. So I start when it's light and I stop when it's light, and I've just done 2 best of 3s.
I can do that. Like same thing for like too light, too not light enough. I need like my blackout blinds. I probably need like the sleep mask. I need somebody to tell me that it is actually nighttime there as well before my brain goes, no, it's still daytime. I can still play games for another 8 hours.
Oh yeah, that really happens too. You'll be going outside and be like, oh, that's okay. Still plenty of time in this day, and it's like, oh no, it's 10 o'clock actually.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Could be. It was too light here to see the darn northern lights. Can you imagine that?
That sucks. I mean, we had too much light pollution going on to see around here because it is, pretty much built up. So that kind of sucked as well. I was looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah. Well, high five.
Of sadness.
Sometimes. Yeah, high five of sadness.
Well,
shared burden. Anyway. Let's talk about these lanes a little bit here, because of course this Night Stalker is going to have a grand old time. You take the Hunter in the night first, and you just look at that Weaver backing off every time 11 just makes a move towards him. The Weaver needs to back off because he cannot in fact take that heat.
He's going to get a little bit aggressive here onto Kishka. Kishka's going to be able to try and get rid of the swarm. Akashi did go for the skitter step coming out as well, so the Sakuchi going to give him more move speed. He's going to get that 0.3 second 100% slowdown here as well on the Weaver, though. They're going to try and chase down his Ponyo. Ponyo's going to take a lot of damage here. He's a big tanky boy, though, this tree, and not easily felled, so will be able to move himself back safely towards that tier 1 tower, only on about half health, but he's brought himself 6 tangos, so he's ready to cannibalize the rest of these trees that do remain in the lane.
Yeah, well, a bunch of them just respawned again as well, so he's got some fuel for his fire. Yeah, Akashi needs to be careful here. That's the mid lane. This is a Storm Spirit favored matchup.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, Ikigai doing a really good job playing with fire.
But tish.
Yeah. Well, that could have been a real badumch if he just fell over dead right there.
I don't like to assume, because, some people, they don't do puns and they say stuff like that, and you point it out, and it's like, I didn't actually mean to be funny. Which is usually the funniest. So when people don't mean to be funny, that's the funniest. The one is the funniest.
No, like I swear I'm a dad born in the wrong body.
Okay, well,
puns for days.
Crack them out. that's like half my casts.
Have I not already been on it a bunch?
Yeah, probably. And it's, the other half is just me being confused. So if you bring them out at the wrong time, when I'm trying to think about the Dota and my eyes are just crossing, I won't pick up on them.
I mean, listen, the best way to engage with puns normally is not. Just don't. Don't acknowledge them.
Okay.
Doesn't make them better, only makes them worse. You only feel clever when it feels slick.
Middle lane, Ikigai is putting the pressure back on Makoto now as well. He's not got a lot of mana left. He has used his bottle charges as well. So Makoto, Jokum could be chased down as well. Ace trying to do what damage he can with the battery assault, but WS could be able to throw out those axes just to deter Ace from chasing down Jokum. And Jokum actually didn't go for that cookie at level 2, so it's going to be the little shredder, going to be that scatter blast to come out. And this time, I'm just making sure, but he is definitely the support here, as they do get onto Fortune Soul now as well. So they are going to be able to get the damage coming through. He lives to that level 3, just enough damage to come through here onto the Monkey King. The Monkey King gets taken down, and Ace might be in trouble now himself. Can he get himself away from this one? The chase down WS. He's got enough mana for one more axes. The bird's still flying around his head, and Ace slowed down. One more axes. They get the kill. A double kill in the lane. Talon picking up where they left off from that last game.
Yeah, and this is a Monkey King versus a melee lane. You'd say that the Monkey should be doing perfectly fine here, but the amount of damage that a Beastmaster outputs, and the fact that you have the melee, the slows as well from the boar versus a melee matchup, not nearly as easy as you would think. And also really respecting the snap, just keeping that point in the backpack for just in case the cookie is necessary, but otherwise if we want damage, we can get damage as bot.
Bottom lane, yeah, they're going to try and make something happen here as well. Ponyo's going to get pretty darn low. That's going to be a really nice crippling fear. Akashi couldn't get away, but they did focus down onto the tree. Swarm comes out now, trying to get some return damage onto 11, but 11, he's already put the damage into that tree and put him in the ground, and I suppose that's where trees belong, but not in the fun way.
Yeah, roots down normally. This one, definitely not. And this is exactly the kind of situation that you would have had before the facets were in, right? Where 11 right now, near the top CSers, feeling really good about the lane that he's had so far. Double braces in his pocket, is now going to finish off the boots during the time where he's a little less strong.
Yeah, and how much do you like the Heart of Darkness facet? You know, because daytime you're going to be taking, or you're not taking, but you have 20% less health regen. Is that a good trade-off? Because some facets there is no downside here, but the Night Stalker, he's quote-unquote balanced around that. Thematic, I guess.
Yeah, which is it is thematic, yes, and
Ikigai,
well,
mid lane. We jumps right into a tree, and Ponyo's going to get the kill.
Surrounded. Yeah, I was watching that, and they left him no options whatsoever. Beautifully done. That's trees might not be so good with motion, but that's just a very good rotation. Sometimes you don't have to make plays in order for your presence to matter. Very well done.
They might not move, but if they fall on you, you are going to know about it. And yeah, that Ember Spirit definitely got extinguished though.
Yep, and this time around, IHC laning stage looking a lot less crisp than the previous time. I think Talon has woken up.
Ace is going to go down here. Storm's going to be able to jump in. He gets that Galvanized start going. He's on 7 already, 7 minutes into the game. So, well, with the boost up from the ball line, and it is going to be 1 a minute here, and maybe looking to put some pressure onto the tower. Even going to be able to farm this creep camp as well to make sure that no pulls come through in the next minute or so. So, yeah, really setting this lane up to win. And Makoto, he really is just the tempo controller here in this, and it feels like IHC, if they wanted to be able to be in with a chance to win, they needed to find a way to shut him down. But he's just running rampant here. First 7 minutes, 47 last hits, and a kill and an assist to his name as well.
Yep, and the way to shut down a Storm Spirit, like in lane, it takes a lot. Normally, what you do is you don't overposition in the early fights of the game, and you keep your Ember Spirit behind you with the Searing Chains are the counter up versus the Storm Spirit, but he has none points in the Searing Chains currently, just pure damage.
Bottom lane.
So the Storm Spirit very free.
11 gets a chase down top lane now as well. Fight coming through. Raw will be used. Can they get anything from this one? Fortune Soul going to be taking a lot of damage. Stormspirit's going to get involved. He does get the kill onto the Monkey King now as well with the ball lining in. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, it is going to be 2 heroes going down there. It looks like they might be able to take down Ace as well. Top lane, Ace, he's dropped the cogs. Makoto's going to be out of mana, but he might be able to do it with the right clicks. He is going to be able to. Thanks to the flat cannon coming through here from the Scatterblast coming through from the Snapfire, and just able to set up for that one more right-click. Stormspirit, 10 Galvanized stacks here, 8 minutes into the game. He's going to be going for an Orchid there as well. Going to be able to get right on top of this Ember Spirit and just shut the hero down. This is just going to be a great game, it looks like, for Makoto once again.
Yep. And this is a really big problem. Ikigai just took a point in the Searing Chains for the first time, which is very necessary indeed. Can you imagine if you have actual points in Searing Chains and you show up to that top fight? I think there's a lot of potential for you to turn it. But instead, he just went for damage only, spent all of his remnants bot chasing down a Treant.
Yeah. And
while his team was dying top.
I get the idea because he didn't see the aggression when the Treant were making a move onto the Night Stalker in the bottom lane, but it perfectly timed. They do get the kill though onto WS. Can they go for more onto this one? Makoto gonna drop that remnant here. Ikigai, he's just gonna back himself away. Doesn't want to overcommit. It looks like a Makoto surely not looking for the dive here with 3 heroes around. Well, 3 heroes around for both sides. So Makoto maybe just making sure the option is available here as Ace looks for that kick out, but won't be able to get it now as well. Jump comes in. Makoto, what's he gonna try and do? The damage is he gonna be able to get on top of Ace? Well, again, coming in with that Scatter Blast at max distance, so you do get that extra damage coming through from the Snapfire. It will be enough once again, and Ace will fall.
Yeah, and I really love this Snapfire. It's just like, you know what? With the Science of the Coxers, an attempt to enter the Storm here, of course they don't have the lockdown to
Why is that so
actually
big?
Stop him off. Why is what so big? That Rubik Remnant.
The Rubik, yes, the Rubik Remnant. That's is it because of the Arcane Supremacy? Surely not, right? It's just a big remnant.
Did it also walk?
Yes,
because I feel like that's the kind of interaction. Did it get bigger as it walked?
It flickered a lot. I don't know if it actually, if the size increased. Maybe that's what Kishka.
Because that seems, for some reason, that feels exactly like a Dota thing to do.
Just fill the screen with them as well as Rubik with the might was the Frugal Filch going as well. So the mana cost reduction 40%, which will increase up to 60% a little bit later on here. But Ponyo might be able to come right across Kishka. Kishka, what's he going to be able to do here? Emerald's going to try and jump in. He might be able to get the kill to WS now as well. But look at this one. The Overgrowth comes out, and they've got the Morty Kisses raining down. They're going to be able to get both of them. Great turnaround. WS will still go down. Kishka gets the kill, but it might cost him his life here. Do they have the reveal? He's underneath the sentry. Needs to get into a good position with the Shadow Amulet, but it looks like he's still going to be run down by Ponyo. The damage coming through. It might be enough. The Blood Grenade doesn't connect, but Ponyo will still get the kill.
That is super painful for IHC. Your Ember Spirit was already your only tool that you had, like your only player who was really in the game. He dies like that, but also this is the second time your Night Stalker finished off his phase boots. You've got the double bracer. This is go time, and he opened up with that. Now this though, this is more like it.
Yeah, they get the kill onto the Weaver, still going towards that Mel was actually flying out to him there as well. It is complete once he respawns, so he's not going to lose any farming time on farm the item up, but he is going to lose that precious farming time while he is dead here. Ponyo could be in trouble here as well. Remnant jumper out for Ikigai, and Ikigai, they're even going to be able to get the rocket flow coming through. Snapfire, does he want to get involved with the Storm?
11 is flanking.
Well. Telekinesis comes out. Makoto, can they get the damage out? They're going to be able to get the kill onto Jokum now as well. Kishka, he might go down, will go down to the Remnant. Makoto, though, going to be out of mana. Hookshot, it connects onto one of his own heroes here. Storm Spirit. It looks like they're going to be able to get the kill finally onto Makoto. Gives up nearly what's that, about 800, 900 golds coming through for the Storm. Big pickup here for Ikigai.
Yep, that's 2,000 gold into the pockets of IHC as well, and a bunch of experience. 2,000 there as well, actually. So that is a really big deal from that Storm Spirit kill. Damage into the mid lane. I was worried that the death on top would mean that 11 would slow down now, but luckily for me, this is IHC. They know that stubbing their toe once or twice doesn't mean that they shouldn't keep on just kicking over every single rock that they find, so... They play Lilaps like this in their sleep.
Yeah, they know a little bit of foot pain. It isn't a reason to take your foot off the gas here, and like you say, they just carry on going through. The Ember Spirit did get a Mage Slayer. You know, I saw the staff. I thought, oh, okay, he might be going for an Orchid to try and deal with the Storm Spirit. Ace in the mid lane now as well. Can they get the damage off? Ace drops the cogs here. Looks like the Searing Chains come through, but there's not going to be too much follow-up. What's going to be stolen here? Sakuchi by the Rubik, but the Overgrowth was used maybe to try and get the kill into the Rubik. Multi-Kiss is going to start to rain down. Kishka might be the only one to go down here. Do they want to go for more onto this one? Because Ember Spirit, he's trying to do what damage he can onto the two supports. Hookshot comes in. Cogs will be dropped again, and Ace is going to try and walk himself away, but Ace is going to cop a lot of damage from this one now. They do get the kill onto Jokum. Can they take down the tree as well? Ace, he might go down to Akashi, gets that kill, but now Ikigai, what's he going to do? Just jumps himself away to the Remnant before that roar comes out. Storm Spirit jumps himself in. Can they get the damage out? The Fortune Soul, he's trying to get the Wukong Command. The roar is still going to be here. They get the kill onto the Monkey King. That Wukong Command disappears immediately. TP coming back in from the Rubik. They want to try and maybe still fight this one. Akashi gets that time lapse off. Can they go for more? It looks like Talon just going to try and retreat onto this, but IHC, are they going to let them? What's going to be stolen? Sakuchi once again coming through here for Kishka. Yeah, Storm Spirit, he wants to carry on going onto this once again, just dropping off the Rask because the supports are coming back now on the side of Talon. And he wants the Galvanized stacks, but the Beastmaster caught out, killed off Kishka. He was just blocked off from the rest of his team. Okay, and Ember Spirit, he wants to carry on going here. Joking taking a lot of damage. Can he go? Storm Spirit gets a drive back with the Vortex here. Might be able to take down the Ember. The Ember's going to fall. And now 11. He's going to be in trouble too. Can he get himself away with that flying movement speed? The cookie comes out. And no, Akashi, he's going to get the kill. Goes for more here. Ace chased down. Again, Sakuchi going to be up in 1 second. Does he want to dive a tier 1 tower? Telekinesis comes out. Gets the stun onto the tree now as well. This might finally be the end of the fight, but it might still cost him a tier 1 tower here on the side of IHC Makoto. Does he want to go for more onto this one? Gets the silence out onto the Rubik, but there will be that Glimmer Cape, so they don't actually go for that kill on the Rubik after the tier 1 tower.
You know what? I'm the analyst here. I'm supposed to recap that for you, but my answer is that rocks fall, everyone dies.
Yeah.
That was a mess and a half. I do agree that there was a misplay made there at the start by Talon, where they spend the Overgrowth on only a single hero, and that is what allows the Ember Spirit and later on the Night Stalker to come back into that fight. But once they're out of mana on the Ember Spirit is the point where IHC, as much as they love the idea of brawling, should back off just because they're out of tools, and they don't.
And I don't even know how many kills there was there. I'm trying to count it up in my head, and there was a few kills, so I can't tell you who actually won that fight. Maybe Talon, just because of the respawns coming through. They get the kill onto the Ember, they get kill onto the Night Stalker too. Able to take full advantage. Yeah, and Weaver's just going to be able to go back farming, going straight towards that Collect Mirror, looks like, for the Weaver.
Yep, a great tool in this game to make sure that you hold down that Ember, make sure that you get distance from that Night Stalker, who is in fact favoring Blink Dagger over straight BKB, and I can see that because it is more important for you to silence your enemies currently than it is to be magic immune yourself, because so much of the enemy utility and damage output is all caught up inside of the ability to cast spells right now. And their ranges aren't very long either. Like, sure, Storm Spirit and the Weaver are ranged heroes technically, but with two of their ranges combined, like, that's not actually bigger than the size of the AoE of a Night Stalker silence.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see that the Ember... I mean, the Ember's actually changed his mind towards the BKB, but I was surprised to see the Ember Spirit go for that Mage Slayer over his own Orchid, you know, to try and, like you say, silence out the Storm Spirit before that BKB comes out, because there's a good 2-3 minutes where he's had that one where he might have been able to make a jump on the Storm Spirit if it had been an Orchid and not a Mage Slayer.
Yeah, Orchid for Ember is just such a fraud item decision though, because you don't really get anything out of the attack speed, for example. If he went for anything else than the Mage Slayer, I would have personally loved to see a Yule Scepter there, because it gives you the Dispel. And as an Ember, being alive is damage, and being mana is damage.
Yeah, and damage is damage from the Beastmasters. They get the kill onto the Monkey King in that top lane. Who has the...
and that is... No, sorry, I'm just looking at the fact that he already has the Aghanim Scepter for a while, and the BKB is going to finish up very soon right now. WS is going to be a menace, and they've kept this Monkey King completely out of the game.
Yeah, now worthwhile, you're looking at that Monkey King, he is what, 5th Item-wise, he does have the Maelstrom to try and find the farm, but they've kept the pressure on, they've kept them fighting, and made IHC respond to this. So, I was just taking a look as well. You have the Snapfire with the Rod of Atos, so that's going to be extra lockdown. That's what got the Monkey King killed there. He wasn't able to get that Mischief off to get himself away from danger, and they just burst him down while he was stuck underneath his tier 2 tower, unable to run himself away.
Yep, and with the Gleipnir coming out from the Weaver pretty soon as well. In fact, I'm saying pretty soon like it's, isn't it flying in again as well? Feels like it. Yep, is absolutely flying in right this very second. Defensive items are going to need to be bought on IHC right now, and they don't particularly want to have to do it, especially this Monkey King. Was he looking for... Yeah, he was probably looking for a Gleipnir of his own, and that will give him a little extra HP, but right now he just doesn't live long enough.
Does he have... What's his career? So, yeah, okay, so he already has the recipe for the Atos, the Gleipnir picked up, Staff of Wizardry here as well, and yeah, he was just looking for that extra gold to get that VIP booster out, and it really is going to slow him down here, which means his next item is going to be slowed down. You look at this, like you say, so the Monkey King has to go BKB. You've got the Ember Spirit that's going BKB. You've got Night Stalker that wants to go Blink BKB. Is this just taking the sting out of IHC's lineup? Like you say, with them being forced to go for all of these defensive items that Talon are pretty much forcing them into with the amount of aggression they're showing?
I definitely think that's going to cause a bunch of slowdown, but what you're hoping is that the fact that you have BKBs is going to force them into the same type of slowdown, right? Because you will still be bringing in the AoE silence from the Night Stalker, but now you simply can't turn on him and kill him as an antidote. And you're going to have to actually outlast him. That is where Talon will also have to buy BKBs. And in fact, the Storm Spirit is saving up for one. Beastmaster has one as well. The Weaver, of course, is going to refuse. He's just going to force himself out of the... out of reach.
Well, they're going to be able to get the kill onto Tree to start this one off. Can they find anyone else? They can't, because everybody else is away here on the side of Talon. And it looks like coming up to the 19-20 minute mark here, if you're looking at these lineups, it is going to be a nighttime Roshan coming up in the next couple of minutes. Talon, do they want to try and force a fight, maybe take control of that Roche pit, you'll get a nighttime Roshan, or are they just happy with a farming the way the farming pattern at the minute?
I think you can take it really easy as Talon here, because the side of IHC is terrible at taking Roche. And you are the ones with the Beastmaster, you are going to have a decent time taking it down. You can wait for the moment where it suits you as opposed to having to force anything. You're not under an amount of threat here that you need an Aegis in your pocket to weather a storm. You're also not under an amount of time pressure here that you need to take an Aegis before it's too late and your window closes or something like that. You have 3 perfectly fine scaling cores. So Roche is, I don't want to say an afterthought here, but it's a luxury.
Well, it looks like a luxury they can afford here as they do move down to the Roche pit before nighttime's going to pop. They've got a minute to do this one. With only the Weaver, the Tree down here at the minute, Snapfire's going to come down as well, so we are going to have more mana. So they want to take it, like I say, before it shifts to a nighttime. Smoke's coming out from IHC. They're trying to make a response happen. This Roshan, it's already down to half health. Are they going to commit into this one? Because I don't think IHC, they're not going to get here fast enough. This Roshan, it is most of the way done, and it's going to be the early nighttime coming through, but Roshan, it's a little bit of health left. Weaver, someone's going to be there to pick it up. The Storm Spirit, the hookshot comes in, but WS, he's going to be able to take that edge. It's not going to go the way of the Storm Spirit, will still go the way of Talon. Monkey King, he's also going to go the way of Talon here now as well. 11, he's got that
Thornhill
Fear coming through, but it looks like Akashi's going to survive through it, and they're even going to be able to get the chase down onto Ace, Vacuum back, Suni Vortex back, and they get the kill onto Akagi there as well. So not only a Roshan, not only a Monkey King kill, but they wipe all 3 cores and a Clockwork as a bonus here. That was just a great timing from Talon to be able to not panic, take the Roshan, and then take the fight.
Yeah, really very smoothly done. And I mean, they have it so easy right now. All they have to do is hold hands around the Beastmaster and sing Kumbaya. It's the amount of damage and healing that this man is producing right now is absolutely insane. He doesn't die. He's going to be able to roar anybody who comes at you, and then you get to safely peel them apart. And that Monkey King, I can't believe that his bad luck continues to...
Well, who else?
Nothing's working out for him.
Kishka's bad luck, as they're going to be able to get the lockdown onto the Rubik again. They see him through the Glimmer Cape, so Glimmer Cape not really working for the Rubik. And yeah, I was like, okay, he's got the Wukong's command off here, this Monkey King, he's going to be able to do some damage, he's got that extra 20 armor. He just straight up disappeared. Like a magic trick here, the Monkey King, you know, where'd he go? As Talon just dominated that last fight.
Now you see me, now you don't.
And same going to happen for the tier 2 tower. Do they have the Raw back up as well? Raw's going to be back up. Kick coming through from the Clockwork, trying to dissuade that push onto the high ground. But WS, he's got this Aegis still jumping from the Storm Spirit. Can they get the damage onto the Clockwork? He's going to be silenced up now as well. Glepnir comes through. They've got the right-click damage. They have the reveal. And they have the kill onto Ace. Hell, they might even be able to take down this tier 3 tower. No. Fortification will be used. And Jokum... Little Shredder is going to be back up in a few seconds here, so they might try and go for this one. Still, jump in. Storm Spirit wants to get on top, gets a silence on from the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit still doesn't have that BKB, 200 gold away, so won't be able to defend this tier 3 tower. Will they be able to defend this lane of Rax? It looks like Talon with his Aegis. They just want to carry on going. Remnant is out here for the Rubik Kishka, trying to do what he can. No, it's not, because he's going to be silenced. He's going to be killed off once again. Storm Spirit gets in. Vortex strike back onto the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit's trying to get himself to the Remnant. Not enough damage here from the Swarm, but the 11. That is not where you want to be, but as it looks like Ace, he dives himself into it once again. The damage comes through. They get the kill onto the Monkey King. They get the kill onto the Night Stalker, and they might just be able to get the kill onto the Ember Spirit. All 5 heroes dead. GG is going to be called.
Yeah, you can think like, okay, well, technically it's not over because we have 2 Rexes left up, yada, yada, yada. But your Monkey King does not have a game. You had this snowballing kind of plan with a Night Stalker, with the Ember Spirit here as well, and none of that has worked out. You would have had to buy BKBs when the enemy can, by that point, when they're that far ahead, say, you know what, actually we don't. It was just all going to go from bad to worse. So I think that is the right moment to tap out of it, and the right moment, I think, to really recognize that Talon is just on a different level than IHC here.
Yeah, they are going to get their first win on the board here, Talon. That means they're going to be climbing the table a little bit after those true draws they've got for the past couple of days, which, yeah, they're, round of applause for them, I guess. They're going to give themselves a golf clap as they close that game out, but they've still got a bit to do, to get up to the really top of the table, which they are going to be contesting the 2 teams that are coming up next. Team Tough and Bleed is going to be our final series of the day. So we're going to take a quick 10-15 minute break. We're back for the final series to see who's going to jump to the top, who's going to be sticking around mid-table. Find out after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everyone, to the RES Regional Series here in Southeast Asia. We're going to get started with the third, I was going to say the second, but the third series of the day. Bleed and Tough coming through, well, my second series. But yeah, Bleed and Tough coming through here, and both teams, they want to be making a win happen here because, well, Bleed at the top of the table for the minute, and Team Tough, they want to jump above them and get themselves in a great position to, secure one of the top threes. And this is going to be a tiebreaker situation, kind of a tiebreaker situation, because Bleed, Team Tough, both opting, like say, on the same one win, one draw, looking to get themselves into a better position. So, again, Kips, looking at these two teams, do you have a favourite, even if it's not the stronger team, do you just have a favourite coming into this series?
But what if I insist that my favorite is the stronger team, Rob? Because I am a Team Tough fan through, and they are the winners of the previous tour, and I think their road upwards has been fantastic to follow. Because you could see the very first time that they came in here, like the kind of basics they were laying for their play, the decisions that they made around who farms, who fights, decisions that they made about when do we fight, when do we back off. They've been phenomenal, and I think they've laid, they're reaping right now from those seeds that they've sown all that time ago, and they can go a lot further than this. So I would like to see them take down Bleed here, and I do think they have the tools to do so.
Okay, well, we have one bias caster on the, well, it's not quite a panel, but we have a, and going on. So I'm sure this draft, as we get into it, the series will be very, very favourable here in terms of Team Tough, for no particular reason. But Bleed, they still want to be getting themselves into a good position here as well. And yeah, again, looking at the entire groups, even Manta popping up with a win today as well. It's just, I wouldn't be surprised either team winning this one. It's just going to be whoever turns up best on the day, to be honest. And yeah, maybe Team Tough, maybe with the extra power that Kips is sending their way, they're going to be able to get it over the line.
It is possible. I mean, Bleed Esports, this is once again a renewed roster, right? They have been shuffling around a little bit. They're featuring Emo on the mid lane, which is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. And they also have Say over on the position 5, which he used to be on Team Tough himself, I do believe, in the place that Carlo is now occupying. So that is certainly, if anybody knows what Team Tough is all about, that's the man right there.
And yeah, as we get into it as well, I mean, what is their playstyle here, Team Tough? Yeah, I know you talked about being able to the team synergy, getting themselves in and out, but in terms of draft, are we looking for something similar? Have they got anything special they like to pick up to be able to have that impact, or is it all just a case of working with the meta but being able to play it just a little bit better than the team they're facing?
No, Team Tough has definitely been even harder on bringing their carry in very early. They've also got Seme on the offlane, who likes to play a lot of semi-carries over there. So he's been playing things like Wind Ranger and Razor over on an offlane position, which often puts Team Tough in the kind of position where they have 3 cores with low cooldowns that will all be running at the enemy. And what they do is they take the towers fairly late. They see the towers as sort of things that bring enemy heroes to them so that they can kill those heroes. And if they kill the towers, then they're going to have to walk further in order to get more kills. And that sounds like a lot of work. So a little bit of counterintuitive play perhaps, but something that you can especially see once they have the first round of towers down and they start really milking the tier 2s for those hero kills.
Well, we'll see if they want to be... Are we calling it lazy play? Is that it? Or the optimized play here? Like you say, keeping those towers alive so the heroes have no choice but to come further out into the clutches of Team Tough. Meanwhile, on the side of Bleed, you know, like I say, we've seen them already get that 2-0 over Salvation yesterday. A little bit longer on the game time. They did pick up that Chen yesterday there as well. That's something maybe Team Tough need to be aware of, because that hero's just straight up disappeared from the meta, and all of a sudden Team Bleed are just like, well, we're going to give you something else to think about in this draft, and if you don't, we might find a favorable position to come through and bring it in. And yeah, the way they played that yesterday, they sat because it was a Sata pickup for the Chen in that facet, they sat it in the mid lane and just let it burn the mana away from the opposing mid lane hero to the point where they couldn't come up, because every time they did, they were taking a mana burn, they were losing the mana, they were losing pressure in the lane as well. So I wonder if that's something that Team Tough are going to think of here and ban that one out, as they do ban out the Darks here. Shadow Fiend's going to be gone, Weaver and Storm Spirit on the other side. So for the minute, Witch Doctor, Phoenix, Clockwork, well, the Dragon Knight is gone there, Dark Willow, all still available as they take out the TA. Oh, big chance here. One of the Witch Doctor Clockwork is going to get through. Who do Team Tough prefer? Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out. I mean, if you'd have to just, you know, if you put a gun to my head SMA, which one do Team Tough want? I say Clockwork immediately. But that's just on instinct and on the fact that we've just seen IHC play Team Tough definitely built from the same kind of bricks as that one. So the low cooldown, high vision, high mobility, etc. all very much things that they favor as well.
Yeah, and they are taking the time, maybe considering letting both through. Is it blasphemous to say that? Because it feels like they have to be banned out if you don't get the choice to pick them up. So maybe they do have a plan up against one of them. They ban out the Dark Willow. So are they going to go for this Clockwork now? It is open here, and I think if they don't, Bleed are going to pick it up. But yeah, Team Tough have the choice between the two. Big supports here at the minute. Let's see which one they do want to go for. And on the other side, Bleed, again, if the Witch Doctor gets through, they're able to pick that one up. We've seen them make it work before, and I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised this hero's got through the draft, because it is just, it's an absolute menace with that Voodoo Festeration at the minute. You know, it's just, I'm going to say it's a bit OP in the laning stage, especially with how big the AoE on that Festeration is.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again that in the laning stage, it's really all about which supports are able to trade better. And with the Festeration, there is absolutely nobody who can trade against that. Outranging it is a tough job, and I guess the only one who would be able to do it is Techies, ? And I'm actually surprised to not see Techies being rated higher currently, because you can just buy nothing but branches and slap people around for the entire laning stage. I think it's underutilized currently.
They're going to go for Spirit Breaker. They're going to leaving both the Clockwork and the Witch Doctor in, picking that Spirit Breaker up first, which is, I want to say, dealt with by either of these heroes. There's a Shadow Demon as well that Bleed have liked to play. I don't know whether they think that Bleed might have been banned out the Spirit Breaker a little bit later on, maybe phase 2, but yeah, letting Bleed get the choice now between the Clock, Witch Doctor, Shadow Demon, and they're going to go straight for the Witch Doctor. Yeah, that's...
The Witch Doctor?
That's confidence here for Team Tough. Maybe they think they're going to be able to take it anyway with how strong this Witch Doctor is. Maybe they've got a plan up their sleeve.
Yeah, sorry, if I look a little distracted here, there's a mosquito. And it needs to die.
Yeah, that's it's not fun, especially when you're casting. You know, that couldn't be pleasant having that around. So yeah, I'd probably do the same. Fortunately, I live with the threat of mosquito. I think in the north of England, it's not very big. You know, I think we have a few, but down Midlands, down south, so I'm okay.
Yeah, no, I'm looking out my window and there's a lake here and it's just full of mosquitoes and it's the Finnish summer experience. It would have been too good if there were no mosquitoes, so God has nerfed Finland by adding El Mosco.
That was unreal.
How do you nerf something that doesn't exist? For all I know, you're sat in like Denmark, pretending to pretending it's Finland here, and it's still a conspiracy. I still don't believe that country exists.
I mean, I live here, and sometimes I'm like, this language is not real, but unfortunately, it is, and I have to learn it and everything.
Are you sure you're not being Truman Showed? Like people have just set this up, to try and string you along to make you believe it's real.
Faked every single opponent on Duolingo. I mean, jury's out. Look, there's the same Wind Ranger ban.
Yeah, and
Say knows what he's up against.
Shadow Demon at least was banned out. Slardog's going to be taken away as well by Team Tough, so they're not going to let that combination through for Bleed, which I think they run to a high success. They do get the early Pangolier coming out here for Bleed, and Bowie on the first day I spoke to him about this one was very... I don't know if he was happy that the Pangolier was dead, because, that was kind of a hero that it doesn't matter. Again, my boy Sand King gets 1 week in the spotlight and he's out for another 7 years, where the Pangolier keeps coming. But the build that I'm seeing now is the Echo Saber into Ags. You get the Basha BKB coming out as well, but it really does seem like this hero is doing so much damage. I think even a Manta style in there at some point as well. This hero is stronger now in this meta than it looked in a couple of the others, even though it's been hit by nerfs. It still looks incredibly strong.
It's wild,
in the damage that it was outputting.
Yeah. No, but it's all about the kit, and it's the same as with Earth Spirit. And we've seen Valve spend 5 years nerfing Earth Spirit, and all they really did was, buffing Jerax because he had to compensate for it and just get better and better. And the same is with Pangolier. If the kit is too good and does too much, then no amount of tweaking on the numbers is actually going to change that. So I'm unfortunately not surprised to see the Pangolier still being this highly valued and this effective.
Yeah, not surprised, just disappointed a little bit, as the Crystal Maiden does come out. Team Tough going for Team Blue so far, Razor and Crystal Maiden. Do you expect that to be your safe lane? The Razor just be able to sit in the safe lane, you get the Frostbite, so you're going to be able to rip them down, or do you like the Razor in a different position here, maybe the off lane?
This is just as likely to be the offlane. This is very much a same specialty here as well. So this one can still go to all 3 of their lanes, and all 3 of their players are perfectly comfortable on this one. So completely flexible still here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. And I suppose it depends. I mean, like you say, keeping it flexible depends what Bleed want to pick up for those 2 lanes. Not a fan of it in the mid lane too much up against the Pango, because the Pango can just swashbuckle away anytime the link comes out. But I suppose if you're getting rotations in from the Crystal Maiden, the Spirit Breaker there as well, you might get the lockdown long enough to get some damage as the CK comes through. Bleed Esports have won game number 1. We'll be going to a quick break and be back with the second game right after this, because this with the Pangolier, the Chaos Knight, as well as that Witch Doctor, Bat Rider to come through too. Bleed, this lineup to me, tippy top of the meta hero picture coming out here at the minute. And yeah, I don't see how Team Tough, I'm all here to be surprised, but Team Tough, I think they might struggle a little bit early on with the pressure that Bleed can apply.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be posing several problems. I don't quite see how you're supposed to lane versus this Witch Doctor with what you've currently got. I don't quite see how the Razor is going to survive up versus a CK. Biggest weakness of the Razor is, of course, early physical burst damage. CK's got that in spades, and we're going to have the Pangolier coming over the top with that as well. Sure. That is something. At the very least, you can keep the Pango roll out of the game for a while. But as far as the rest of the core to core matchups go here, Bloodseeker versus a CK, I don't think you need to have so much on Bloodseeker. Eventually you win it, right? Eventually you win it, you're going to have your Ags up, you're going to have your Shard up, you're doing incredible amounts of damage, and you're up versus a tanky hero, and you're healing percentage based, dealing percentage based damage off of him, and healing all the while as well. Yeah, you're going to win it eventually, but how in the blazes are you going to get there?
10 seconds remaining.
Couldn't tell you. Could not. I'm just looking at this Bloodseeker. You know, I'm seeing the Witch Doctor being able to do with the Maldic, be able to do so much damage. You've got the Bat Rider lockdown coming through with the lasso. Yeah, okay, you might be able to get the damage off with that Rupture, like you say, onto the Rolling Thunder of the Pangolin. But I see a Pango just going, okay, cool. I'll get my Echo Saber. I'll just go second item Lincoln's here, and then you have to commit something big on the side of Team Tough to be able to break that for the Bloodseeker to be effective. Yeah, if the Bloodseeker
There's something else that you can do here, by the way. You can get the, I forgot what it's called, but the big displacement when Spirit Breaker pushes people. That is a lot of extra Rupture damage as well.
Imbalanced? Yeah. Yeah. But you... Ooh. So you Nether Strike them first, and then you charge into them for a bigger knockback, I guess? Once they've been ruptured?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if that's what he's going to want to go for, because... Have we seen the other...
It's the one that I've seen.
Yeah, that's the one that I've seen most. I have seen the other one that slips my mind, because it's that impressive. But yeah, I have seen the Spirit Breaker go for the Bull Rush as well. But yeah, it seems that the Imbalanced is the more popular choice here between the two.
And that is something that you can leverage into really big burst damage relatively early on, that the Bloodseeker doesn't necessarily have to go into the middle of fights for. Because I think that's what both you and me are looking at here, is like, how the hell is this guy going to survive just showing up, right?
Yeah, yeah. And Zeus comes out for Team Tough, so... Yeah, more burst damage coming through, tries to maybe win that lane up against the Pango, just being able to play it at a distance and away from harm's way. And it's... I don't mind it. You know, I think, again, the Zeus, as long as well, obviously it's going to be that caster because the right-click is dead. Being able to play at a distance from the Pangolin is always a nice thing to be able to do. The burst damage coming through, like you say, if you can get that on top with maybe the rest that comes through from Team Tough, the Rupture being key, you maybe force them to move as well, otherwise you take the Wrath of Zeus. But Bleed, how do they want to respond here? They've got themselves one last pickup. Offlane-wise, up against a Bloodseeker. I'm looking at heroes. I can't even remember. Maybe get yourself something like a Doom to come out. So you can stop that Bloodseeker from being able to have the impact in its tracks. Maybe Sladar's ban out already. Brewmaster?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking about.
Question mark.
Brew could be good. A lot of extra team fight there. Tossing the Spirit Breaker up in the air would also be very, very nice for you. But the real deal is that they could pick up pretty much anything they want here, and all they really have to think about is the lane versus the Bloodseeker. And a Bloodseeker not that oppressive of a laner currently. So we are going to, in fact, see the Pangolier over on the side lane, and we're going to win mid as hard as possible with that Quap.
Okay. Sure. I mean, yeah, okay. Just a bit of... I'm looking at that as well. I'm thinking Emo's just at risk on the Pango as he is on the Queen of Pain, because the Queen of Pain likes to be, you know, around the fights, likes to be jumping in and out, but maybe that's the thing there. The Zeal on the Pango might think the Bloodseeker think twice on who he ruptures. Yeah, Emo going to be able to play it again at a distance to the Zeus as well, so won't be as at risk of the burst damage that comes through from the Zeus. Could charge away if Tsukimoto tries to rotate in with a charge early on as well, so... I don't mind this. We saw the... Was it Bleed that played it yesterday? I've seen one more Queen of Pain, and it was Salvation that actually played it up against Bleed, so maybe they've taken a lesson from that, and yeah, it did look super effective here, going for that Masochist perk as well, so on the facet, so you are going to put out more damage. You could take a little bit more as well, but you do put out more, so yeah, Emo here, just looking to maybe get some great burst onto the Bloodseeker before he can, like I say, if the game goes late, before he can take that fight to Jackie.
Yeah, for example, and in general, I think that with the amount of disabled that they have... Sorry, there's a mosquito on my face.
Just wants to get on the camera.
With the amount of disables that they have already, they can simply pump more damage into this game. And Team Tough is a little light on the lockdown themselves as well. Emo is going to lane and in general fight very well against most of these heroes, whether that's being able to blink far enough away that the rupture damage doesn't trigger, or making sure that you break the link from Seimei. This is just a very nice Queen of Pain game in general, and because of the rest of the draft bringing you all of the disables and all of the physical damage, for example, that you already needed, you get to pick up that quap.
Yeah, and so looking at it, I know you're a Team Tough fan. Has this done enough to keep you on the Team Tough side, or Bleed, are they swaying you a little bit with this lineup?
Oh, Bleed are definitely swaying me. I would not want to be Team Tough, having to play this lineup into what Bleed is just bringing to the table.
Okay, well, somebody clip it, send it to Team Tough, show them they've got a traitor here, as we do get a pause, but getting ourselves into this one, don't forget you can use that QR code that's on the screen, use that banner below the stream there as well, and use that promo code 1XRLGSEA, available to you on both the app and the website. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, available on all first deposits. So, looking at it, wouldn't be Dota without a pause this late in the day too, and what's the any excuses coming through? As we know, these teams, these players, they just want to take a quick nap, take a quick stretch before they do actually get into the action. But doesn't look like anyone say anything. We are gonna get the go to get underway here with this first game of the final series.
Yeah, and we have ourselves a Voodoo Festoration Witch Doctor. This is my first time seeing it in a pro game, so I'm very excited about this man coming through. Let's see if we get the caskless build as well.
I wonder if he picks up a value point just because of the Spirit Breaker being in the game. Not like early on, but around level 5, something like that. Because I have seen the build is the 0441 that comes out for the Witch Doctor more often than not. But yeah, I would like to see maybe just like a value point in that cask, like I said, just to deal with the Spirit Breaker if there is going to be some aggressive charges coming through.
I can assign you.
And there's a couple of other things in this game here where you'd really like to have just a stun you can fire off really quickly. I'm thinking especially about the freezing field, for example. There's plenty of fights that you can imagine in your head where the Pango is not in the right position, the CK has already used his stun, and then Crystal Maiden pops out of the trees and drops that freezing field on you. You would love to be able to just fire off a little bit of a cast there and there.
Yeah, and as we get into it, this is not going to be any aggression. There's going to be a really nice ward from the Radiant here as well on the other side of the river. So setting up the vision, same thing for the Dire, just a little bit further away to see, again, any rotations coming through. Surprising, actually, that they've committed both of these wards to basically the river triangle here for the Radiant side here for the Dire. Taking a look at the two eyes, just so close to each other on that map that they aren't going to be given, it looks like, anything over to the other side of the map. Not even bother about that. Just purely making sure that they can see the Spirit Breaker if he charges himself away from the lane.
Same is just going down the list of names here. Yeah, the double ward here, sometimes you see this done just because you expect one of them to get dewarded, and the second one is still going to give you the exact same vision that you needed before, and it is indeed meant to watch Tsukimoto's rotation from the top lane. So, making super extra very sure.
Yeah, and we'll see how it's going to play out. And again, just some nice talk between the two teams. No trash talking going on, maybe just a little bit of jokes between the two as we do get the reconnect in for Emo on the Queen of Pain. And yeah, hopefully he's going to be, quick-fingered here because he is blocking some creeps actively as we wait for that pause to unpause. Oh no, straight up disconnect here again. So Emo, maybe the issues haven't been fixed just yet. And yeah, hopefully, it's not going to be major issues here for Emo. He will just be able to get himself back in. Looking at the lineups here as well. Go on.
Sorry, I'm just wondering here if Emo is having to come through the Great Firewall or not, which would really pose a source of troubles for, well, basically just as long as the tech wants to give him trouble. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it would be a shame. I mean, he's not had any issues as far as we know. Go guys, 4-2-3. He's just getting into it. Like, the Queen of Pain is still disconnected, but he's like, it'll be fine, just have someone micro emo. We give our time to SE only.
I mean, you gotta love seeing them actually like. It's a saying go again. You gotta love them like just supporting their bro being on a top team as opposed to being jelly like, hey, you left us and we were on the up and up. How could you do that? And this is the way that you gotta be when you want to make it in Pro Dota in general. Like you can only ever support the people that get up higher earlier than you because they might take you up with them, and being salty about people getting bought out is never going to work out in your favor ever, because it's going to happen. Like you get success with a team that doesn't have a sponsorship or doesn't have a big sponsorship, and your players are going to, the roster is going to get dismantled. It's only a matter of time before somebody makes an offer too good to ignore.
It feels like there's some first-hand experience coming out there somewhere. I couldn't tell you why, but it feels like, yeah, you might have been there before to be able to speak from experience.
I mean, it's not even necessarily there before. Like, I think the first time that it really sunk in for me was when Cinderin retired.
Yeah.
It's just like, man, I keep on building these rosters and training these players, and then people with more money will just buy those players, and I have to start all over again. And it's true, and it's
that's what I feel like when I play Football Manager. Yeah, exact same thing. I get it. So
yeah.
We are gonna get this reconnecting from our observer as well. Something to note. I don't know how much of an effect this is going to have, but the Witch Doctor, actually no cosmetics here onto SE, so that range on the Voodoo Festration, it is a little bit harder to see on the very edges of the spell, just because, you know, it's the little green glow, but you can see it here as well. It's just, it's not as showy as when you do have, you know, you have that, like, I don't even know how to describe it, but chase down onto Tsukimoto now as well. In fact, he's going to tick down a lot onto this. Do they have enough to get the kill? One more tick on the Voodoo Festration. Yep. He's in range, and they do get that first blood.
It's dumb, because that is a Spirit Breaker. And sure, you see Spirit Breakers lose trades sometimes, but usually when that happens, he is given as good as he gets, and you're going to be low after the trade. But in this case, he's just trying to desperately get out of range. He's not slapping the Witch Doctor back because he knows that that's when he dies for sure. And unfortunately for him,
they're going to have to chase that onto Seimei now as well. Seimei's going to suffer the same fate, it looks like, especially with that Mautic going here. SA gets the kill, and Tsukimoto, he's only just got level 2, so he wasn't able to get the charge into interrupt. And there, you can definitely feel Team Tough feeling the pain here in this lane. And he's got another Blood Grenade coming through. He's got his boots coming through now, so he is going to be able to get the chase down onto the Razor. Spirit Breaker did start with boots, so maybe going to be able to escape if he gets into too much danger. But SE, this is just every Witch Doctor I've seen for the past week, just being able to just pop this. You pop the Voodoo Festration. If you even got the stun, the Mautic comes through, and you just stack up that damage now. And it looks like they might be able to get another one to Seimei. Seimei has to run himself away. SE in the top lane, taking some harass from Tsukimoto, but Tsukimoto here, as the Lotus Orb does get picked up from SE. Razor, Tsukimoto, they just cannot get close to this Witch Doctor when he's got his spells up.
Nope, and you know what? The Witch Doctor will have you close to him because you're working with a CK. I was just thinking about the Seek as, okay, so you have a stun because your support's not going to pick any up, and that's going to be able to allow you to land the Maledict, but the fact that the Reality Rift drags their target in is just a cherry on top of the cake here. This is insanely oppressive.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know how you play this lane. Maybe the Razor's going to have a bit of a better time being at range, but I think we're going to see around level 3, maybe level 4, that Tsukimoto's purely going to focus on maybe, you know, making these rotations, maybe looking to make the side lanes a pain for Bleed to deal with, because this lane, it is just a no-go here, it feels like, for the Spirit Breaker.
It is basically over. And now I have seen this before, and this is just something that happens with Team Tough. Sometimes the fact that Seimei is this Razor Wind Ranger player, his lane doesn't get off to a good start, and it means that he doesn't really get to play the game for a while. It's cost him games for sure. But just as often he comes back. I think the thing that hurts the most here is that you favored picking up the Spirit Breaker over that Witch Doctor, and he has just shut your Spirit Breaker out of having a game as well.
Yeah. Like I say, I think they could have second phased it here, the Spirit Breaker. Maybe they didn't want to reveal as Paulson gets the kill into 4-2-3 in the bottom lane now as well. Just a little bit of an overextension here for the Bloodseeker, and yeah, the pressure that Bleed are putting on, they are really making sure Team Tough, it's going to be a hard game. You know, they've got to work for this one if they want to get themselves back into these two side lanes.
Yep, and that just leaves you with a mid lane that is... I wanted to say not losing, but it is, though. Bob is currently losing this lane to Emo.
What's he going to be able to do, though? Because Bob, again, trying to play at distance, there is a lot of burst coming through onto the Queen of Pain. Like I say, that Spell Amp, Jackie gets another kill onto Seimei. What he was doing that far up, only Seimei could probably tell you here. The charge coming through, yeah. I suppose, yeah, to contest the XP, you make sure you can get something out of this. Oh,
no, it's pretty simple. If you... No.
I was going to say, that's
if you let yourself brave on a hero that has a heal, it's absolutely... But you have to keep on getting your levels, because the only way to get you back into the game is using your levels in order to farm jungle.
Carlo, dude, that is not the right way to be going here. The Barrad's going to get pretty darn low. Paulson, Thundergod's Wrath does come through. Zeal's going to be able to get the trade right back out. But you see, with that double shield crash coming through, Zeal, he forced the Crystal Maiden to turn around. The Blood Right was there, but the Crystal Maiden, especially with the Crystal Maiden move speed here, 4-2-3, going to be under a lot of pressure now as well. There's going to be the Urn coming through, and 4-2-3 has to use the one charges to keep himself alive. Emo, though, in the mid lane, will get a solo kill onto the Zeus. That's going to be the Sonic Wave being revealed here, and Zeus... Well, you've already used the Thunder God's Wrath there, dude. You couldn't get anything back. Just going to be maybe another lane going the way of Bleed. They are winning, it feels like, all three lanes at the minute.
Yeah, I'm afraid it doesn't really just feel so. It also definitely is straight up the case. And that puts you in such a hard position, especially with Bob not doing well and him being on a Zeus. Normally, the fact that you have Seimei and 423 on both, let's call them like medium cores, where you only need a single item and then you go, means that you have two strong heroes for Bob to rotate into, and even if he is the only one doing well, they usually have the kind of kit that you can work with. But here, he's lost, they've lost, and now you have no playmakers because you like to play Razor offlane.
Yep. And Zeal is going to be a level ahead of the Bloodseeker now as well. So the Rolling Thunder comes out, connecting over to Shield Crash comes out. Carlo, it looks like this is going to be another death. Where's that swashbuckle? 1 second away. Carlo, though, in the trees. Okay, he breaks the vision, and maybe the Bloodseeker does enough to dissuade the Pango from going here. But speaking about going, it looks like Tsukimoto, he might be in danger of going back to base. Scam comes out. Batrider only level 5.
Razor.
They didn't get the extra Wisdom Rune here. The Drag comes in onto the Razor. It looks like they're going to be able to get the damage. And I say extra Wisdom Rune as if that wasn't the Radiance Wisdom Rune to start with. And now, Spirit Breaker, what are they going to be able to do? Do they have anything to stop that TP? It looks like they don't. So at least Tsukimoto gets out alive. But yeah, they're going to lose a tier 1 tower from this now as well. Bleed, they are 10 kills ahead. Well, not 10 kills ahead, but 10 kills and Tough on 1. In fact, they might just be able to wander over. They don't even need to worry about the second Wisdom Rune being picked up because nobody's going over there because the pressure is all on the Radiant side of the map.
Exactly. They can chill and let that one marinate for a while. There's absolutely nothing. And Team Tough would love to do something about these invading supports here, but their supports themselves don't have enough levels to really do anything, whereas the level 6s on both the Witch Doctor as well as the Batrider could come out in their optics basically at any second.
And
so
yeah,
risky.
okay, the Batrider's going to be getting that Wisdom Rune. There's an Arcane Rune just been popped, it looks like, for the Queen of Pain as well. Going towards the Dagon of all things, I get it. You know, you've got, like say, you've got the Masochist fast it up. You've got the damage coming through from the... does the Innate work with the Dagon? Because it's just spell, right? It's just spell damage.
Yep, it is. I think it should.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of them. I'm never quite sure how the kind of clarify, because it's different for... It could be that it works for the Queen of Pain, or the Dagon counts as magic damage. Then someone else, it's not going to proc off something else, because that's just how Dota's coded. So, oh,
All right,
try and
Rupture.
Yeah, they're going to be able to charge out now as well. 4 heroes committed onto this one. Zeal, he should be taken down. But Emo, does he actually want to commit onto the fight? It looks like he's just going to play out of vision as the Chaos Knight will TP in. Witch Doctor coming through the Twin Gate. Maldict has been dropped. Prism, 4-2-3, taking the damage here. Drag back, and yeah, SC's going to go down. Crystal Maiden could be the next one on board. Where's that Chaos Ball? Going to be silenced out for another second or so, but Carlo, it looks like he will be able to get the kill onto the CM. The CM just way too far out of position from the rest of his teammates. And Bleed say, okay, you got Zeal, but we're going to take 2 in return. We might even go for your tier 1 tower. That is looking pretty tasty while we're down here.
Yep, and this is as good as it's going to get, honestly, for Team Tough. They will get killed in return for the kills that they make themselves, but you know what? Bob got out alive. It's something.
Well, it might be something else here. 4-2-3 being chased down. Maldic comes through. He's got the full Spirit Vessel on him. They turn. They just turn and burn. He's trying to deny himself to the neutrals, but it doesn't matter. They still get the kill. And Witch Doctor didn't even need to use the Death Ward there to get those 2 kills. SE, this is why you don't give teams Witch Doctor. He is just an absolute menace at the minute.
Incredible. Between the Spirit Vessel and the Maledict, once you start getting hit, there's absolutely no way that you actually make it out alive.
Look at this.
You can disengage all you want.
Yeah. The Batrider at level 6, he's bullying back this level 5 Razor, and the Razor's going to have to call him back up now. The charge is going to come through from Tsukimoto, but Batrider going to be fairly close to that tier 1 tower. Blood Grenade comes out, Frostbite will be here as well. Flame Break, it's not going to be enough. He will go down, but it's going to be a Batrider for a tier 1 tower, and that is a trade I think Bleed would take all day long.
Oh, happily, very much. Especially with the amount of mobility that they have on our own heroes, like the Pangolier, the Queen of Pain. You're going to be able to roam this side of the map. Even though it's very early on, you can definitely be there and still be able to reach other sides of the map, defend your own towers, etc. Sometimes taking towers too early can blow up in your own face if you can't actually control that area. But in this case, I don't think that is part of the problem.
Yeah, it feels like Bleed at the minute, they've just got whatever part of the map they want. You know, it's the Lion King, where Simba's being shown his entire kingdom. And yeah, Bleed, this is just saying, you see that map in the left-hand corner, that's all yours. You take, you know, you rule that. And Team Tough, they're just having to find the scraps here, it feels like.
They do, and they have to find scraps for a while. Sammy's got the bloody Midas queued up. I was like, well, surely you have to rush a BKB in this game. But no, it's like if this game is going to last long enough to get to play it, then it's going to last long enough for me to win it. And in order to win it, I need to come back Midas. Fair enough.
You talked about, yeah, the Bloodseeker being able to take it eventually to the CK in this game, you know, to be able to, you know, the Zeus being able to put out a lot of damage. But at what point, because I know I'm talking about maybe if it goes along 40 minutes in the future, but at what point is the Bloodseeker strong enough? What items does he need? You know, what does he need under his belt to say, okay, CK, I can man mode against you?
You want to have, at the very least, I think, BKB, Aghanim's Shard, Aghanim's Scepter. And of course you're going to go for your Maelstrom right now. I think once you have that kit up, you can try and see if you can turn.
Okay. It looks like our observer might be struggling.
You're a vulture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Zeal, he's going to be charged. The Rolling Thunder does come through in the river, so he's going to be moving towards the right-hand side. He has been ruptured, though, so cancels off that. The heals will be here. No, it won't be here, because Essie's got that Voodoo Festeration. But it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill. Thunder God's Wrath. They drag Tsukimoto back into the river. Jackie and Essie grouping up on the Witch Doctor, the Chaos Knight, to get that kill back onto the Spirit Breaker, but they do trade off their Pangolier for that, so maybe not the best trade in the world here for Bleed, but it still gets more gold on the board for the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor, he's going to be... Okay, he's not going to be going straight for the Ag Scepter. He does have the mech, the Mana Boots up as well. Going for the Glimmer Cape and not the full Greaves here, and not that Holy Locket either that I am used to seeing.
Yeah, so really taking it easier. Quite a conservative build, actually. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's still a Rupture to work around.
Jump comes in, Mardik's going to be here, the lasso comes through, but Seimei, it doesn't last too long enough though for the kill to come through. Paulson will pick it up. Jackie gets himself the Wisdom Rune here, but Tsukimoto makes sure this time the Radiant get at least one, takes that one away. Wasn't being aggressed on, but still always nice to have. Charge. Onto the Batrider.
Yeah, it's something. No.
Yeah. Not sure where the Witch Doctor is. If you don't see the Witch Doctor, you cannot go, it feels like.
No, absolutely. He is... I'm not even going to say he's the one that needs to die. He's the one that needs to not even get any spells off. At all.
Yeah.
The Maledict is the bane of your existence right now.
Net worth-wise as well, you look at this, you've got the Zeus in the top 3, but the rest of the... God, look at the Razor's net worth. He's under the two supports of Bleed, and...
No, I'm not looking, you can't make me.
Are we living in a fantasy land here? Is it, hands over ears, eyes closed, just going la 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 la?
Yeah. But that is... Look, he has the Midas right now, so the recovery method is in place. If Bleed take more than 15 minutes to put this game into the bin, yeah. I mean, or to put it into a place where it doesn't matter if the Razor comes back anymore or not. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, with the score, 11k
so
net
far.
worth, 18-4. The freezing field comes out here, but the Batrider's got the lasso. They're able to get the lockdown damage coming through. The Zeus is going to be taken down here as well, it looks like. Seimei gets a kill onto Zeal. Can they go for this one? Maledict dropped onto Seimei. Seimei, he's going to straight up disappear. Reality Rift, you think you're TPing away from this one? You ain't going anywhere, Carlo, as the kill comes through. Jackie, he finishes what he started, gets that kill on the Crystal Maiden.
I guess that's once again not the worst for Team Tough, though. Seimei... Well, no, actually, it's bad because the Hand of Midas has an unused charge on it right now. But apart from that, the two main cores get out, and you do get a kill on the Pangolier again, which is the best that you were possibly going to hope for there, I'd say. And all of the Dire heroes gathered on top, because you can't sit back. That's the thing that I really want people to understand, is that if Team Tough are taking fights right now or making attempts at ganks that don't work out and it looks weird for them to be trading, it's because if you stop doing anything at all, then Bleed is now in charge, and you don't get kills like the ones that we just saw on the bottom here either. You can't just let the game go completely out of your hands, because then you might as well just call the GG. You have to try and do things so that at the very least Bleed is still reacting, so that you still have a part in this game and you are still choosing who dies and who lives on your side, as opposed to Bleed just picking off whoever they can find.
And yeah, this is, like you say, this is creating space for 4-2-3, right? It's not everyone from the side of Team Tough coming into this, so you are farming up while Bleed are, kind of preoccupied looking for, well, never mind, 4-2-3. How did he get the vision of that? There's a ward there. Darn, dude, they're going to be able to get the kill onto 4-2-3, right close to his high ground. I would never see a ward like this in, in any programs. I think 99 out of 100, 999 out of 1,000. But the fact that they're so far ahead, they want to put this pressure on. This is such a value ward, even if they only get the one kill from it. And Crystal Maiden gets the D ward. Now Zeal, they take down Tsukimoto. Bleed, yeah, they're just controlling 9/10 of this map, it feels like.
Yep, Team Tough really just have nowhere to feel safe.
Yeah.
And this is why I like the term buying space more over creating space, by the way, because sometimes space is very expensive, and it's definitely more than you want to pay for it on Team Tough right now, but the other option is not buying any at all. That's just not how this game goes.
No, and if you're... Okay, so you're 13k behind, it's 6-22 in terms of kills. Like I say, that you are trying to buy the space for your carry to farm up. You're trying to find at least the Razors, above the two supports now. But how long can you let this go before you have to say to Bloodseeker, alright, dude, you have to get involved. We have to start taking some 5 fights.
I mean, the real deal is that he has been involved, right? He just hasn't actually hard committed. It's mostly been about him getting close enough to get a Rupture in, and then the rest of his team finishing the Rupture target off while he runs out again. So they're even already leveraging this carry as much as they possibly can without actually sacrificing his farm progress.
Okay, Thunder Gods comes out. They're going to try and scout for this now as well. They might be able to. Well, no. In fact, Jackie, he just says, okay, Thunder Gods wrath me. I'm still going to take down this Razor. Can they go for... No. Team Tough are going to retreat. Yeah, they're not even going to try that one once that Razor is dead. So, just back to Bleed. In fact, do they want to go into the Roche Pit from this? It looks like they do.
Yep. And the problem, of course, is going to come that the point where you really need to start fighting is when they hit your high ground. That is the classic, like, okay, this is how many items do you have, Mr. Carry? Sometimes you can even say, okay, fine, we give up one of our axes so that our carry can finish their BKB and we can do our Hail Mary fight, right? But it's the Terrorblade kind of thing. Like, what do you have before he hits the Scotty?
Did that connect? I think it did onto Bob, and Bob's going to go down. Emo does pick up the kill here. I'm here on a charge, but it's just a Spirit Breaker charging away. So, once again, Bleed, they are happy enough just to let Jackie and Zeal take down Roshan. It's not going to be the quickest, but they know there's no threat of it being interrupted because Team Tough, if they did, there's still a Tier 1 tower here for Bleed to TP2, and it would mean that Team Tough would be under pressure here. And once again, they just move through, take whatever they want here. Same is going to be back alive. Lincoln Speed is going to be broken, though. Charge coming through. Queen of Pain. Is he going to get himself away from this one? The Bat Rider's going to be in as well. He blinks himself in, doing the damage, and that looks like Emo. He takes down Seimei again. Seimei, he just cannot catch a break here. 2-10-1 on the Razor.
And this Lincoln Sphere pickup from the Queen of Pain presents a huge problem for them because, yeah, they can pop it, sure, but that is so much time spent and so much time spent in proximity of that Queen of Pain that whoever does that is surely going to die, and then whatever follow-up you had is going to be on their own.
Yeah.
It makes it so hard to play.
Well, they're going to go for Tormentor here as well. I was just thinking about potential shards coming through. Do they want to fight this one now as well? They back themselves away. The Tormentor spewing out damage on both sides. Do they want to carry on going? No, the Blood Right, it's actually been knocked out of it here, the Witch Doctor. So the cast is going to be used. Lasso, drag back onto the Zeus as well. Death Ward comes out into 4-2-3. It looks like a lot of damage, but they're not going to be able to get the kill. Witch Doctor will go down. Freezing Field, though, going to be cancelled off. Rupture, is it going to be enough damage to take down 4-2-3 just falls? And it doesn't matter there, it looks like. And yeah, if they want to, Seimei is going to try and go for the TP. Any interrupt? Sonic Wave, that's definitely going to interrupt. And Emo gets a kill. They get a full 5-man wipe. Team Tough, they lose absolutely everybody for a Witch Doctor here. And it looks like they might even lose our Tormentor still.
And that was a pretty good go, all things considered. They saw the Queen of Pain in their own jungle, decide that this is a 4v5 on our own side, and they do get good positioning for example, that Crystal Maiden ult. You do get a decently long static link off during that fight as well. But at this point, the fact that there's still a double Maledict coming out during that is that already ruins it for you. And then to top it off on the Bloodseeker, you're simply not big enough to actually be alive to focus on the fact that most of the enemy heroes have low health and finish any of them off.
Yeah,
and it was close. Like... You could see that the CK, right? If you give him one more poke.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a... I don't want to call it a mistake. Well, no, it was a mistake to have it done, but it was a bit of a panic coming through from the Spirit Breaker, like, must charge that Witch Doctor, and he knocks him out of that Blood Right there. Means he doesn't get silenced and he can continue going on that fight, whereas maybe if the Blood Right procs, they take the kill on the Witch Doctor, and that fight goes a little bit differently there from Team Tough, like you say, because the heroes on Bleed got low. They just didn't get finished off in the end.
Yeah, no, completely agreed, and it's down to the very clear shot calling that they have, right? It's like, okay, this Witch Doctor needs to die before any spells. Well, that's what Tsukimoto is trying to do. Unfortunately, there is counter synergy here.
This'll come in handy.
Anti-synergy, excuse me.
And now you see the Chaos Knight, he just wants to tank up through this one. He wants to last, he's going towards that heart. So he's already got the Manta style, he's got that Orchid, he thinks that's all the utility he's going to need. He just wants him and these illusions to be pretty strong. And well, meanwhile, top lane, Paulison does get charged kills off. There's going to be the Sonic Wave coming through, 4-2-3. He's going to be jumped on now as well inside that dire jungle. Emo gets that blink on, Scream comes out, they get the kill. And now you've got the chase now. Carlo, is he going to be able to get the TP away? Carlo, he will be able to get the TP out with 3 heroes on top of him here. But he still get the kill onto the Bloodseeker, only cost him a Bat Rider, and these trades, even when they go even, it feels like they still go bad for Team Tough.
Yeah, it's not really even, is it? But you can see here, they're handing over the torch, right? The Bloodseeker is playing up now, and they're sacrificing him on the altar of hoping that Seimei is going to get to a BKB before the high ground happens. That is they've conferred amongst each other, it's like, okay, which one is the most important to get to the BKB? And they've said it's the Razor. Okay, then... The Bloodseeker plays up, and the Bloodseeker is the one that dies there.
Yeah, but thanks to the 2 shots from the 2 Tormentors, once again, the 2 supports from the side of Bleed are above the Razor. This Razor, If there was any
Yeah.
game where it's just like this did not go well, it's going to be this Razor off lane here. 2-11-2. Hand in mind, it's like you say, if the game goes longer to try and catch up, but it just feels like even when he's not involved in these fights, you know, Bleeds, they've put a bounty on his head and they're hunting him down, trying to cash in here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yep, and now with all outer towers down, it's really only a matter of time before bleed come for your buildings here. And you don't have enough, or even indeed any kind of ghost push, any creep wave shoving out that you want to do, your heroes are going to have to show up for physically, and they're going to get punished physically and mentally.
And Quap has that Ags up now as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see that shard come through because, you know, just with the way it works, being able to do more damage on the blink killing as well. Because it feels like Emo, he's not playing around the edge of these fights. He wants to be in the middle of it. You know, he wants to be doing as much damage as he can, and we're getting that right-click damage off there as well. Throwing out his Dagons when they are off cooldown. So, yeah, that shard I think would be real nice again. That you're looking a lot of these heroes BKB-less here. Zeal could be in trouble. Netherstrike, he's gonna, God, bounce around like a pinball here, Zeal, after that Netherstrike comes through. The chase is onto the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker's gonna be Talent Cell, and that's gonna be the Sonic Wave once again. They get the kill onto 4-2-3. They get the kill onto Seimei, and the GGs are gonna come out. This game just way too far ahead of Team Tough. Bleed, they locked it down, and yeah, Team Tough, they have had enough.
Yeah, and that is, well, that is one way to learn about the efficacy of the Witch Doctor. I thought it was going to be bad, but maybe not this bad. And certainly the combo with the CK there, absolutely the nail in the coffin. I don't see any lane that can play up against that. No.
Yeah, no, that hero is a menace. You know, if J. Jonah Jameson was around, he'd be asking of pictures of Witch Doctor, because this hero is just an absolute... It's not like it's like a one-off, you know, oh, it only fits into this niche draft, oh, it only does this. 10-1-6 here, SC, and that is the score that, you know, if the game goes longer, I'm seeing 20 kills come out for Witch Doctor. I'm seeing this hero run absolutely rampant, getting rampages, you know, getting the godlike sprees going along, and they just can't shut him down. So I think Team Tough, it was a tough lesson to learn, but they are going to learn it coming through in that second draft.
Absolutely. So let's I was hoping for more from them, not gonna lie, but with the drafts being as they were, the rest of the drafts as well, like the fact that your Bloodseeker is up versus this much damage coming out from Emo, coming out from Jackie, you don't get to play these long fights at all, and then having a support duo that can't really make plays with a mid that's not exactly a tempo maker either. Let's get back to the drawing board, guys.
Yeah, and they are going to have some time to think about it, you know, get themselves back in the mind space of this draft here as we take a quick 10-minute break. We're back after this to see if it's going to be the 2-0 for Bleed or Team Tough. Can they pull it back? Find out after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the day. It is going to be Bleed coming up against Team Tough here, and Bleed with that one game advantage coming into it. They were on a roll from that last game, and Kips, I know that might be heartbreaking to see, but how do Team Tough, kind of pull this one back? What do they need to do here to kind of stem that bleeding coming out from Bleed? Because, Bleed, is it just about banning that Witch Doctor, or do we go a little bit deeper than that with how Bleed performed in that first game?
I think it definitely goes deeper with the fact that their former captain is just literally on the opposing roster right now. And you can see that in things like, for example, the Wind Ranger ban, in how he knows perfectly well that this Razor is going to be Seimei. And they already have the perfect solution for it in mind, so they don't worry about it otherwise. I'm thinking that in order to get one up over Bleed here, they need to do something that they've invented since Sei has left their roster, which is not all that long ago. So it might very well be possible that, Bleed can see straight through them.
So it's break glass reveals secret strat here coming out here for Team Tough. So
yes, absolutely.
We'll see this time how these bans are going to go. They're going to start off with the Darks here once again. Bleed taking out the Storm Spirit as well as that Weaver. Shadow Fiend being taken away. So this time, let's see if they want to go for that Enchantress ban, or do we actually see the Witch Doctor to be taken away from Bleed, because it is the first pick coming out here for Team Tough. So Bleed at least know after that last game how much of a menace again, and that's the only way I can describe that Witch Doctor, because it is. And Team Tough not going to get the opportunity to get that one back. So Clockwork, Dark Willow, Phoenix all going to be left in here. TA does get removed. The Dragonite gets taken away from Bleed as well. What is this first pick going to be from Tough? Do they want to go back here for that Spirit Breaker? That was a surprise first pick for them in that last game.
It was, yeah, and I can see the utility of it. And Tsukimoto is very much a brawling position 4 player, right? So this Tiny here, very likely that's going to end up in his hands. But he's also a Marcy player, a Tusk player, a Spirit Breaker player, definitely Earth Spirit from time to time. That entire ballpark is his playing field, I'd like to say. So very expected. And Bleed, yeah, that's the Clockwork. I was wondering if they wouldn't rather have had that on Team Tough, but I guess if you're up versus Tiny or Clockwork, like ultimately the higher level things, like if you're gonna count on synergy to get you through here, for example, then having the toss back in your arsenal is just better than a hook shot. But Clock is just easier to get the most out of, I think.
Yeah, it does feel like I say, that clock is just having a bit of a better time at the minute. I mean, to be fair, the Tiny's being banned out first phase most of the time here as well, so maybe that 50-50 is playing. Like I say, Team Tough do just prefer that Tiny coming out, as the CK this time around will be banned out from Team Tough, so not going to be available here for Bleed. Feeling like one of the strongest carries in the game, especially, like you say, alongside that Witch Doctor. It was just, there was no way to win that lane, it felt like, for Team Tough. It was decided in the draft, and Bleed, we'll see what the response is going to be when they get their turn to get this ban out. But Team Tough, what else do they want to be taking away here? Going to be the Willow, so maybe they do go back for that Spirit Breaker in the next phase if Bleed don't ban it out.
I'm unsure who would be playing it then, though. That is where I would really draw the question mark, because that is a Tsukimoto hero very much. And as I said before, Seimei errs on the side of carrying capability as an offlaner. We'll see him on traditional offlaners from time to time, but he'd really rather be playing that Wind Ranger.
Well, yeah, I wonder if, like you say, that's going to get through here. Bleed, thinking about it, they're taking some reserve time now to think about this next ban, so maybe they won't let that Wind Ranger through, like you say, if they know that's how Team Tough like to play. Yeah, well, not immediately ban out, but it is going to be taken away in this next one, so Team Tough maybe scratching their heads on what else they want to be picking up here. But Bleed, they do have this next pick. I wonder if they've got something in mind to kind of go with this Clockwork in the support duo, you know, if they've got something they think benefits. And again, Phoenix is still there. That wouldn't be a bad one with these cogs coming out for the Clockwork. You could get that Supernova out fairly reliably here with a Clockwork alongside.
You could, yeah. There's also the Chen that Bleed picked up earlier is also still available. That would be a possibility. You've got yourself a Crystal Maiden open. A lot of different ways you can go here with the second support pickup if you want that. On the other hand, if you don't want to pick up a second support, this is flexible core city. The biggest, no, there's the CM. Okay, I was gonna say the one I want to see again is definitely the Primal Beast, but
yeah. Up against a Tiny though, because you know there is the chance to interrupt. I suppose if you could run that mid though. That might not have been too bad, but yeah, I haven't seen have we seen a Primal Beast this tour? Why do I?
No, I don't think we have, since almost nobody has been playing it since a patch, which is actually remarkable because the biggest problem for that hero used to be Shadow Demon being in the meta, and we haven't really seen Shadow Demon either. And Team Tough, well, very brawly, but a completely different flavor this time around. This is either a carry or a support gyrocopter, you don't know that yet. They can, of course, also still toss the Tiny into a core position and give Tsukimoto the Bat Rider. That's also something he's really good at. So we still know absolutely nothing about where these heroes are going to go.
No, and yeah, just be able to keep these heroes flexed. It is going to be very nice for Team Tough. Bleed are going to have to commit now to at least two, well, not at least, they're going to have to commit to two of their lanes coming through here with these two supports already out on the board. So yeah, Team Tough are going to be able to do a bit of a shuffle. We see the Venge coming through. Once again, I assume this is going to be the off lane, but we've seen... Was it Bleed? I have to check this. I mean, I have to check everything, but we've seen a couple, and just a couple of these carry Venges coming through, and they've been up in the air in terms of the quality of the hero, and I don't like it as a carry. I genuinely don't. Offlane is kind of pushing it, but I still don't like the Vengeful Spirit core picks.
No, it feels like apart from her presence as that swap, she really doesn't do too much. And then if you have the swap, you want her to be expendable. I also think that people are potentially building her, I don't want to say wrong, but greedily, where you can make a lot of use out of the fact that if your illusion persists, your auras persist. And I have seen exactly 0 people build auras on her yet.
Yeah, I think that's where I've seen the offlane kind of shine, where they're getting those drums out, you know, they're kind of getting the, like you say, just playing along that, and they're not rushing the Aghanim Scepter, because the Ags is nice, but I think that's something that you can wait 2 or 3 items before you go into, and yeah, being able to get the drums out, maybe get yourself a mechanism out as well, it's worked better from what I've seen than it being, okay, we're going to Ags rush, and I get caught out, I get my second life, and then, oh no, I'm dead again. You know, this Vengeful Spirit isn't really going to be doing too much.
No, you definitely need a secondary follow-up. You can't be the solo initiator on a Venge. That is absolutely impossible. Not because you're not going to get the good fights, but because your Illu is always going to die. And even if your main hero always dies, it's a known problem with, say, the Sand Kings of this world, or the Clockworks, for example. Yes, you go in, you create the fight, but it gets harder and harder for you as the game goes on because you have been dying every single time you went in.
10 seconds remaining.
And yeah, we are going to see Bleed going for the troll, so it looks like it is going to be the off-lane Venge. They have that mid-lane pickup where they wanted to contest here up against the perk. You know, the Storm's been banned out, but the Quinnipian worked quite well last time. I wonder if that's something they want to go back towards. The Zeus is still there as well. Maybe they get... I've seen a couple of Invokers coming out for Emo as well, so it's still a choice on the board here for the side of Bleed, you know, no matter what they want to go towards. And yeah, Team Tough still not revealing how these lanes are going to kind of line up as well with that puck pick.
Yeah, there's also still the possibility of, since this is Emo, of a Leshrac pick, though I think that ideally here you get something that's going to buy an Orchid and force this puck into defensive items. And I gotta say, that does make the Quap an attractive proposition.
Yeah, we'll see if it is going to be the Quap as the banner, the Brewmaster. It has been running riot, this Brewmaster. Just, again, the hero is strong, and you get that Ags out, you get that extra Panda coming through. The Earth Panda just demolishes buildings. It's quite literally a skill that he has to demolish. And you have to kind of Team Tough, if they have that Bleed, they'd have to whittle down that 4,400 health Panda while the rest of the team don't have to commit. You know, he just sieges down the buildings, and you're kind of scratching your head going, how did we even think to let this through the draft?
Yeah, exactly. I think the only thing where I'd feel comfortable playing up first Brewmaster right now is if I had a Sven on my lineup. Like, I think that's about it. Anybody else? No, thank you, sir. Please ban it out.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this lineup now, Bleed, they've got one more pick. You know, it's going to be that mid laner. The Void has already been banned out. The TA has been taken away. Shadow Fiend, Storm, and the Dragon Knight. Is there anything that you favour here for Bleed to pick up against this perk that might tie this team together?
I mean, I said Quap already, even though of course we know that the dagger doesn't really do anything versus the puck. It's a classic counter matchup, but Queen of Pens have been doing really quite well in this one for already the last year or so. Any other options?
Maybe like a cheeky Meepo pick here, something like that Bleeds are known to sneak in the draft.
Oh, that goes pretty far. No, I was thinking towards Ember Spirit actually.
Okay, and Team Tough, yeah, we'll see how these lineups, you know, it looks like Bleed the banning out offlaners, so maybe think this is going to be the carry Gyrocop to that position for Tiny, I guess, with the 5 Bat Rider. So what offlaners are left that they'd like to pick up here? The Darkseer's gone, Doom's gone, Brewmaster's gone, Slaughter is still available, but I don't know how much that works up against the Troll Warlord. You might have
Troll
the
slaps
Beastmaster.
him.
Yeah?
Yeah, otherwise I would be very much a fan of picking up the Slaughter here, but this is one of the worst counter matchups for Impossible.
Is there anything you do like Axe? I've seen a couple of times, the Beastmaster as well for the Raw, so you can't get the Battle Trance off, you try and get the kill before he does get that through, and obviously the Axe being able to take full advantage of that with the Cullen Blade there as well.
I think the Axe in this game is going to be in a lot of trouble. There's swap to save people out, there's swap to take you out of position, there's a Clockwork as well. I would, yeah, there goes the Ember ban. Unfortunate for me, no points.
Well, a half point for calling it out and get
yeah. I'm glad you said it. I believe so myself. I believe so myself. It's worth half a point if they get banned instead.
10 seconds remaining.
Ensure on the money.
So,
I think I like the Beastmaster the most out of the options that you give here, even though with the amount of like disruption there is in place during this fight. And I mean, it's Team Tough though. It's same A, I suppose.
So yeah, I mean, it can't go any worse than that last game, surely.
No.
As the Razor ended up, what was that final score? Let me just take a look, get that game back up. The Razor ended up on 2-12-2. So yeah, surely it can't go much worse than that in the last game as Bleed Esports with this final pick on the board. 4 seconds
Absolutely
left though,
not.
so gonna be rushed into it. They go for Lina.
Lina, okay, yeah, sure. So the reason why this Razor pick is bothering me a little less is because you're up versus a troll. The physical damage from a troll is not actually burst heavy. He needs a while to build up, right? Keep chopping, and that's the time that you spend getting your link going. And in spite of him being a ranged carry, technically is also not somebody who builds a Dragonlance. So with him being the prime source of physical damage in this game, you have one link target, and it's a good link target. It's going to do a lot of work for you. So I do enjoy this Razor pick here a lot more than the last time. The only thing is that, of course, Zeal is going to bring in minus armor. Razor notoriously suffers under getting his armor removed, so bit of an issue. And then Emolino on top of that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because Seime's has to be aware about the swap coming in. If he goes for that static link straight away, and the swap comes out immediately, he's going to be able to cancel that off, and then Jackie is going to be able to run him down. So I know that's only going to be later on when the fights start to go into team fights and not just in the laning stage. But yeah, that's something that Seime might have to be aware of. And then you've still got the cogs, you got the hookshot, frostbite coming through as well. So Jackie, it's not like Seime's not going to be peeled off, it feels like here. For, Bleed have the tools to do it if they can time it right up against the Razor.
It especially requires, if Team Tough goes first, there's going to be a lot of trouble getting that link going first. But otherwise, Zeal and Polosin might have already used their ults in order to create the fight. And that is where I think the Razor pick really shines. So I do really love getting into this at the start of the draft, because these are the kinds of discussions that players need to have during this end of the draft right now as well. This is what I would be talking about with them if we were playing, okay, who can we kill, who can we not kill, how do fights need to start, how do fights need to not start, also known as like when are we running the hell out of here and ditching whoever isn't attached.
Are you nominating a sacrificial lamb in the draft? Are you saying, okay, if this goes wrong, Tsukimoto, you stay behind and the rest of us will get away? Or is it just kind of who gets caught out?
No, it's usually the supports. And depending on the team style, sometimes it's like, okay, we're splitting, we're trying to see if we can save as many as possible. And some teams say, no, we deliberately throw the supports in their faces so they can't ignore them. They have to kill them because they're right here. Woohoo! Kill me! And then we get for sure away with our cores.
Okay, so I'm not griefing when I play Tiny and I throw my supports into the enemy team, right, to get away. That's just good team play is what I'm hearing.
That's honestly, I'd say that's allowed. You just have to, afterwards, you have to do due diligence. You look at your replay and you say to yourself, was I indeed fully dead? And if you look at this Tiny here right now, he is not fully dead.
No, not yet. And it looks like they're going to be able to get the cogs out now as well. Paulson walks himself away. 4-2-3 gets trapped in them. Damage coming through, and Tsukimoto, he might be fully dead now. It will go the way of Jackie, and that is going to be first blood on the board, which brings me into, if you think this is how the game is going to go for the rest of the game, with however long it's going to last, don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was on the screen, or use the banner below the stream there as well. You can get yourself over to the 1xBet app, the 1xBet website, use that promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, available on both the app and the website. And yeah, well, it's too late for first blood, but that is still available here for everything else that's going to be going on in this game.
And do remember to bet responsibly, if you please.
Yep, it is only for a bit of fun. Don't bet your grandma, like Otomo apparently likes to do, as the cogs do come through once again for the bounty runes. So 3 going the way for Bleed.
A really good start for them. Yeah, that's just immediately 1k gold, which is, I like to look at the gold differential on top of the board as little as possible, because it usually doesn't really tell you the situation on the ground unless it gets really big. But this is just a nice little extra dollar in the pocket of literally everybody, and we have a couple of couriers walking out with the items that are going to make that gold do work for them. You know, a little bit of extra regen coming out towards the bot lane. Same actually on top. Both sentries walking out for Bleed right now as well.
And Bob, in the meanwhile, he's taking a lot of routes coming out. Emo's going to have that bottle coming through, it feels like, in the next wave, if you can land the hits. But yeah, Bob, similar gold here for the Puck, so we'll see how this lane is going to go. Do you have a favourite between the Puck and the Lina? You know, does it go either way, or is it a bit of a 50-50 between the two heroes?
This is a matchup where if the Puck misplays, the Lina is just going to simply deal too much damage and you're going to be in trouble. But if you do it right, then, you know, The right kind of phase shifts can help you out with dodging a lot of damage.
Okay, well, we'll see how this lane is going to play between the two of them, and yeah, how they're going to try and trade this one off. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you've got Seimei coming through. He started off level 1 with a plasma field here, so Jackie, I mean, playing at range as well with the axe, you've got the frostbite to come through from Essie if things get dangerous here for Jackie. But Jackie, your avalanche, is there going to be the damage coming through after that one? Level 2 comes up for Seimei just a little bit later on, so he won't be able to get it through that avalanche here, steal the damage back, and Jackie just has to back himself away. Underneath the tier 1 tower, though, has some tangos being shared from the Crystal Maiden. Should be back to a decent amount of health underneath the tier 1 tower here. Shouldn't be at risk of Prism being able to take him down so far. Mid lane, again, Bob taking a lot of harass from Emo, but Emo, he's expending a lot of mana to do this here. Phase shift comes through. Bob going to be able to dodge that right click off, and Emo, though, going to be able to take some control away from the puck in the mid lane. Already 3 last hits up.
Yeah, but doing very well, keeping the pressure up on this puck here. And yeah, the fact that Bob hasn't really had opportunities to throw good orbs out, the differential in the mana there is a little bit of a problem, because that means that the wave is going to be up against you as a puck. You don't like that. Lina outranges you and tower a little bit, so you could actually take hits while you're clearing under tower, which is not something in a lot of other matchups. And immediately you can see there, as if you ever use the phase shift to dodge a right click, you're immediately going to get dragon slaved.
Yeah, it's just how it is. Great timing here for Emo. It feels like he's played the hero before, you know, he knows what he's doing. It's almost like he's a pro player or something.
Yeah, I might have even heard his name once or twice.
And top lane, it looks like Tsukimoto. He's going to be taking some harass coming out here. Crystal Maiden looking for the chase down as well. Has that frostbite available here. They're trying to get around onto the Lotuses. But he throws that avalanche out. Might be able to get the channel first. He will be able to get it off. Blood Grenade comes through though. Looks like Jackie might try and chase him down. He's already used his avalanche spell. So SE, can he catch up for the frostbite? It looks like, yeah, the frostbite's going to come through. And Jackie is going to be able to finish off that kill. Second kill going the way of that Troll Warlord in 3 minutes. So having a really good time here. Finding the farm as well. Jackie, he's just picking up where he left off in that last game.
Yep, but importantly here for Seimei, he is not the one suffering the results of that right now. He's already got more last hits in this game than he had in, I want to say, the first 10 minutes of the previous one. So we're going to see a Razor with a game most likely, unless the kills keep on snowballing here. And the kills will always have to be on the Tiny while the Razor is away, because every single time that the Razor gets the static link off onto Jackie, the fight is off.
Yeah, and there's a really fun word though that we use in English that, you know, to at the end of sentences for statements like that. Troll Warlord isn't overwhelming the Razor in the lane yet. Now, that yet could be a very important factor here. No, like, yeah, like you say, he's finding his farm. You know, I don't think we're going to be seeing any Panic Hand of Midases come out for the Razor in this lane, because Tsukimoto is taking a lot of punishment, but Seimei, like you say, he is just able to find that farm, and every time Jackie comes forward, if you have that static link, yeah, I fully agree, should be able to get way more out of this lane than, well, the last game when he got nothing.
Yep, it should always be better than that, honestly. The last one we haven't looked at is the bot lane, but we might want to look there right now.
Prism taking a lot of damage. I keep calling him Prism because he's got it between the 4-2-3 on both sides here. He's going to be able to get himself away. Didn't throw out the Rocket Barrage against the Clockwork as well. Clockwork will go down. Carlo picks up that kill, and it was trying to get the gank onto 4-2-3, but with the damage that they were able to put out on the Batrider here, not able to finish off that kill. And yeah, the Clockwork ends up paying the price for it.
Pretty close nonetheless, and now, yeah, not a lot of regen, so the Sol has to be given over to 423 to be able to stay in this lane. And Zeal so far having a really good time, which is sometimes a problem with these offlane Venges, is not having enough presence.
Jackie, the Blood Grenade comes out now as well. The static link, is it going to be enough damage here? Jackie's trying to keep himself alive. SC slowed down by the Will and Axis here. Seimei, but will still be able to get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden being melted down there with all that attack damage stolen. 98 taken away from the Troll. And when you only have 654 health yourself here, Crystal Maiden very vulnerable to that gank coming through. But Jackie, does you want to get aggressive here onto the Razor? The Razor going to be chased down here.
There's no static link.
Through. One net, two net, yeah, one more right click. Ooh, is he going to get in range to the toss though? It keeps Seimei going. And that bodyguard coming through from the Tiny just keeps the Razor alive.
A really good understanding from Jack here. It's like, okay, static link's gone. Let's go. You can't touch me. And Emo stepped too far forward, has been shoving this lane out.
Will get the credit for the kill onto Carlo, but he did go down. Not going to get any XP for that, just gets the gold after. And Carlo, he gets a bigger share of that gold there as well. So definitely not worth for Emo in this lane.
Absolutely not. And he is correct that as long as he keeps on pressuring, there's not much this puck can do against him. But if there is a space on the side lanes, well, you will pay with a lot of damage on 423 here just now. Actually, it's not even that much. I thought that Pelosin might walk up, and he's trying to curve around and cut behind the gyrocopter. But 423 actually just not giving him the opportunity, so pretty free rotation for the Batrider, and he's now just back to the bot lane.
Yeah, and it looks like, I'm not sure what Paulson was doing. He was playing on the edge of the tier 1 tower as well. Are they going to try and make a dive with the creep coming in? But Paulson,
absolutely,
that creep goes down. There is still going to be the cogs as well as the battery's still coming through, but 423 has the rocket barrage, and it's still going to be the death of 423, but the rotation comes through Dreamcore. They're going to be able to get 2 out of this, it looks like here, and yeah, Bob, Carlo, and 423 group up. The trade comes through, though. They do still lose Same in the top lane, so that's going to be Bleed pretty much going even on a different lane. So I don't know, dude. Even when the trades go even, Team Tough just can't get the advantage.
And this is the kind of hunger that you see from players who are extremely in tune with what's happening on the map right now and immediately press that advantage. Like, okay, everybody's bot, it means we can immediately go on top, etc. That's why in these high-level games you very often see kills happening on both teams at the same time, because they're all using that information at the same time.
Yeah, and if you look at this here, in terms of net worth, you've got 3 cores from the side of Bleed up at the top of that one. It's not too far, not too big a gap, but is this the point where you kind of quit the aggression for Team Tough, or do you think that you can't let Bleed have that lead again, and you just have to keep getting what you can, grinding out these kills?
You're definitely going to keep on moving. You have this puck in a really good position, and what you need in order for this puck to feel really dangerous is you kind of want a couple of towers to go down. Oh man, and Jackie's over here as well.
Yep, just taking a quick trip. That's rough, or that's tough?
Bit of both. Bit of both, and so much damage done to your bottom tower here as well. I like that they just bring over Tsukimoto now instead, making sure that the concentration of enemy heroes doesn't actually deal too much damage, because one of the problems that Team Tough would definitely have with this lineup is if they need a long time to shove waves in order to get to enemy towers, then most likely enemy heroes are going to be up again and they would have to kill them again after a previous opening kill. And you want to take some enemy towers down here to give a lot of space for your puck to make plays happen, excuse me.
Yeah, it does feel like they're not even getting close to these tier 1 towers on the side of Team Tough. That tier 1 on the bottom already lost half of its health here. And yeah, it was just a great play from Jackie. The lane had been pulled to the Razor, close to the Radiant tier 1. He's like, instead of standing around waiting for it, I go Twin Gate, we get a kill, I come back. As he came back, the creeps were just pushing up to his tier 1 tower. So perfectly timed here for him. Mid lane, Paulson could be in a little bit of trouble, but again, he's going to drop those cogs. If this goes, it's only the clockwork to go down. Gives that early one in here for the Lina, who's still hanging around though. Level 5 on Carlo, no lasso, and Emo will be able to get himself back behind the tier 2. Still worth a trade. You know, you aren't going to lose this tier 1. It's only lost, what, 400, 500 damage at most here. Chase coming through. Jackie's level 7, has that battle trance. Yeah, Frostbite comes through. They should be able to get the kill. And Carlo will go down. Cooldown does get used here. Can they get any more? The swap's going to come through. Tsukimoto, they're just going to lose both supports. It's going to be a really nice pickup. And yeah, Team Tough, maybe just being a little bit lackadaisical on the exit there after the clockwork kill.
I don't even think that's lackadaisical on the exit there. They felt really pressured to make something happen there because they'd moved 423 towards that mid lane. Like, if we don't get a kill off of this, then the rotation was for nothing and we'd lose net worth off of that. But that is exactly the kind of thinking that gets you killed more often and even further behind.
Are they going to be a little bit more aggressive? Because I mean, all of us are going to be very aware of how Bleed played it in the last game. Are they just trying to stem that aggression from Bleed before it really does get time to take root here?
A little bit, yeah. I just also think that there's mental pressure to make things happen after they've been off their game so hard in the previous one. Like, I think getting stomped that hard sometimes is just unsettling, and then you need a little while to get your footing back again.
Well, Gyrocopter, he's going to be able to find a couple of stacks in his journal now as well. He's not doing too bad again. I say lowest on the cores, but this is a hero that is going to be able to flash farm when you have stacks like this. You know, it's not going to be too long that he's going to be sitting down here at the bottom of the core net worth chart. So once he gets that Aghanim Scepter up as well, that's going to really be able to boost him up. And yeah, Gyrocopter for the most part here, 4-2-3. He's suffered a little bit being 1, 2, and 3, but there's no reason he can't get himself back into this game. And if fights do start to break out, yeah, I can still see him joining them, but he's going to have a really good time just being able to farm through this little corridor here as well. You know, it shouldn't be too far, like I say, before he catches back up through his jungle. Top lane.
The question
try and make a move.
is how much time you're going to get?
Yeah, there's going to be the... What did the hook? Did the hook... Was that a creep that he hit?
Yeah.
Oh, my dude, they popped the AD rune for that and everything. Oh,
That's a bit of a loss.
Zeal going to be able to get the TP away, though. This is the cooldown, not the longest cooldown on the cooldown in the world here. Only about 90 seconds level 1, so they're going to be okay with this one. There is going to be the LSA connects onto Tsukimoto. Tsukimoto just immediately says, okay, yeah, no, you take that rune. Yo, I didn't even want to try and go for it.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think if you're Team Tough here, you're just waiting on the Witchblade to come out from the puck, and that's where you're really going to start doing things again. And Seimei only Yasha into the BKB. Tsukimoto most likely dead, yeah.
Away. Frostbite comes through, yeah, they're going to give it another kill. Paulson does take it here, but there was no way. As soon as that Frostbite comes out, the gap close from Paulson, yeah. You see the Razor just turn around and go, yep, no, again, wasn't even going to try and save my teammate, you know, you take him, he's free.
Free as a bird. And the real deal here is that in the end, we've seen a little bit of posturing. We've seen both of the carries move early a little bit, but nobody really engaged that hard. And the fact is just that Bleed's cores farm better at this early stage of the game than the ones on Team Tough do. Like, the Gyrocopter has to go all the way towards the Aghanim Scepter before he starts really ramping up the farm. The Troll Warlord already has a Maelstrom.
That hook connects here. Paulson, he's going to be able to lock down with the help of the Crystal Maiden. Freezing Field comes through. They get the kill into 4-2-3, and that was just the angle on the hook. Did they get the vision? I mean, it wasn't even their watcher. They just knew from the vision the Crystal Maiden was given which angle the Clockwork needed to take. And yeah, fairly good kill coming out here, taking down that Gyrocopter without having to commit too much of your cores. Oh, Bob, that's not where you want to be. You're going to be able to dodge off the magic missile, though. Pops that Dream Coil. But it looks like Zeal is going to be able to get himself away from this one. You can see that Paulson, he's just going to play around. He's just going to wait for that Dream Core to wear off. The team are going to be coming in now as well. Laguna Blade straight away onto that Razor. The Razor's going to get nothing from this one. Trying his best. Seasons of Serenity do go down. Seimei's going to follow. Zeal gets the credit for the kill. Call down will be used. Jackie's going to be able to get Tsukimoto's face. Tsukimoto, is he going to go down? Backlands there as well. 4-2-3. Emo gets the kill. He won't even be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork because, well, Bob gets it in the end. That is what 4-2-3 was committed. They lose 4 for the 2 supports. Bleed going to be more than happy with that once again. And Bob, hell, he's not even out of danger just yet. Gotta be super careful here. LSA won't connect. Can he get the kill onto Emo?
Oh, what a player.
Down low. It looks like the trade's going to come through, and yeah, Bob will get it in the end. Jumps right into Jackie, though. Jackie gets some harass, but won't be able to get the root for the kill.
I think that it doesn't quite even out the losses in that fight, but that definitely salvages a lot of that disaster. Just Bob picking up the haste rune, getting murder in his eyes, and turning back in there for Emo. Very necessary. That's nearly a blink dagger for him now as well, after the fight that was his Witchblade reveal, so that Bob is the hope for Team Tough right now.
So on his shoulders, he's the last hope here for the start of Team Tough. Is that what we're saying? That no pressure on Puck,
maybe,
but if you don't perform, we might lose.
Basically, not the last hope certainly, but definitely like the mid-game hope here. And to be fair, you have a pretty free game here as long as you don't get hit by the Frostbite. This is a great pick-off.
Oh, the Dream Call into the toss back. Yeah, another quick kill onto Emo here. And it looks like, is he going to be able to get himself away with Bob? At least will be able to jaunt himself out. But they're going to be looking onto Tsukimoto. Tsukimoto looking for the runaway. They are going to be able to get... No, you tossed him onto Bob? Oh, Bob's going to be able to get the orb out anyway. Okay, never mind. And the Tiny will still crumble into little tiny rocks.
Yes. But this is what I meant when I said that the options for a Tiny are just larger than those of a Clockwork. If you want to pick the Tiny over the Clockwork, this is the kind of stuff that you need to do. And he's like, okay, Bob, I'm going to toss him to you to get him off my ass. Orb.
Yeah.
Sure thing, boss.
But yeah, like you say, as long as you give the advance warning, and there's no griefing coming out, it's all team play here in these pro matches.
That was really cheeky.
So bored.
No, Bob, you're not actually bored. You're a big liar. This is your game now. You know it.
Yeah, 2-0-6. He's having a great time. How could he be bored with this? He's the playmaker. It's all on him. I'd be anything but bored.
I don't think he is either. I think everybody knows. And you know what? All this chaos on the bot side has given a lot of space to Seme on the top as well. Which is... It's unfortunate that your gyrocopter has been the one dying, but it could be your gyro or it could be your razor. And your gyro is most likely going to hit his momentum, like his critical mass, a little later. So I think it is the better trade here to get Seme to a BKB, tag him into the actual game, and that's where the gyrocopter can really start focusing on his own farm as opposed to having to contribute from time to time.
There's several ways to interpret what Bob just put in the chat, and none of them pleasant, I don't think. But again, it's just the two teams have a little bit of fun between each other. There's no bad blood, as far as I know. At least there's no bad blood here.
Oh
so,
no. It's been such a good time with Bob being like the one Filipino player over on the Mongolian roster. Like all of the other SEA teams constantly like shouting things at Bob. And now with this matchup, it goes both ways actually. With SE being on the other side and being the only Mongolian player on a team of Southeast Asians. It's they've leaned really hard into Bob on this team forever, and I do also think that Bob is the kind of guy to have a bit of a mouth on him.
Yeah, I mean, you can all the way through. I think everybody in every game, from what we've seen, they're having fun with it. The old chats are coming out. There's nothing, nothing offensive being said, but they're having fun while they play the game, and having fun while you work. Can you think of a better time than that for your job? That's just pure peak.
Yeah, I wish I had fun while I worked.
You're not having fun right now? Is this not fun?
Dude, every time I've had like a couple of days of cast and done again, I fall into this hole where I'm like, what am I supposed to do now? I just want to sit and talk about Dota.
It is. It's addictive, for anyone that's not tried it. It really is, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, starting off casting, though, don't underestimate how exhausting it is. Like, for some people, it's easier. For some people, it's a little harder. For me, as like my autistic ass, it was very hard to stop clenching so hard while I was casting that my legs shook after I was done. And that was just it for like a year.
Yeah, I think
just my life.
The first, because I've been in and out. It's not been a consistent thing for me because I've worked other jobs, I've done other things, and I always get dragged back in. But yeah, for the first, I think I would say 2 years that I was doing it, I didn't have a co-cast. I'd always solo cast, and people would be like, "Oh, because the rates aren't that good," and it's like, no, dude, it's like my anxiety ridden ass. I don't want to be talking to anyone else. Just let me talk about video games, on my own. So, it's not.
That's a normal motivation.
Yeah, it's not as easy as people think it is, where you can just, anyone can talk about video games. You have to. There's a little practice behind it. And practice makes perfect. I'm still working my way to perfect here, but the practice is nice.
The practice is a lot of fun, yeah. Like, the biggest advice I think I can give to anybody who wants to try this for themselves is a lot of these casters, especially the play-by-play, start off as like, man, I want somebody really high skill to be my analyst, right? And I think you should try to get somebody that you like talking about Dota with. And then getting better at what you're supposed to talk about, how to approach certain subjects, etc., is something that you can learn together. And of course, I'm not saying like take the nearest Archon that's like just a really funny dude, because then you're just trying to invent Sir Action Slacks, right? And I can't believe it, but Slacks is way better at Dota than that because he's a manipulative mastermind. But
is he better at Dota than that? Was he? He might have been boosted.
He's not. He's skill-wise not very, very good, but the problem is that he's got the mental game under lock and key. Like,
yeah,
he's gonna emotionally Yeah.
Blackmail you? Yeah. No, he picked the patch where Omni Knight was just OP, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna get serious. I'm gonna go from like 4K to what is he like 6K, something like that. Yeah, and he's no, it's like if you watch his stream, like like you say, he's got that mental side of it down. He's a good player himself, as much as he pretends not to be. He does really understand the game.
Yeah. It's good for his career if he pretends not to know, but that man knows dangerous a lot of what he's doing. And we are in fact back into the game. Alright, Bob. Ooh. Rune was bought.
Jackie, they're going to be putting pressure on the tower lost.
Yeah.
Do you just give it up? Yeah, you're not going to try and defend this one at all. It's only level 1 on the fervor though as well, so it's not as fast as it could have been. But yeah, Jackie going to be able to take that one down.
No, the Aghanim Scepter is up on Zeal right now, so any kind of fight that you take right now, you gotta be prepared to go all in on it. There is no way around it anymore. This Venge will make sure that your team is fully engaged, and you're going to lose a hero if you're not prepared to commit that deep. So the question is now, what tools do you have in hand at this point in time to indeed commit to these fights? And the answer is you're halfway to BKB on Seme. That's not enough. You're halfway to Ags. Well, 2/3 of the way to Ags for the Gyrocopter, which is also definitely not enough. And this is where you really would have wanted to have some enemy towers already down, so that there's a lot of space for Bob to play with side lanes. And for them to chase after Bob, hopefully.
He's getting cheeky though. You know, Zeal does actually move over to catch him up, but I genuinely think if Zeal would have moved over there to where maybe they were expecting the TP in the trees, but if Zeal would have moved over, the Lina commits that they might have been able to get a kill into 4-2-3, but instead they just let him go around the long way. They're going to take his farm away from him instead, which I don't know what's worse for a carry, death or no farm.
I mean, usually the biggest problem with being dead is that you're not farming at the same time. So functionally, I guess it's not that different.
So he may as well be dead if he...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this mid tower, super important.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And look at this now as well. Zeal comes through that twin gate, going to be able to get the wave of terror onto Roshan. Jackie's going to be in the pit now as well. Everybody's moving over to this one, and they might just go for... I mean, the tier 1 tower is still up for Team Tough in that top lane, but no one near ready to contest this yet. Like you say, that Bleed, they have these timings up, and Team Tough don't quite have them yet, so they're going to take full advantage. Bleed, they take Roshan, they might even be able to go to this tier 1 tower in the top lane too.
Yeah, and the problem is that it's several heroes at the same time who all need to hit a timing, and I haven't really seen Team Tough prioritize anybody. Tsukimoto really wants a Blink Dagger. We've seen how much you can do with that Blink Dagger from the previous Tiny Plays today. Puck is the only one who's looking really good right now, but we need that Ags onto 423, we need the BKB on the Razor, and there's absolutely no possibility of counterplay as long as you don't have either.
Yeah,
Bob's cutting and Emo's hunting.
Oh, he might...
I don't think you can kill him. Well,
no, he connects with the LSA here. The orb's going to come through. Should be able to get that jaunt away. Yeah, okay. Little bit scary, but he's got that Blink Dagger too. And yeah, no silences coming out for the Lina. Actually opting over to the Shadow Blade to come through after that Ag Scepter here. So yeah, nothing like an Orchid like that could... It might have been nice for Emo to pick up, but it isn't the way he wants to go. And yeah, Bob will be able to just jaunt himself out safely.
Exactly, and that does mean that we have ourselves a mixed damage too. I wouldn't say... Right-click Lina isn't quite dead, but at the same time, it really just doesn't feel the way that it used to.
No. And again, I was an advocate for the right-click Lina. Ooh, smoke, yeah. Who does he find here? The two supports are going to be close. Just being able to provide a bit of a bodyguard coming through here. It's going to be Paulson that gets jumped in here. Do they want to try and fight this? Or Jackie's going to come through the twin gate. We do get a pause. How's that vision looking? They see the troll. Are they just going to try and straight disengage here? Because this is a big commit. You do have that smoke still behind, but you've got the bench coming through the twin gate in a couple of seconds now as well. This could be a 5-on-5 fight that Bleed are going to be absolutely happy to take.
Absolutely. I mean,
go on.
You need a couple of seconds for Zeal to come through the portal here, but after that, I think you're good, and I don't think you'll lose anybody before Zeal is there. And afterwards, like, you're going to swap most likely this Razor up to the high ground, leave him completely out of the reach of his team.
So is this just a disengage now that they've had time to think about it? Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. And yeah, TP's coming out. You got to be careful here, Bob. Okay, he's thrown himself in. Sans comes out, doesn't connect to the SE, but he doesn't actually have the gap close here. And Bob, he's going to take them on a bit of a goose chase coming through. Bob, does he jump to the orb? He actually does. And yeah, okay, he's got the 50-50s. And the guesses have been wrong every time on Bleed so far. TP comes in. The hook shot! Oh, the TP of the cogs, but he's already got that orb out. So okay, that's just going to be Paulson. Okay, it was clever with the TP, but Bob was already away.
Yeah, and this is exactly the way that Bob's supposed to be playing, because, again, as long as you don't get frostbitten, this game is free. You can do anything, you can dodge anything, you just have to be completely wired into Puck as a hero. And this is Bob we're talking about. Bob can play Puck in his dreams.
Yeah, he's got a lot of practice. The muscle memory is there, like you say, that he might just be able to. He's just on autopilot, right? He's not even playing. He's doing something else. He's got a gacha game going on. He's
He's pulling for some 5 stars.
Yeah, man. And let's say, Bob, does he want to try and jump in? He doesn't get the wisdom of the Paulson. Will be able to pick it up. He gets that immediate jump away. Again, being cute, knowing the limits of the hero though, but he just won't be able to snatch that wisdom rune this time.
Yep, and this would have been the way of the game if you get a little out of the laning stage a little bit better and you get to push some towers down earlier, right? Because now all 3 outers are down for Bleed, and Bob is just playing with that space. Did Carlo just not... I guess he jumped into the battery assault and he just couldn't get the lasso off. That was really awkward. He just sat on top of the clockwork for like 2 seconds and then, you know what? No, I changed my mind.
I'll let you off with a warning this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like
Clock is going
full
towards
Eye of the Storm.
Well. Yeah.
Crimson Underbought. Fairy Underbought. And of course not as useful on a support because of the fact that the percentage-based damage block is based on your HP. Clock, sure, kinda tanky. Not exactly the same as buying it on a Centaur though.
No, I'm not actually seeing the Centaurs buy it a whole lot. I thought that would have been a big thing, especially with the, I want to say...
I know, right?
Is it Rawhide, the innate? What am I thinking? What's the actual... I just got the Blues Brothers stuck in
I don't remember the name, but the point is, you don't need the boots.
Yeah,
because you're too,
well, that's right, yeah.
Because you're too strong.
Extra
momentum?
35 health.
No.
Oh no, I'm talking about his innate that you get. You just get that bonus health for existing. Yeah, it is Rawhide.
Yeah.
Every 2 minutes you get extra health. That I'm surprised that we aren't seeing any Crimson Guards coming out for the Centaurs. That just seems to be left by the wayside.
Yeah, I've seen some games already where, as far as I'm concerned, it could have gone differently if the Centaur had bought a Crimson instead of a Shivas.
Yeah.
But you know, that's water under the bridge. Right now, we're looking at so much time bought by Bob in this game. It's insane.
And they are still going to be able to take objectives, though. It's going to be the Aegis going down, but Troll Warlord coming through. Okay, the fortification is going to be here. It's going to be able to walk himself right back up, though, purely through the fervor and just be able to melt this tower, this tier 2 tower anyway. And yeah, Team Tough don't want to defend this one, so trying to play away the Aegis, though, has been reclaimed, and that might be a bit of a breather here for Team Tough, because they were a little bit shy on the engagement with this being up. Like you say, only Bob really getting involved, really showing himself to the side of Bleed.
Yeah, no, they really wanted to wait out the double BKBs on their cores right now, and that is exactly what Team Tough have, and that is why we're seeing a smoke right now as well. Plus the Parasma finished for Bob. He deals a massive amount of damage. They're all standing on top of each other on Bleed.
Smoke though, it's going to be the Dream Coil being here. What can they do? The lasso drop back onto the Troll. There is going to be the swap back in, but he's going to be stunned thanks to that Dream Coil coming through. And it looks like the Troll Warlord just backing himself away from this one. They give up the Clockwork. They might have to give up Zeal now as well, but that is going to be the Spirit coming through, that illusion here until that respawn happens. Bob gets to dive onto the Crystal Maiden, dodges off the Magic Missile here as well. Really good engage for Team Tough. And yeah, it looks like Bleed, with them being grouped up so much like that, they weren't ready, and Team Tough just take full advantage of the Dream Coil.
Yeah, MVP award goes to this mid lane ward right here. Means that they knew exactly where in the trees. Everybody had they just stepped out of vision, but they were all right there. Honestly, I think that could have gone worse. And
yeah,
that is a
absolutely.
nice
They
way
could have
to
lost the troll.
equalize things again. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Shadowblade, right? Not an inv, yeah, Shadowblade for the Lina, so he's got the boot tags, Shadowblade coming out. What is the build here for the Lina? Because do you just build up straight into it's going to be the shard coming through, it looks like here for Lina, and then what are you looking at item-wise? Do you want to be going into the Silver Edge? Are you looking for potentially something like an MKB? Do you want to go back for the Bloodthorn? How do you want to build here for Emo?
I like the idea for the Bloodthorn because it will give a lot of extra trouble to Bob that he currently doesn't have. At the same time, though, that is very much a glass kind of way to go about it for your Lina, and I do think that a BKB could do a lot of very important work for you.
Yeah, after that last fight, yeah, maybe potentially that is something that everybody on Bleed might be now looking towards here. He's not got anything queued up just yet. They're going to come through the Twin Gate as well, Shadowblade. They've got the pub on the vision. Are they be able to get the no? My dude, is he actually Spider-Man?
I think
the
so.
The timing on that was perfect.
That was... You need a couple of animators from Into the Spider-Verse on that. That was wicked.
Yeah, I'm seeing the the worry lines over his head, the alert lines, and he's just like, oh, got a phase shift to make sure I don't get hit by anything. Because, yeah, that was absolutely perfect here. This is going to be a long respawn on Roshan as well. And so Team Tough there, smoke it up. They want to contest this one. They got the AD rune on the puck. He has popped it now as well. Illusion rune in the bottle. So the AD rune at least will be ticking down. I think they'll be able to get here in time. It looks like Bleed. They might be setting up for a fight around the Roche pit themselves.
423 quite comfortable leading the charge here right now.
Scan comes out. Lena's not here. We'll have the boots of travel, but that's an outpost you TP into if you want to join in with the rest of your team. So it is a bit of a longer TP here. Going back to the base, getting that mana back. Do you want to go for your immediate TP? Ooh, did you want to go for the dive here? Jackie's going to pop that BKB. There's going to be the Paulson on there as well with the hook shot into the cogs. Looks like 423 has that BKB going. Paulson going to be taking a lot of damage. So will Jackie. Lagoon Blade as well as the LS8 connects, but they get the kill onto Jackie here. He didn't even get his ultimate off, and now they're going to try and clean up more of these heroes here. Zeal, he's going to be popped once. Can they get him a second time? It looks like they can. Swap will come through, but it doesn't matter. They get that illusion anyway, and it's going to be the only saving grace for Bleed is Roshan, not up for a minute and 45.
I can't believe I'm going to say it, but I think that was one of the better cases for Bleed where Bob doesn't actually get an opening kill. The team is mostly split off and not too long of a static link coming out either, just because it gets broken fairly quickly by the cogs being in the way. So many ways that could have gone worse.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Troll not being able to get that ultimate off, that is painful here as well. So he's not even going to be able to fight through this one. Oh, Crystal Maiden might be getting cheeky at SE, but it's not a lot of life left. He drops that ward. Clockwork is going to be close. He's going to give it up. There's no way he can get past the gyrocopter to get to that Wisdom Rune here. So yeah, it will be the Tiny that picks it up. And SE... just going to hide himself in the trees. He has no TP. He's trying to find a way out, but it's going to be... Again, he's behind enemy lines. He's going to be real sneaky about getting towards that Twin Gate.
All the way around with your stumpy little Crystal Maiden legs.
Yeah, 355 movement speed. It's not the slowest, but definitely not the fastest. Yeah, so SE... just going to take his time, going all the way through, making sure he doesn't cut any corners here. Doesn't get caught out, though. There could be a fight starting once again. Carlos going to be the first one forward. Does he want to try and make a jump here? Smoke might break Paulson. He doesn't throw that hookshot out just yet. 423 does show. Homing missile onto the clock. The clock's going to be silenced here. The homing missile comes in as well. He pops that Crimson Guard, but while that's going on, the fight's going to go through. Zeal jumps himself in. Hookshot onto 423, but Paulson is already dead. And now what damage can they do? Same way trying to do with the BKB. He's going to have a lot of damage coming through from that static link as well. They take down the Lina. The lasso comes through, but the swap will be here. And Jackie, he's got that battle transfer. Finally, what damage can he do? BKB words off on 423. They're trying to look for the chase. Buyback's coming through, though. Tiny wants to get himself into this fight. 423, he might be left all alone here behind the enemy lines. They do get the kill on Bob. Not going to be able to help him out. He's dead for 66 seconds. And Roshan is respawned now. Bob, what's he going to be able to do? Jackie sees him. But Bob, he's got the phase shift, he's got the orb. Can he get himself out? Sure, he should be able to. Yeah, there's no hook shot available for another 8 seconds here. It's going to be the jump in, though. That toss back onto Paulson. He's going to go down, and Bob picks up the kill. So maybe now that Roshan, it's not going to be as easy as I thought it was going to be for Bleed. Roshan even getting involved into this one. Tsukimoto taking a couple of right clicks here from the big man himself. But it looks like this fight swap... even Carlo, the magic missile comes through to get the kill onto Carlo. But it will cost Zeal his life.
And I do think that there's a targeting... Bob gets smacked by Rose first trolls. I think there's a targeting problem in that fight for Team Tough where they seem to deliberately pick static linking the Lina over the Troll Warlord, and as a result get a lesson into why they were linking the Troll Warlord in the first place. Because that was a big amount of work that Jackie was able to do there, which he hasn't been able to in the last couple of fights. And of course, afterwards then comes the fight that you... yes, sure, Bleed wins the fight, but they haven't killed Bob, and Bob is still free.
6, 0, and 11 here on this puck. He's going to have the Lincoln Sphere up, it looks like, in a little bit too. He's got that queued up. With the Soul Booster, though, I assume that's going to be the Octarine coming out for Bob to make sure that he just always has a spell up to have this mobility. Oh, Tsukimoto, though. Yeah, like I say, they want to commit onto this one. Seimei, he's got that static link coming through. What damage is he going to be able to do onto this one? It's going to be onto Jackie, though. Jackie with a fervor, even if it's going to be 1 damage, that's going to be enough with the attack speed coming through. 4-2-3 going to be chased down here. Does he want to go for his own BKB coming out? And Jackie, he's got that Aegis, already used that BKB. The hook shot comes in. They're going to be able to finish off the Gyrocopter. And this time, Carlo, he's going to be taken down. Can he get the kill? The puck trying to get himself away from this one. Bob, he is on the run. But Jackie, he's going to be able to get the lockdown. Phase shift comes out. Jackie, that's going to be the Aegis being popped. Can he get the kill here? Bob, he's doing damage. He's trying to get the sounds onto the Crystal Maiden. The swap comes through. And Bob, no way, he still lives through this one. He's even going to be able to finish off 2 heroes. He takes down the sisters. And it looks like he'll be able to get himself away. He's wasting time now. That lane is pushed up. So they're not going to be able to go for tier 3s. But Bob, he's just wasting even more time. Will be able to get himself away with the TP.
It's one thing to get a puck game set up for you like this. It's really a different game yet again to play it out like this, because he's squeezing every single drop out of these team fights that he can. Between his targeting, the fact that he's trying to play up as much as possible and try to attract as much attention as possible when he knows that he can die and the enemies also know that he can't die, but he's still trying to make them do it. This is a masterclass. And it's necessary, too. If he wasn't giving a masterclass right now, this game would be over already.
Yeah, any other hero, like you say, if he wasn't performing, maybe if they did get that early orchid out here, they may be able to shut him down. But Perk is going to be going towards that Lincoln Sphere next as well. And, yeah, the damage that Bob's doing here, like I say, he was, what, 1 versus 5? He gets 2 kills before he gets out as well. Bleed at least are fine in fights now. Yeah, they're fine in kills. Yes. They got himself onto 26 or 7k net worth lead here. But yeah, for the most part, it just feels like Bob, he is unkillable here. Paulson, though, he might be very much killable as the lasso comes out. Paulson, he should fall. It's going to be Tsukimoto that picks up the last hit. Oh, Carlo actually gets it. Tsukimoto got his courier. Zeal?
Potential follow-up kills.
He is in that glimmer kit, though. The avalanche comes out. You have the reveal here. The illusion comes out for Zeal. Is he able to walk himself away? Looks like he might be able to. And Bob, they're just going to disengage. They got 2, technically 1.5. They're going to be happy with that.
Yep. Bob making his way over to the level 25 as well. I don't know which one of the
highest level in the game.
I mean, should be by far.
Yeah, he is by a long shot.
Yep. He's 8, 0, and 12. He's been shoving so many waves as well, which is one of the other things that you shouldn't underestimate. The amount of extra EXP that you get if you can take creep waves that are too dangerous for anybody else to get. And on top of it, all those kills. I mean, this is it. He does need that Lincoln Sphere, though, because the Lina has a Hex finished up now. Emo had it queued for quite a while. Not ready in the previous fight just yet, but here it is. And he can just get hexed out of Invis. So most likely we're going to see the Lina before this game is over, at least once they use the Laguna Blade in order to pop the Lincolns with, which is always very amusing.
Yeah, what else? I mean, you could you rely on your teammates to pop it after that, though. So yeah, maybe it is going to be that.
But, you're the one with the SB.
So, Tormentor's going to be taking it from Team Tough. Who's going to get that shard? It looks like it's... Okay, it's going to be Carlo. Again, probably the out of all 10 heroes, the worst shard to pick up on that support Bat Rider. So, at least they get it. So it means next time if they get another Tormentor, it isn't going to be the Bat Rider that picks it up.
Yeah, it could go to somebody else. The problem is that the Tiny is, I think, after the Bat Rider, one of the worst supports to get it for. So, you know, just think of it as a little gold bonus, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, only the Gyrocopter... Tiny and Gyrocopter now don't have the shard, so it's kind of a case of just like you say, just getting that Tormentor, just getting that little boost out. It is quite nice, and only really the Gyrocopter that I think would be too bothered about getting that one. But he's got other things that he wants to be farming up, other things he wants to be able to get on board as well.
Nothing. You're missing nothing, by the way, right now. And I do realize that our Obs is having some connection issues again, but. That's okay, because nobody's dying, nobody's doing anything. Everybody's dodging everybody currently.
And yeah, you definitely didn't miss out on anything there. If you're looking at this one, is either team wanting to get aggressive early, you know, in the next, I'd say within the next minute, or are they just happy, you know, split pushing, finding the farm, looking for the next items? Because Troll wants that Abyssal Blade coming out, you know, maybe to be able to get the Blink Abyssal Blade onto the perk, some control being offered. Are you just, again, fishing for the next items?
Yes, definitely. So we're looking towards the refresher for Seimei as well, hugely important in this game. And the Gyrocopter, I think, is the only one that would be cool with fighting right now, just because he's got the Pike finished, he's got the Daedalus finished. He is not getting his own Satanic for quite a while yet. He's cool. The Lena's cool as well. Venge just finished off a Butterfly.
Okay. With the illusions as well, this is going to be real nice for sieging down buildings. We can already see the tier 2 tower falling in the middle lane. Lasso Dragon to get a real one now as well. And they'll be able to get this kill. They still have, well, he's going to have the Ogre Seal Totem jump onto the back lines as well. They might be able to get onto Tsukimoto. Tsukimoto is going to be able to get himself away. That is going to be the Vengeful Spirit. Is the illusion coming through? Not just yet. The Orb does get it here. Bob gets the credit for the kill, but they might want to try and get involved a little bit more. As can they take down Paulson? Paulson Flame Break comes through. We get the pause. Has that right click from the gyro? I think it's just connected. So Paulson won't go down just yet, but one more right click, it will be enough to get the kill.
Yeah. No, and it looks like both teams are having packet loss issues at the moment. So it's not just Team Tough. Is a huge deal though. Getting the engagement onto the Vengeful Spirit like that, meaning no aggressive swap. No use out of that illusion right now either. Dead, because he's all the way over on the side. There's nobody that you can save right now because there's no core for the team fight to move around. Emo and Jackie right now are in very awkward positions. This is already a bail kind of situation for Bleed, and they are in the process of.
I wonder if he just point blank swap here against Seimei just to try and, yeah, it looks like that's what he wants to do for the barrier and try and, you know, buy some time, waste Seimei's time as well. But the chase is on Bob. He wants to get on top of the Crystal Maiden. They're going to be able to get the vision here now as well. The Crystal Maiden, he's just going to be burst down 4-2-3. He gets the credit for the kill. But yeah, that was Bob being able to get right on top of the CM, provide that vision. And it's just going to be another horrendous fight here for Bleed that they don't feel like they were ready for taking, even though they were so far pushed up.
And I feel like this is the second game today where we see an offlane Venge that just never gets any good starting swaps off, which is concerning because usually that is the way to make that Aghanim Scepter worth it and that rush through worth it. And you're not supposed to just be cannon fodder or like the right target to start the team fight on.
Yeah, no, and like you say, that he went for that Aghanim Scepter first. He'd go back for the Manta style as well as the Butterfly, but he doesn't have any auras to benefit his team when he is up in that illusion form. And it is just purely, I'm going to right-click while I'm alive, I'm going to use these items while alive, and then after I'm dead, maybe then look for my spell utility, look for a swap out, but maybe the team isn't getting the full benefit of this off-lane bench.
To be fair, you do have two cores that can absolutely hold the fort on their own, right? And you have a lot of utility out of your clockwork, but that is starting to get quite hard now, and it's rough to remember here that Bleed won the laning stage really hard, and really only Bob had a game. And, well, certainly Bob still has a game. But you're looking at a very hard-to-kill gyrocopter right now, as well as that Razor.
Yeah, and Team Tough, absolutely night and day difference between game number 1 and game number 2. You know, they've whatever they did during the break, whatever the team talk they had, they've took it on board, and they're looking in 5k in control, 26 to 26 in terms of kills, looking to push down tier 3s here as well. Roshan, it is going to be a quick Roshan respawn. It's going to be just within the minute here on the nighttime Roshan respawn, but it looks like Team Tough, do they want to smoke, maybe try and catch out in the twin gates, or try and take it when it is going to be that daytime Roshan? Smokes, okay, they are going to be wearing off.
I mean, it's a lot of fun to play as Team Tough right now, just because the only thing that you really have to do as the cores is set up how you're going to survive in the middle of the team fight, and sort of drive a wedge into the middle of Bleed, force them to engage or otherwise show themselves. They're not interested in showing themselves in the rush pit, though.
Ooh, are they going to give Troll this Arc Scepter as well? No, he just picks up the... Oh, he picks up everything. Of course he picks up everything, because he's the carry, so... You know,
he's Jackie.
I've got 3 backpack slots.
I will use 3 backpack slots. I don't know what's wrong with you other people that you don't.
Yeah. What am I thinking? Maybe thinking that the carry is going to share either the Ag's Blessing, or... You know, I think he has given the cheese to someone else, but... so he has deigned to share some of that with the rest of his team. Okay. He has the gold for the Abyssal now as well. Do you... Oh, Carlo's going to try and jump in, but the cogs are going to be here now as well. It's going to be a lot of damage, but it's going to be the defensive hookshot as well. Maybe we'll not want to fight this one, but the lasso, it might force the issue here on the Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful, but Jackie jumps himself in, and this one, Refresh comes out from Seimei, trying to do what he can. This is still going to be the Aegis, but again, he uses that BKB early on. Abyssal Blade in the backpack, swapped into that main slot, but he still has his ultimate. What's he going to be able to do? Did he get control? The Force Staff comes out. Dream Coil will be here now as well. He is silenced up. No BKB on the Troll Warlord, and they're fighting right outside of the tier 3s, and it looks like Emo could be in trouble. Throws that Laguna Blade. They get the kill into 4-2-3. Emo, though, he will fall next, and Jackie, he wants to get the chase down. He's got that Abyssal Blade to come through. Pops that Battle Trance. Chase is going to be here, but do they have the control? It looks like they absolutely do. Jackie's going to get low. He has no Satanic, so no way to get himself this life back as the fight kicks off. They are 2 cores down right outside of the tier 3s, and 2 catapults here as well to do some damage to that tier 3 tower.
And that is buyback spent on Zeal as well. And next time you're going to get that Vengeful Spirit, and this is the roughest position to be in as a core Venge, I think, where you buy the Aghanim Scepter in order to throw yourself into these fights head first. Do not care about any kind of like retribution that comes your way, because you're gonna have your illusion, and then maybe you're gonna have your buyback after as well. It's fine. But now that he's spent that, you are the prime target to make the game a guaranteed 5 versus 4.
Yeah.
You cannot play like you're supposed to.
Oh no. And Bob just continues to be a pain. You know, around just pushing in these lanes, keeping it. And while you have these 2 cores down here, I know your Gyrocopter is dead, but Team Tough, are they just, is it purely make sure all 3 of these lanes are shoved in? The Bleed are going to get nothing from this?
A little bit. Yeah, and normally you'd say like, wait, but the 2 enemy big cores are dead, why do you not push the base? But you do not want to get in a position where you're over-engaged, where they manage to make you stay, where there is somehow a surprise buyback that catches you off guard, and you do not have tools like that Refresher on your Razor up. That is the biggest deal here. And Puck, great at playing the rest of the game, ass at hitting buildings, so this is the sensible way to go about it.
And it's going to get even more damage, even more survivability coming out now as well. That's going to be a level 3 Dagon right off the bat for the Puck. Swaps that gem out. I think he gives it over to the Tiny. Yeah, so the Tiny, Wind Waker available for the Tiny here as well. So he's going to have some defense on of his own. They're looking for this jump. They're looking for everybody to show, anybody to show. Pushing these lanes out. Oh, Manta Style is going to be the force off away from the Batrider. Bob does jump himself in. They get the silence onto the bench. Bench going to go back to the fountain to heal up. Oh, hookshot comes in. They've got the lockdown. That might be the gem on the deck here. Tiny, no, of course it's not going to be. He's got the Wind Waker to get down to the low ground here. Seimei, he jumps himself in. Zeal is in bids here. Laguna Blade, does he want to try and throw this one out here onto... It's actually throwing it out there. Let's say it just come through now as well. And they get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden. Might be able to get the kill onto the bench. Swap comes down to the low ground, but all he's going to say is, I'm delaying my death here. Gem on the deck. And it looks like Zeal is going to be killed off. It looks like it might be enough for the Bite Rider as Bob, he finally gets taken down. That's 2,000 gold that gets split as the puck dies.
Oh, and that is the only thing that could have saved Bleed right there.
He didn't even save for buyback. He's like, I've not died in this game so far. In 43 minutes, why would I die, you know, going forward here? Bides out to that Dagon. He is dead for 70 seconds. The saving grace is there's 2 heroes dead on the side of Bleed, so maybe they don't want to force anything out just yet.
Yeah, there's 2 heroes down on their side, as well as the fact that all the creep waves were shoved in. You're still going to be playing pretty defensively versus the threat of a lasso or a tossback coming straight out of the fog as soon as you split up to farm behind any of these lanes here. And in fact, that's exactly what Team Tough is doing. Bob is dead, we don't care. That makes it all the more unexpected that we're running right towards where Emo is farming right now. They don't know that, but they know.
Yeah, they maybe have an idea. I do like the 4-staff pickup for the Lina as well. Like you were talking about the issue of Shadowblading, having to use the Laguna to pop the Lincolns to get the Hex off. But 4-staff into to the Scythe, you know, quick fingers to just get those off one after the other here, and should be able to break that. And in fact, I think that's what he did as well, to be able to get the Hex onto the puck to get that kill.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened as well.
It would be nice to be able to check the death summary to say for sure, but it doesn't always work, and that's okay. You know, it's we're only paying what, £4 a month for Dota Plus to see these.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not paying for anything. Free game.
Yeah, you're right it off. It's a tax thing, right? It's for work.
I mean, if I could be bothered, I guess. Oh, Sentry!
A hook shot though, there's going to be the dive in. Tsukumoto, the blink comes over, and that's going to be the hook shot that connects onto the Lina, and not the Bite Rider now as well. The lasso comes through. Laguna Blade will be used here. Color's going to get pretty darn low, but so will Emo. Let's say he's going to connect, but it looks like Emo, he doesn't have any protection from any BKBs. It is on his shopping list, but it won't be here just yet. And look at this one now as well. The 4-staff, it's going to be the Hurricane Pike up to the high ground here. So 4-3, he says, I'm safe as long as you can't touch me. And what's safer than being up a cliff? He's going to have to TP himself back down. They might be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork now as well. And yeah, that was just a great engage. Like you say, Team Tough making the way, and a little bit of a couple of oopsies coming out for Bleed means that fight goes the way of Team Tough.
Yeah, and the worst part for Bleed is that that's a fight that Bob just wasn't in. Sure, you didn't have your Crystal Maiden because you needed to walk all the way over, but that was technically a 5 versus 4 with the biggest core on the enemy side not there, and you lost it handily.
Yeah, and now you're going to lose a lane at least of Rax here coming through, because Troll Warlord, does he want to buy back 60 seconds on the sidelines? You don't have that Clockwork anyway for another 52, so they might just be able to go here. Team Tough get at least 2 lanes of Rax from this one, and I don't know if they're going to be punishing the Bite Rider, the only one missing, and with that lasso being down, or it was down at least, you know, that's his kind of job done. Tiny jumps himself into the back lines. Going to be able to get right on top of Emo. And again, Emo still doesn't have that BKB, so the damage coming through. Same is going to chase him right back to the fountain, and they will be able to get the kill. Same might pay the price for this one, but he's buying time for his teammates to get another set of buildings here and just put the pressure once again onto Bleed. Swap comes in. Gyrocopter. Does he want to try and go into this one? 4-2-3. He's going to be out of mana though, but like you say, yeah, he has that Satanic, and he's going to have the health that comes through from it. And I think GG, it is going to be called here. Bleed, they have no way to get themselves back into this game. With 4 heroes being dead, they just say, yeah, okay, we took the first game, but you've shown us that Team Tough, they could still make it a go of it here in the second game.
Yeah, and this is what I was really hoping for, to actually get a game where Team Tough can show off what they're made of, how good the foundations are, and how well they understand, for example, how to drag out time in a game where the lanes went pretty darn badly for you. And I gotta say, I did not expect us to get the full Bob extravaganza here, but hell yeah, that was a great game, and I think it shows off in the end that the fact that Alina had to itemize out of defensive items of her own in order to get 1 kill on Bob means that she dies like 3 or 4 times more in situations where you could have had a BKB. But the BKB would have not actually saved you either. It's a rock and a hard place. It's a puck in a free game. What can you do?
Yeah, all Bleed can do is give up the GGs here as Team Tough do take that one. So I think we're going to be able to take a look at the table after that series, after all 3 series today, to see how this is going to break down. Bleed still rocking the top thanks to that draw, but Talon closing that gap there thanks to their win this morning, or in the last series as well. Team Tough all on 4 wins here, so 4-4-4 in the top 3. IHC close by the 3, and then Manta Salvation just in the bottom 2 slots, but there's still hope for all 3 teams because there's still, what have we got left? 2 days of games left to play, so that can flip on its head. You know, it's not over just yet, but yeah, Bleed, Talon, Team Tough all taking those top 3 spots.
Yeah, as expected, I think, and I would be surprised if any of these 3 end up falling outside of the top here. But, you know, there are still matches between these teams left to go as well. And of course, we have seen it. IHC Esports also definitely packs a punch. Manta Esports capable of pulling out upsets. So, who knows? This is Southeast Asian Dota, man. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be able to take a look at how it's going to break down tomorrow as well, as we are going to be able to move through it into the schedule and just see what is going to be available to us tomorrow, who's going to be playing who, and where we're going to be looking to see those trades, because Talon, Bleed, and Tough all play the other 3 teams, so again, they could try and extend their lead at the top of the table here. So Salvation versus Talon, and then Manta versus Bleed, IHC versus Tough is going to be tomorrow's games. And again, if all 3 are on the right side there, if Talon, Bleed, and Tough all win those, that could be where they look to lock in, because I don't think then there will be the chance to catch up. So Salvation, Manta, IHC, they need to pull it out the bag tomorrow to get themselves into a good position and get those wins. But that is going to be it for the day. That's to look forward to tomorrow. That's going to be it for the Dota for the day. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we're going to be back same place, same time for more Southeast Asian action in the RES regional leagues. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dota.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink it in.
Check it out.
There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.